Chapter 158. Buzz. Guchanga left the place and stepped into the void. The direction he was heading in was naturally the small town where Yiling was. He had just sensed the information that Yinmei had triggered for him using a secret technique. In other words, Yiling had found the reincarnation cave abode. This was naturally a good thing for Guchanga. At this time he should also pluck Yiling's ripe fruit. Pluck was a little harsh, but without Yiling, it would have been difficult for him to find the remains of the ancient heavenly lord of reincarnation. Now everyone should have gone to the ruins to find Yiling. Anyway, no one will be able to find traces of him. On the contrary, the many exposed tombs there will prove that my words are true. At this time, Guchanga naturally did not forget to fasten the title of inheritor of demonic arts on Yiling's head even tighter. For a group of cultivators, they would not let go of the news of Yiling, and would definitely swarm him like bees in a cocoon. At that time the tombs would be exposed to the public. The ancient corpses whose essence had dissipated were the best evidence. This was Guchanga's first plan. At that time it would be impossible for Yiling to wash away even if he wanted to. Not to mention that Yiling had already gone to the ancient heavenly lord of reincarnation's cave abode, and knew nothing about this. Guchanga did not intend to let him come back alive. When Guchanga received news of Yiling's appearance, many of the younger generation also heard the news. Yiling's figure has been found in the ruins in the east. Qi Ling, who was leading people to search for Yiling in an ancient town, had a slight change in expression. In fact, when she was with Yiling previously, Yiling did not show any abnormalities. He did not go near those ruins either. However, Yi Longtian's words earlier made her suspicious. Yiling might have had such thoughts at that time, but it was difficult for him to leave because she was by his side. That was why it was difficult for him to make a move. Now that she heard the news, she was even more certain of her guess. I only hope that when the time comes I won't find Yiling in the tombs. Otherwise he's really too scary. He hid from me for so long. Qi Ling's eyes were cold. At this moment, a murderous aura surged out from her body. She hated it when people lied to her, especially when they were friends. Now, Yiling was even more suspicious than Yi Langtian. Crimson Spirit, when you meet Yiling, I hope you won't forget about our past relationship. I don't think we need to say more about the dangers of the inheritors of demonic arts. Kong Yang and the others, who were dressed in 21 colorful feather robes and had handsome faces, also tried to persuade him. Their hatred for Yiling was deeper than anyone else's. Especially when they recalled the time when they had rushed to this place with Yiling, they could not help but feel a chill run down their backs. Such a terrifying person. Fortunately, there were many of them at that time and they were not alone. Otherwise, they would definitely have been killed by Yiling. Now they were all praying that the heavenly maiden Yinmei of the nine-tailed fox clan would be able to escape the clutches of the demons. Hearing this, Qiling's arrogant face was filled with killing intent. I will make a real break with him, she said coldly. At this time in other mountains, valleys and plains, Wang Wushuang Yi Langtian, the successor of the Undying Lake, and the others also received the news. The inheritors of demonic arts have appeared in a relic in the east. Be careful, don't let him escape. A young supreme martial artist said to the group of junior brothers and sisters behind him. He was very serious and was extremely cautious about this matter. Yiling actually dared to appear. I'm afraid he will escape this time. Yi Langtian frowned. Divine halos intertwined around his body, and even his hair was extremely bright. He knew Yiling quite well. He knew that this guy looked honest but was secretly very sinister and cunning. Now that so many people were hunting him down, he actually dared to appear. Clearly, he was confident and had the ability to back it up. Forget it. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We must not miss it. Yi Langtian immediately summoned his followers and charged toward the relic. Now the White Tiger clan was pressuring them step by step, forcing them to take out Yiling. In addition, there were other orthodoxies using this as an excuse. As the successor, he was under a lot of pressure. At this time, Yi Langtian wanted nothing more than to kill Yiling with his own hands and capture him to appease the public anger. Wang Wushuang and the other young supreme martial artists did not stop either. They charged toward Yiling's location. In an instant, there was an astonishing commotion in the nearby mountain range. War chariots crushed the horizon. Divine rainbows shook the world as they charged toward the relic. Even the creatures of immortal ancient were shocked. They raised their heads to look. Especially the black sky eagles, ancient snake, divine crocodile and other tribes nearby. What happened? Why are so many people suddenly rushing toward that place? Could it be that some immortal treasure has appeared? When many creatures thought of this, their eyes lit up. They originally planned to work together to suppress Wuxia. But now they all turned into divine rainbows and rushed over. Within the Black Sky Eagle clan's territory, a young girl was currently standing on a cliff surrounded by clouds. She looked to be no more than 17 or 18 years old. She was dressed in white and clouds surged around her. Her facial features were exquisite. Her black hair was like clouds with a 9 phoenix hairpin in it. She wore beautiful jade clothes, looking as pure and holy as a divine lotus. Her beauty was unparalleled. Immortal Ancient Dragon Clan has issued a true dragon order. The younger generation of Immortal Ancients' various clans must participate in the suppression of that Wuxia. The young girl softly muttered to herself. Her black gem-like eyes sparkled. Now that Longtongue is dead, the younger generation of Immortal Ancients' various clans is without a leader. This is a good opportunity for me. She was He Ming's older sister He Yinyu. On the surface, she could be considered one of the best of Immortal Ancients' various clans' younger generation. She was even more so a rarely seen genius in the Black Sky Eagle clan. A while ago, when Longtongue was looking for heavenly geniuses from various clans, because of their outstanding appearances, Longtongue took a fancy to them, intending to bring them into his harem. Towards this matter, black-colored Jade originally refused. She kept a low profile, biding her time. However, this didn't mean that her strength was weak. She was willing to serve Longtongue and follow him for the rest of her life. This was especially the case when black-colored Jade was an extremely ambitious person herself. She planned to lead the Black Sky Eagle clan to rebuild their ancestors' glory, to rule over Immortal Ancients' various clans. She originally planned to find a chance to challenge Longtongue and explain her position. However, she never expected Longtongue to fall under Wuxia's hands. Black-colored Jade had heard of Wuxia before, knowing that this person was extremely strong. The rumors of Immortal Ancients' various clans were hard to believe, so she only felt resentment smearing his name. Wuxia's true strength was already at the heavenly deity level at the very least. Black-colored Jade specially investigated the results of that battle. A youth's taboo. These heavy words weren't empty words. However, this time the various clans were working together, preparing to suppress Wuxia. In her opinion, this might be an opportunity for herself. No matter how powerful Wuxia was, there was no way he could face all of Immortal Ancients' clans alone. Men, come with me. Let's go after Wuxia. Soon after, following black-colored Jade's words, several powerful figures rushed out from the great mountain behind her. Chi-chi-chi, air-shattering sounds continuously sounded, rushing out from the depths of various cliffs, appearing at black-colored Jade's side. A golden-haired young lady with a pair of wings, an old flood dragon, a robust man whose arms were covered in scales, a giant with ox horns on his head. These creatures' auras were all powerful, the weakest at the Void God realm, existences that black-colored Jade subdued herself in various great mountains and rivers. After black-colored Jade disappeared, a young man with a pale face walked out from the cliff behind her. The youth had a pair of black wings on his back, precisely He Ming. Right now, his eyes were currently suffused with a strange radiance, staring in the direction black-colored Jade left in. Even the two old ancestors cultivated the wedding dress portion of the technique. Now that older sister has left the clan, it is precisely the time for me to rise up powerfully, seize all authority. He Ming muttered to himself, the flames of ambition burning fiercely in his eyes. Even he did not notice that there were silvery white lines appearing in his eyes, like a spider web, and then disappearing quickly. When Yiling let Mei into the dry well, the world was spinning. In a trance, there were many spaces that were being destroyed and overlapped. In the end, the two of them seemed to have passed through a ripple-like ripple and landed on the ground. There was a strange look in Mei's eyes. Then she said with a shocked expression, "Where is this? Have we come to another world?" That's right, this is already another world. In fact, it can be considered a small world, but it was left to me by my master. Hearing that, Yiling, who was walking in front of her, nodded, suppressing the excitement in his heart. Usually, he would call him the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord. However, at this time, in the cave that the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord had left for him, it was better to call him master. If the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord still had a wisp of remnant soul here and heard his disrespectful words, he would be expelled from the sect. That would be too much of a loss. Therefore, although Yiling usually did not look very smart, he actually had a lot of ideas in his mind. The reincarnation ancient heavenly lord. Could it be? At this time, in order to match Yiling's words, Mei could not help but show a shocked expression. She looked like she was stunned. In fact, Chang'e had already said those words for her, so she was not surprised at all. Yes, you guessed right. At this time, Yiling was also a little proud. His identity as the successor of the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord made him feel very proud. However, he did not dare to reveal it because he was afraid that others would target his opportunity. Now that he revealed this in front of Mei, he could not help but smile, enjoying Mei's shocked and respectful gaze. The reincarnation ancient heavenly lord is a figure close to immortality. I didn't expect you to have such a background, Yiling. This is too shocking. Mei could not help but say in admiration. Yiling shook his head and said, "That's why the rumors saying that I am the successor of some forbidden demonic technique are not true at all. The real successor of the forbidden demonic technique is actually the successor of the Palace of Heavenly Immortals, Chang'e. It's all his fault for framing me. Chang'e is such a despicable and shameless person. Sooner or later, I will tear off his sanctimonious face and let the world know who the real villain is." At the mention of Chang'e, a deep-seated hatred and murderous intent appeared in his eyes. In this world there had never been anyone like Chang'e, whom he hated to the core. Even Yiling Tian could not compare to him. The two of them had clearly never met before, and had not even spoken to each other before. However, Chang'e had framed him and made him a scapegoat. He had become a street rat that everyone wanted to beat up. He was not far from becoming the enemy of the entire world. You don't have to say all this. I've always believed in you, Yiling. At that moment, Mei frowned slightly and spoke, interrupting Yiling's cursing of Chang'e. Mei is still the best. Hearing that, Yiling nodded, a little touched. He also realized that now was not the time to talk about this. Immediately he led the way in front, leading Mei forward. Mei's traces are here. At that moment, Chang'e's figure walked out of the void and arrived at the abandoned ancient temple. He stared at the dried-up well in front of him, deep in thought. Yiling should have already slipped in by now. It looks like this might be a space tunnel just like my inner world. Chang'e's divine consciousness probed into the dried-up well. Being proficient in the power of the void, he quickly sensed a faint fluctuation in space. Clearly, this was a passage to another world, and there was a hidden mystery. Someone should be on their way to the ruins by now. Now, other than me, no one knows Yiling's whereabouts. Chang'e smiled faintly, then stepped into the well. This was not the first time he had plucked a ripe fruit. He was already familiar with the process. Yiling had helped him get rid of all kinds of dangers in front of him, and he had come along the way. Naturally, he was happy and relaxed. This time, Chang'e did not plan to let Yiling leave this place alive. Lastly, where did the inheritor of demonic arts, Yiling, go? Naturally, he had used all his strength and escaped from him. When the time came, Chang'e and Mei would cooperate and say that Yiling had escaped because of his serious injuries. He would then pretend that he was also seriously injured. This plan was flawless in Chang'e's opinion. In the end, no one would know where Yiling was. They would only know that he was hiding everywhere as the inheritor of demonic arts. All the forces and orthodoxies would be looking for Yiling, but how could they find a dead person? Yiling had all kinds of disguises and techniques to hide his origin. Therefore, no one would know that Yiling was dead. Instead, they would think that Yiling had escaped Yao Yao and was hiding in the dark. As long as no one noticed what Chang'e did, everyone would naturally think that it was the dead Yiling's doing. Who would suspect him? Yiling and Mei had been rushing for a long time. This place looked like an underground crack that connected directly to the depths. There was even a scorching aura coming from it. There were some formation patterns in the void around 603. If one did not understand the power of reincarnation, even a saint would find it difficult to move around here. Yiling, you have to be careful. This is the Heavenly Venerable One's final test. You have to be careful of the formation patterns and mechanisms in front. Old Tortoise's voice came from the pendant. This made Yiling's heart tremble. He did not dare to let his guard down. Boom! 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 Soon he saw a light in front of him. Hot lava flowed under his feet. A single plank bridge stretched across the lava and connected to the other side. There are fire elemental creatures in the lava. Be careful. Old Tortoise reminded. Yiling nodded. Waves of terrifying heat like a sea of fire came from below and kept hitting him. However, it was destroyed by the power of reincarnation on his body and could not hurt him at all. Not only was this wave scorching hot, it was also mixed with a terrifying gravitational force. An ordinary void god cultivator would probably explode in an instant. Even a true god would be shocked. It had to be said that the test set by the reincarnation Heavenly Venerable was very suitable for the current Yiling. It would not make him feel that his life was in danger, but it was not too dangerous either. In Guchanga's opinion, this was the so-called superfluous action. Roar! Many creatures wrapped in flames jumped out of the lava in front of him and attacked Yiling. This made him fall into a fight for a while. Meanwhile, Yinmei was hiding in the back, watching all of this and secretly leaving traces behind. Yiling did not notice Yinmei's actions at all. Now in his eyes the end of the road ahead hid endless opportunities. Nothing was more important than this. Soon, Yiling led Yinmei and broke through all obstacles. After solving many of the tests set by the reincarnation Heavenly Venerable and destroying a series of array patterns and killing traps, they finally reached the depths. A cave abode was located there, and divine light was gushing out from it. 3 bronze pillars supported a bronze and white jade palace that floated in the void. Wisps of black and white reincarnation power surged in it. It was extremely bright and reflected the surrounding darkness clearly. In the palace there was a silver lake that was as calm as the Milky Way, rising and falling with silver mist. There was a small silver tree with silver and black stripes that contained the mysteries of reincarnation. It was showing off inside. Seeing all this, Yiling, who was standing outside the cave abode, was pleasantly surprised and excited. Even Yinmei was stunned at this time. What she saw in front of her was too shocking. The reincarnation lake left by the Heavenly Venerable can be used to forge a reincarnation body. The reincarnation root is an immortal item rooted in the reincarnation lake. It can condense the origin of reincarnation and even be used as a weapon to kill all things. And the portable cave abode that the Heavenly Venerable refined with the World Stone. It contains all the remains of the Heavenly Venerable, and even a few terrifying puppets that he refined back then. Old Tortoise's excited voice also rang in Yiling's ears. All this effort was not in vain. Yiling was also very excited. Looking at all the opportunities, his entire body trembled slightly. All of this is mine. The heavens are on my side. Guchanga, just you wait. His voice was filled with excitement and trembling slightly. Chapter 159. I'm indeed the one destined to be. Yiling couldn't help but laugh out loud and quickly walked toward the cave abode. At this moment, after going through dangers and obstacles, he finally arrived in front of the cave abode. He was so excited that he was trembling. He could even see the light of treasures coming from within. All kinds of powerful and mysterious weapons were emitting a dense light that gushed out of the cave abode. All this hard work has not been in vain. The old tortoise in his pendant could not help but sigh emotionally. Although the journey was difficult, there were no dangers. Now Yiling only needed to enter the cave abode and refine the core of the cave abode. Yiling could have everything here. With the cave abode by his side, even if he was hunted down, he could hide in it. Who would be able to find him? At this moment, Yiling was extremely excited. He had already thought it through. Now, he could finally reveal his identity openly. The successor of the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara, not the inheritor of demonic arts. With this cave abode, even if someone coveted his inheritance, he could escape safely. Yiling was not afraid at all. After today, it's my chance to turn things around. I'll reveal my identity to the public and let the world know who the true inheritor of demonic arts is, Yiling said to himself. He had always believed that he could defy the heavens and change his fate. Even though the current situation was very bad and everyone wanted to beat him up, there was not much hope for survival. However, he also believed that he could turn the situation around. That was because in the past, situations like this were all too common. Even in more dangerous situations, he could still turn the situation around. In Yiling's opinion, Wuxia was just a stepping stone on his path to greatness, a whetstone for him. But now this stepping stone, this whetstone, would finally be crushed by him. At the thought of this, Yiling was excited. Yiling was so excited that he could not stop trembling. The hand that he used to push open the cave was also trembling. It was as if there was a peerless immortal secret that could allow him to ascend instantly and become an immortal. "May wait for me outside." At the same time, Yiling tried to calm himself down and said to May behind him, "Yiling, won't you let me go in and take a look?" However, at this moment, May suddenly spoke. The usual gentleness and charm on her face disappeared. She looked very calm and cold. Yiling was slightly taken aback by his words. "May also wants to go in and take a look?" He suddenly hesitated. After all, this was an opportunity that belonged to him. It was left for him by the reincarnation heavenly sovereign. He would give some things to May, but he would have to wait for him to finish refining it. At this time, he did not notice the change in May's expression. Something's not right with Yiling. Old Tortoise's expression suddenly changed as he spoke. "Forget it. It's fine if you don't want to." May interrupted Yiling's silence and shook her head. Her expression was calm, giving Yiling a sense of unfamiliarity. "May, what do you mean?" At this moment, Yiling's eyes widened in disbelief. His mind suddenly buzzed and went blank. From May's eyes, he could see a hint of mockery. This was completely different from the May he was familiar with. Yiling's heart skipped a beat. He was not stupid. At this time, he also sensed that something was not right. "You're not even willing to give me an opportunity. Yiling, are you sincere to me?" May asked calmly. Yiling looked at this unfamiliar woman. It was still that familiar oval face, as fair as mutton fat jade. Her eyebrows were curved, her nose was high, her lips were red, her teeth were sparkling, and her hair was as smooth as silk. She was such a beautiful woman. Why did she suddenly say such frosty words? How is that possible, May? Yiling's eyes were filled with regret and disbelief. He did not expect that May had been lying to him all along. The plot was laid bare. It turned out that May was also after his opportunity. Now she had finally fallen out with him. Yiling only felt his heart ache. All this time, he had taken care of May and told her many things. But now, May actually shed all pretense of cordiality with him because of the matter of the Immortal's Cave and the opportunity. That Yiling. Suddenly, Yiling realized that something was wrong. Previously, he and Old Tortoise had suspected that Yiling had revealed his whereabouts. "You've wronged her." "I did it." May's answer was very calm. There was no unnaturalness in it. Good. "You bitch, how dare you scheme against me?" Yiling's face suddenly turned pale. He suddenly regretted it. Yiling's cold eyes appeared in his mind. It turned out that this was all part of May's scheme. The gap between Brother Bailai and me, and even the fact that I went to save you, was actually all part of your scheme, right? You're so cruel, May. Yiling stared coldly at May. He felt a chill down his spine. Who would have thought that this peerlessly beautiful woman would actually have such a vicious heart? This made him hate and angry. He was really blind to have trusted her so much and was so infatuated with her. But in the end, not only did he not gain anything, he even got himself into trouble. "If you didn't have a problem, I wouldn't have done all this. You don't trust others enough. Are you blaming me?" Hearing this, May could not help but show a faint mocking expression. She had wanted to lay her cards on the table with Yiling for a long time. Now that she had the rare opportunity, she naturally would not waste it. Yiling was the kind of person who only allowed others to betray him but not others. It was natural for others to treat him well. If others did not treat him well, he could not wait to kill their entire family. He would not consider other people's feelings at all. To be honest, such a double standard disgusted May to the extreme. If it were not for Wuxia's mission, she would not have endured until now. "Shut up, you bitch. This is all because of you." Yiling was furious. Yin Mei's words stabbed him in the heart. He would not allow her to talk about him like that. If it were not for her instigation, he would not have been separated by her. How could he be alienated, and how could he part ways with Yiling? Do you think that saying these things will work? This is a world where strength speaks the loudest. Any schemes and tricks are useless in the face of absolute strength. Even if you lay your cards on the table with me, so what? Yin Mei, you overestimate yourself. Today will be the day of your death. Yiling could not help but laugh. Then, he stared coldly at Yin Mei with an expression that said, "You are dead meat." He was confident that he had a trump card that could kill Yin Mei. Even if a great sage appeared, he had a way to kill or defeat him with his trump card. Just a mere Yin Mei, what kind of storm could she stir up? You think too highly of yourself. Yin Mei looked at him coldly. There was no fear in her ruby-like eyes at all. She was calm and collected. You are asking for death. Die, I will fulfill your wish now. Yiling shouted coldly. His gaze was very cold. He wanted to kill Yin Mei. Victory was in his hands. He was very confident. At this moment, he fully unleashed his early-stage emperor-ranked power. After breaking through during this period, he had already caught up with many young paragons. If anyone saw this breakthrough speed, it would definitely cause a huge commotion and cause a huge commotion. Boom! A huge golden figure appeared behind him. It was like a young divine king. His entire body was burning, and his hair was shining. He slapped his palm toward Yin Mei. It was like a raging sea that flooded the sky. This was Yiling's emperor-ranked Dharma body. Do you still not understand at this time? Yin Mei still had that calm and mocking expression. She did not care about Yiling's sudden attack at all. Since she dared to be honest with Yiling, she was naturally confident. At this moment, every inch of the void in this space suddenly quietened down. A terrifying divine power descended from the sky. What? Oh no! Even the old tortoise in the pendant raised its head in bewilderment. Buzz! A golden palm that covered the sky descended from the void in front of Yin Mei. The palm print was clear and shrouded in mist. There were even traces of chaotic aura floating in it. It was like the hand of an immortal emperor. It shook the heavens. Who? Yiling's heart suddenly skipped a beat. His expression changed drastically. He never expected that there was actually a hidden expert behind Yin Mei. This was something he did not expect. Boom! This palm descended. It was as if billions of layers of void were crushing down. It was abnormally terrifying. Poof! So powerful. Yiling could not believe it. He suddenly coughed out a large mouthful of blood as if he had been struck by lightning. The huge golden Dharma body was directly destroyed. He hurriedly activated an ancient talisman. A layer of black and white light appeared on his body to avoid being killed by this palm. Then, he hurriedly moved to the side in a sorry state. However, half of his body was still grazed, and his arm was broken. He spat out blood. His entire body was in intense pain. He felt that his organs were broken, and many of his bones were broken. Boom! However, this palm did not show any signs of stopping. Continued to press down. Break! Yiling gritted his teeth. His entire body shone brightly. Pitch-black sacred suns appeared behind him. Black divine light flowed. They contained the power of time and illuminated the surroundings. The killing intent was terrifying. A phenomenon. Black sun illuminating the sky. Wisps of black divine light erupted and covered the area. Its power was unparalleled. It was enough to seriously injure an ordinary true god. Rumble. At this moment it was as if several stars had exploded. Terrifying energy was wildly released. If not for the support of several bronze pillars and the array patterns laid out here. If not for the strange power protecting it, it would have been destroyed long ago. Crack! The black sacred suns directly exploded and turned into ashes. Even so, Yiling still spat out blood. He flew backward like a broken sack and smashed into the stone wall. He was instantly seriously injured. Rumble! This palm finally landed. A terrifying large crack appeared on the ground. It caused the nearby palace and cave to tremble. Who is it? Yiling stared in the direction of Yin Mei. His entire body was split open and covered in blood. He no longer had the confidence he had just now. Master! At this moment, Inmei also respectfully and obediently called out, "Master." As expected of the successor of the reincarnation heavenly sovereign, you can be proud of yourself and leave your name in the world after taking one of my palms. Accompanied by a faint chuckle, Guchanga's figure finally appeared in the void. He stood with his hands behind his back. He looked down at Yiling, whose face was pale with shock and disbelief. Of course, this was just a casual palm. It was not his real strength. Otherwise, Yiling would not have been seriously injured. If he did not have a life-saving item, he would have been smashed into a bloody mist on the spot. His body and soul would have been destroyed. Guchanga followed the mark left by Inmei and naturally found his way here. Of course, it was all thanks to Yiling that he could do so easily. Guchanga. Yiling was about to spit fire. He stared at Guchanga, who had appeared here. He gritted his teeth and said those 3 words. This moment he reacted. His whole body was ice cold. It was as if the top of his head had been opened and ice water poured down. Guchanga was standing behind Inmei. This was something that he did not even dare to think about before. However, what he saw today really frightened him. His whole body was cold. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, no one would have believed that Inmei was Guchanga's subordinate. This move was really hidden too deeply. He reckoned that from the beginning, Guchanga had schemed against everyone, so that Bai Lai might have been killed by them. After that, he put the blame for Bai Lai's death on his head. When he thought of this and connected it to Inmei's calmness, Yiling's heart kept beating and the blood drained from his face. Things had gone beyond his expectations. This was the first time he had confronted Guchanga head-on. However, even with his full strength, he was still no match for Guchanga's casual palm. Guchanga's strength was as rumored. It was simply unfathomable. He even felt that the palm just now was just Guchanga playing tricks on him. However, this made it difficult for him to resist. At this moment, Yiling's heart sank to the bottom. I'm afraid I'm doomed today. This Guchanga scheme is too terrifying. It really makes one shudder. How can there be such a terrifying person in this world? The expression of Old Tortoise in the pendant was also extremely solemn and dignified. It had seen too many heaven's prides. Whether it was talent or talent, they all dominated an era. However, it had never seen someone like Guchanga. A young man who played everyone in the world in the palm of his hand. Demon. This was a person more terrifying than a demon. Old Tortoise, what should I do now? Yiling's back was full of cold sweat. His previous confidence and excitement had turned into coldness and regret at this moment. Guchanga was definitely lured here by Inmei. And he just so happened to get rid of all obstacles for Guchanga so that he could go on without hindrance. Compared to Inmei, Guchanga was definitely the most terrifying person. He had never shown himself in the dark, but he schemed against the world. No one knew about all this. His own strength was also unbelievably powerful. We can only pray that Guchanga doesn't know what trump cards you have, or that the Heavenly Lord had a premonition that this day would come and left a backup plan, Old Tortoise said solemnly, not daring to relax at all. Today was definitely a matter of life and death. Guchanga, what's your purpose? Yiling forced himself to calm down at this time. He wiped away the bloodstains and asked, looking at Guchanga intently. Guchanga sized up the Heavenly Lord's cave residence behind him, and the reincarnation lake in the palace. He replied casually, I don't have a purpose. It's just to kill you. Yiling indeed did not disappoint him. This was indeed what the ancient Heavenly Lord of Samsara had left for him. The surging power of Samsara had become so dense that it was beautiful. However, it had nothing to do with Yiling now. Guchanga, if you kill me, who will take the blame for your demonic technique? Hearing this, Yiling's breathing stopped, but he calmed down and planned to negotiate with Guchanga. He did have a trump card in his hand, but since Guchanga dared to appear, he probably had a great deal of confidence. At this time, no matter how reluctant Yiling was, he had to give up everything in order to survive. Guchanga stared at the series of fate points above his head, and could not help but laugh faintly. It's fine. You don't have to worry about this. Even if you die, you can take the blame for me. Chapter 160. Guchanga's eyes were filled with interest. Now that he had severed ties with Qiling, Yiling still had more than 5,000 luck points. To be honest, Gu Chang'e was a little surprised. However, when he killed Long Tung previously, he had already used the luck steal card and succeeded. Therefore, he planned to use it this time. Although Gu Chang'e still had many ways to attack Yiling and lose his luck points, there was no need for that. It would be too complicated. Killing the Son of Destiny, Yiling will give you 3,000 luck points and 15,000 destiny points. Additional rewards will be calculated separately. Gu Chang'e looked at the system mission. In addition to the reincarnation Heavenly Venerates reward, he would also receive a large amount of luck points. Yes, he was already calculating the rewards after killing Yiling. Gu Chang'e did not think that Yiling would have a chance to escape. Gu Chang'e, you've gone too far. I'll fight you to the death. At that moment, after hearing Gu Chang'e's reply, Yiling was also stunned. He did not expect Gu Chang'e to say that. Then he shouted angrily, "You want me to take the blame after I die?" A thick chill ran down his spine. Then boundless anger and hatred followed. This Gu Chang'e is really vicious. He deserves to die. Even if I cut him into pieces, I won't be able to vent my hatred. Even if I die, you won't let me go? At that moment, a monstrous black divine light spread out from Yiling's body. It rose out of thin air and turned into a lifelike black dragon. The dragon's might spread. Its scales were dense, and divine runes intertwined. It actually had a spiritual intent. At the same time, white divine light intertwined and turned into a white true phoenix that spread its wings and was about to fly. It opened its mouth and let out a sharp cry. Roar! The black dragon also stood with its head held high and let out an earth-shattering roar. It was like a huge bell that shook the surroundings. That was the evolution of the power of reincarnation. The two colors of black and white represented life and death in reincarnation. The alternation contained terrifying power. Even a heavenly god would have to be careful and not touch it lightly. Why do you always like to say this line? What do you mean by I'm going too far? Gu Chang'e's expression didn't change. He smiled indifferently. Do you think I won't bully you after you shout? With a wave of his sleeve, he stood in the air. Wang! He raised his palm and pressed it down. A gigantic palm suddenly came crashing down. Mist coiled within it as symbols floated up and down. It was extremely heavy as if it was the palm of the heavens, causing space to distort as if it was about to shatter. The terrifying pressure caused Yiling's heart to palpitate, and his expression changed drastically. It was formed from a sea of divine talismans. The one who used this technique definitely had an extremely deep understanding of all kinds of divine abilities and magical arts. There was even the mighty power of heaven and earth contained within this technique. Most importantly, it involved the power of rules. Puff! No matter how strong the power of reincarnation was, in the face of different levels of laws, it was instantly destroyed. The true phoenix and black dragon let out a miserable shriek as they were instantly crushed by Gu Chang'e's palm. I have no enmity with you. Why are you doing this to me? Yiling's face turned pale. He wanted to escape the range of this palm, but he found that the space had been frozen as if he had fallen into a quagmire. He felt a chill run down his back. Boom! At the critical moment, Yiling crushed a rune. Immediately, the pressure of the Saint Realm appeared. The order of rules intertwined and erupted, sweeping toward Gu Chang'e. Boring. At this time, Gu Chang'e also stopped smiling. His eyes became cold. Wang! Accompanied by a terrifying and vast demonic aura. The Octotera demonic halberd appeared in his hand like a peerless demon that had broken out of a cage. It conveyed a kind of joy and excitement to him. Gu Chang'e looked coldly at Yiling. The halberd swept across. Demonic light surged, and the halberd light was terrifying. Strands of black divine chains of rules were entwined around it. It was as if it could destroy the heavens and split open the universe. The old tortoise in the pendant suddenly looked terrified. It trembled a little as it recognized this peerless weapon. It did not expect that it would fall into Gu Chang'e's hands in the end. Poof! In just an instant, the space in front of Yiling exploded. He let out a miserable cry. The rune that he used was directly annihilated. His entire skeleton was crushed by this terrifying aura, and clouds of blood burst out. It's beyond the power of an ordinary saint. The old tortoise's voice trembled. Yiling, don't hesitate. Use that. Otherwise, you'll die here today. Its voice was unprecedentedly terrified. Gu Chang'e was not surprised that the halberd did not kill Yiling. The Son of Destiny definitely had many life-saving tricks. But no one could stop him from killing Yiling today. Qi, let's see how many times you can resist. Gu Chang'e's demonic aura surged to the sky, and his eyes turned dark. The surging power was like the rise and fall of a terrifying Wang Yang. It could make the stars in the heavens tremble. He slashed down again, and the void in front of him was like a piece of paper, easily torn apart. How is this possible? At this moment Yiling was covered in blood. He was terrified and desperate. His entire body was struck by this halberd light, and the 7-colored divine armor he was wearing instantly exploded. One had to know that the armor could withstand a blow from a saint. In other words, Gu Chang'e's attack just now had reached the level of a saint. Thinking of this, Yiling was scared out of his wits. He almost lost the will to resist. Gu Chang'e was just a young person, but he had such terrifying power. Was this the terror of a forbidden demonic technique? It was too unbelievable. It made one's hair stand on end. Yiling's body was cold. He could not believe it. But he still heard the old tortoise's words. Yiling did not want to die. Master, save me. He roared and used all his strength to activate an ancient golden rune. He even burned his blood essence. At the top of his skull, his divine soul was resplendent, becoming transparent. This was the strongest life-saving method left by the ancient heavenly lord of samsara for him. But now Yiling could not care less. If he did not use it, he would definitely be killed by Gu Chang'e here today. Buzz! The golden rune was ignited by Yiling. It spewed out a terrifying brilliance, as if something was awakening from it. At this moment, even the cave abodes and palaces not far away were trembling, making strange sounds. As the golden rune was ignited, the void was distorted. Terrifying black divine light spread out in all directions, as if a black sun was rising in this space. A tall blurry figure appeared, as if he had walked over from ancient times. His gaze was terrifying, as if it contained the black sun and the white moon, as if an ancient god had descended. The ancient heavenly lord of samsara appeared. His gaze was deep, although it was a wisp of a phantom that had been separated by an unknown amount of time. But his aura continued to rise, causing the void to become blurry as if it was about to collapse. A terrifying pressure descended. Gu Chang'e estimated that this ancient heavenly lord of samsara was probably an ancient existence that had stepped into another world. The immortal realm. Just a wisp of a phantom was already extremely powerful, enough to sweep away a supreme sage existence. Master, save me! The moment he saw this tall figure, Yiling could not help but be overjoyed, as if he had been saved from a hopeless situation, and shouted excitedly. He felt that he had hope of surviving. Master! The old turtle in the pendant was also very excited, shouting at the figure. The ancient heavenly lord of samsara. Yin Mei's expression changed slightly, and she glanced at Gu Chang'e a little worriedly. After all, this was an existence from the immortal ancient era, and his fame was too ancient. It was even said that he controlled the reincarnation of all living beings, comprehended the mysteries of reincarnation, and was immortal and indestructible. However, Gu Chang'e's expression did not change in the slightest, which made her sigh in relief. Coward! The ancient heavenly lord of samsara snorted coldly. The moment his figure appeared, the first thing he saw was Yiling, and there was undisguised disappointment in his eyes. Although it was just a phantom that had been separated by an unknown amount of time, but he also quickly understood the current situation. As the successor of the ancient heavenly lord of samsara, he actually used this last resort for a young man of the same generation. To be honest, he was very disappointed. He did not expect his successor to be so useless and cowardly. Little turtle, you disappoint me too much. He looked at the old turtle in the pendant and said, not putting Gu Chang'e in his eyes at all. He was a heavenly lord of a generation. Even if it was just a phantom, it was not a true Dharma body. But it was still easy for him to destroy a junior. Master! The old turtle said guiltily, knowing why the heavenly lord said this. However, this matter was too complicated to explain. Gu Chang'e's strength was really not something that could be explained in a short time. The most important thing was that the Heavenly Lord still did not realize the true identity of Guchanga in front of him. Master. Yiling was also very embarrassed. But at this moment he also had confidence. No matter how strong Guchanga was, could he fight against a legendary figure from the immortal ancient era? In fact, he did not know that the ancient Heavenly Lord of Samsara had left such a phantom in the Golden Rune. If he had known, he would not have been in such a sorry state and in despair at the beginning. He was afraid that the situation would have to be changed. It was Guchanga's turn to be in despair. However, what Yiling found hard to believe was that at this moment, Guchanga's expression did not change at all. He was not worried. He was not afraid. Was he pretending to be calm, or did he have confidence in himself? Heavenly Lord, it's a pity that it's just a phantom. At this moment Guchanga spoke. He looked at the phantom in front of him and looked a little regretful. Junior, you dared to look down on me? Hearing this, the Heavenly Lord of Samsara's eyes immediately became deep and cold as he stared at Guchanga. A majestic and terrifying pressure swept down, enough to crush all living creatures. If it was in the outside world, it would definitely be able to destroy heaven and earth. In this space he was like the absolute master. Guchanga's attitude was still indifferent. He smiled and said, "Look down on you? No, Heavenly Lord, you think too highly of yourself." Before he acted, he naturally considered everything. He had expected that the Heavenly Lord of Samsara would leave such a move for Yiling. Therefore, Guchanga was not anxious at all. Everything was still under his control. Junior. The Heavenly Lord of Samsara's face was slightly sullen. He had never been looked down upon like this before. Moreover, it was a junior. Although he was once high and mighty, what he manifested now was just a phantom that contained emotions. He was about to raise his hand to destroy Guchanga, when he saw the 8 Desolation demonic halberd in Guchanga's hand. His pupils suddenly shrank. The more powerful this ominous object was, the more one would understand. His origin was so great that it shocked the heavens. He did not notice it earlier, but now he could not help but be stunned for a moment. Buzz! At this moment the void in front of him blurred, and every time the space was filled with the power of the rules. The ancient Heavenly Lord of Samsara was stunned. He realized that at this moment he was actually imprisoned. Although it was only for a moment, it shocked him. Watch carefully, Heavenly Lord. Guchanga smiled faintly and disappeared from the spot. The next moment, his figure took a step forward and appeared in front of Yiling. The 8 Desolation demonic halberd fell from the sky, containing an unstoppable sharpness. The torrential demonic chi on it was about to drown every inch of the void. What? Yiling's face, which had originally heaved a sigh of relief, suddenly turned pale. His eyes widened in horror. At this moment his soul was about to be frozen. Yiling shouted, his face ferocious and desperate. Master, save me. I don't want to die. I can't accept this. I haven't stood at the peak and looked down. However, Guchanga did not give him a chance to react. The next moment, the 8 Desolation demonic halberd shattered the void. With a splurt, Yiling, whose expression was full of despair and unwillingness, suddenly turned into a bloody mist. His body and soul were destroyed. Your successor can't even withstand a single blow. Guchanga looked at the Heavenly Lord of Samsara with a faint smile. Junior, how dare you? You're courting death. The Heavenly Lord of Samsara, who had come to his senses, was furious to the extreme. Killing his successor in front of him, this kind of courage was simply unparalleled. This junior was simply courting death. Even if he was the current owner of this ominous weapon, it would not do. The turbulent and vast chi was like a part of the blue sky falling, wanting to crush Guchanga to death. Don't be anxious, Heavenly Lord. I'll send you down to accompany your successor. Guchanga was still smiling faintly. A palm-sized black treasure bottle appeared in his sleeve. Buzz! At the same time, with a thought in his mind, pitch-black runes suddenly flashed in the void, as if they were branded, firmly sealing the void where the Heavenly Lord of Samsara was. These black runes contained a strange power, like chains, permeating every inch of the void. Black mist was constantly rising from this place. This is the immortal devouring demonic skill. You are, at this moment, the Heavenly Lord of Samsara's expression changed drastically, as if he had been tricked. In particular, when he saw the black Great Tao treasure bottle that Guchanga had taken out, he was in disbelief. He did not dare to underestimate Guchanga anymore. He was actually the successor of the immortal devouring demonic skill. Is this guy still human? He even dares to scheme against a heavenly lord. This is too terrifying. The old tortoise in the pendant was not dead. When it saw this scene, it could not help but tremble to the extreme. Buzz. Soon, the void in front of it was densely packed with black runes. Black fog rose, turning into a pitch-black color, and shrouded the surroundings. With the Great Tao treasure bottle in hand, Guchanga stepped into it. There was a faint sound of anger, unwillingness, and disbelief, which made the old tortoise's heart tremble. That was the heavenly lord of samsara, its once invincible master. Even a wisp of his shadow was incomparably powerful and terrifying, able to destroy a galaxy with a thought. Now a terrifying figure that was basically unseen in the world was being schemed against by a junior, and it was letting out an indignant roar. It was too shocking, and it was extremely frightened. If this news spread, it would definitely cause a huge sensation. Soon, the fluctuations there disappeared, and the black fog that shrouded the surroundings disappeared. The Great Tao runes disappeared one by one. Guchanga walked out with a calm expression. Under his sleeve, the Great Tao treasure bottle flashed and disappeared, and there was no abnormality. As for the heavenly lord of samsara's shadow, it had already disappeared. Chapter 161. Bam! The 8 desolation demonic halberd swept through the space, followed by the last wisp of dust that drifted down from the sky. The fog dissipated, and the scene before him became clear. Guchanga walked out of it and unhurriedly collected the many Great Tao runes in the nearby void. His robes were new, and he did not look like he had just gone through a battle. The heavenly lord's apparition is just SOS. Guchanga shook his head and looked up at the cave abode in front of him that was gushing with silver light, and the palace that was supported by 3 white jade pillars. But these good things are all mine. He could not help but reveal a faint smile on his face. All in all, everything was within his expectations. Buzz. No matter how reluctant the 8 desolation demonic halberd was, it was mercilessly collected into the weapon space. This was not the time to expose it. Ding! The luck skimming card was successfully used. Obtained 5,000 luck points and 25,000 destiny points. Ding! The mission to kill the Son of Fate, Yiling, is completed. Obtained 3,000 luck points and 15,000 destiny points. Ding! The Son of Fate's luck points clearing to 0 has been triggered. Obtained an additional heavenly Tao treasure chest. Calculating all rewards, at the same time, a series of system notifications rang in his mind. 40,000 destiny points and 8,000 destiny points. Yiling really did not disappoint me. Guchanga revealed a satisfied expression. The moment he used the power of space to hold back the reincarnation Heavenly Lord's apparition, he used the luck skimming card. The effect was very successful when Yiling was in despair. He obtained 5,000 luck points. Then he completed the clearing of his luck points and triggered the drop rules. An additional Great Tao treasure chest related to Yiling was dropped. Open! Guchanga opened the Great Tao treasure chest. A familiar light flashed before his eyes. Soon, a ball of flickering black and white brilliance of yin and yang appeared in his palm. It looked like a ball of flowing celestial light, as bright as the Milky Way. But there were all kinds of mysterious meanings emerging from it. Life and death, reincarnation, the birth and destruction of worlds, the collapse of the heavens and the earth. In a trance, Guchanga saw many miraculous scenes. In the depths of the universe, the world tree propped up the eternal heavens. At the bottom of the tree was a dazzling silver ocean that accepted the souls of all living beings in the universe. TSK, this is indeed a good item. It involves the true essence of the sea of reincarnation. This is the supreme power that maintains the operation of the universe. Guchanga was very satisfied. After scheming against Yiling for so long, he had gained quite a lot. In addition, the reincarnation Heavenly Sovereign's illusory figure could also provide Guchanga with a lot of benefits. He had prepared for the worst from the very beginning. Providence was an illusory thing. Despite Yiling's circumstances, he still had so many Providence points. This meant that his trump card was not that weak. Therefore, Guchanga guessed that the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara had left the strongest life-saving talisman for Yiling. It might even be a wisp of his Tao Law Dharma body. Unfortunately, in the end, it was only a wisp of an illusory figure. This made Guchanga feel a little regretful. According to his arrangement, even a wisp of Tao Law Dharma body could deal with it. In the end, it was an illusory figure that did not even have 1% of the power of the Tao Law Dharma body. To be honest, he had overestimated Yiling's trump card. But then again, Guchanga felt that he had thought too far ahead. It was a foolproof plan, but he was still worried that there would be accidents. To this extent, he had made a few more arrangements. He thought that Yiling was on the 10th level, but in the end Yiling was only on the 1st level. One had to know that the Great Tao treasure bottle that Guchanga had used just now was not constructed from condensed runes. This was the real Great Tao treasure bottle. It was said that when it was refined back then, many terrifying blood-colored smoke pierced through the sky and enveloped the various stars. Endless blood essence rushed out from the corpses of the various supreme powerhouses. One after another, they were extremely thick and bright red. They pierced through the sky and disappeared into the depths of the universe. Of course, this was also one of Guchanga's trump cards. If he had not been worried that the ancient heavenly venerate of Samsara's methods would be too tyrannical, he would not have used this Great Tao treasure bottle so easily. This was because its aura could easily attract the attention of certain existences. It was precisely because of this that Guchanga sealed the void to prevent the aura of the Great Tao treasure bottle from leaking out. Did the ancient heavenly venerate of Samsara think that this was set up by Guchanga specifically to deal with him? No, that was purely Samsara ancient heavenly sovereign thinking too much. Reincarnation Immortal Light X1 contains the profound meaning of reincarnation. It is the power of time and involves the origin of time, the Tao of time. Then, Guchanga checked the explanation of this immortal light. It seemed similar to the 5-colored true dragon blood, and the void marrow that he had encountered previously. They were both supreme talents and the like. However, the reincarnation immortal light and the void marrow were of the same level. The reincarnation immortal light involved the supreme power of time. The void marrow involved the supreme power of space. Guchanga began to fuse with this reincarnation immortal light. A warm feeling enveloped his entire body, as if he was wandering in endless mysterious runes. In the end, Guchanga chose to fuse it into his eyes. One left and one right, life and death. Fuse. Soon this familiar clear aura brushed past his eyes. At this moment there seemed to be endless mysteries gathering in his eyes, and the sky was filled with divine light. The immortal light was restrained, but there were reincarnation runes appearing in it, which could transform into the terrifying power of time. Life and death with a single thought. At this moment, if someone looked directly into Guchanga's eyes, they would definitely be unable to help but palpitate, and even their divine soul would collapse. This kind of aura could even allow people to witness the evolution of the universe, the birth of heaven and earth, and all kinds of scenes that happened in the blink of an eye. Deep, mysterious, vast, unknown. Guchanga tried it, and immortal light flashed in his eyes. The void in front of him suddenly became blurry. Black and white colors circulated, and everything was covered by the power of time. A strange power emerged from it. This power could even instantly take away one's life, and lead one to the end of death. The power of time is indeed a supreme log. With this kind of power, I'm afraid it will be much easier for me to face the Supreme Saint. Guchanga said in satisfaction. The strange phenomena in his eyes quickly disappeared, and no abnormalities could be seen. Even Yin-mei, who was not far away, did not notice Guchanga's abnormality just now. Is this plunder? Only the old turtle's divine soul in the pendant witnessed everything with its own eyes and couldn't help but tremble. It saw the power that Guchanga had just displayed. Wasn't the black and white colors the power of the reincarnation heavenly venerable? The time and years involved. This made it extremely frightened. Yiling was dead, and even his last trump card was crushed in Guchanga's hands. This young man was so terrifying that it was terrified. Since the immortal ancient era, it had seen too many young geniuses. It had never felt the way it did today. Hiding in the dark, scheming against all living beings in the world, and even the reincarnation heavenly venerable fell for it. As for his strength, it was unbelievably powerful. The inheritor of this generation's immortal devouring demonic technique is so powerful that it makes people despair. In the near future, This world will welcome the most terrifying existence. The old turtle trembled. It also knew that Guchanga would definitely not let it go, so it was already in despair. Congratulations, master. At this time, seeing that Guchanga had dealt with the phantoms of Yiling and the reincarnation heavenly venerable, Inmei heaved a sigh of relief and couldn't help but smile. It's been hard on you, Guchanga said with a smile, and a 7-colored pill appeared in his hand. This is the antidote for the demonic goo. After today, you will no longer suffer the pain of the demonic goo's backlash. It's not hard. Thank you, master. Inmei said gratefully, took the pill, and swallowed it in front of Guchanga, not doubting the authenticity of the pill at all. Guchanga nodded. The demonic goo's existence was actually only planted in the beginning to restrict Inmei. He was afraid that she would not focus on doing things for him, so it was just in case. But now the demonic goo was no longer necessary. With the control of the demonic bottle and Inmei's sincere submission to him, Guchanga felt that he could remove the demonic goo for her, which could be considered as one of the rewards for this mission. Inmei also understood this. Removing the demonic goo was the first step for Guchanga to truly trust her. She did not expect a person like Guchanga to completely trust someone. She was already very satisfied with the level of trust she had today. Pick whatever you like in the cave abode. Then, Guchanga waved his sleeve, grabbed Inmei's slender waist, and led her to the cave abode in front of them. Thank you, master, Inmei said with a sweet smile. Yiling had previously said that he loved her, but in front of the cave abode and the many divine objects, he hesitated and asked her to wait outside. Inmei could not help but sneer at this. Yiling wanted her to care about such a person? How was that possible? Although Guchanga used her as a chess piece, he let her choose freely at this time. Comparing the two, the difference was obvious. Everyone knew who was worth following. Inmei could not help but ask, how did a person like Yiling get to where he was today? Soon Guchanga put away Yiling's pendant, which hid the remnant soul of the old turtle. He planned to deal with it when he had time. Then the two came to the cave abode. There was a distance between them, and the cave entrance was spewing out all kinds of divine light treasures. The cave abode was very simple. Many weapons with flashing runes hung on the stone walls like a divine treasure. Divine light was faintly discernible. Axes, battle axes, knives, forks, seals, cauldrons, furnaces, swords. Asking for fresh flowers. Every weapon contained spirit aura Dao marks and had astonishing divine might. In the center of the cave abode, there was a futon woven with black and white branches and leaves. There was a strong aura of the precepts surging, and there seemed to be a figure sitting on it. At the same time, there was a grand chanting sound near the figure. It was like there was a big bell with 2 colors of yin and yang rumbling, and the profound meaning of life and death filled the air. Endless runes flashed. This could make one comprehend the Tao. Enlightenment futon. Guchanga recognized this futon. To other cultivators, this was definitely the most precious thing. But to him, it was a pity to throw away something that was tasteless. It was even worse than the weapons nearby. Suddenly, Inmei was pleasantly surprised. She pointed at a crystal-clear ancient mirror in the corner and said, "Master, I want this." There were strands of divine light intertwined on it. The runes were flashing, and there was extraordinary divine power. You can pick whatever you want. You deserve it. Guchanga smiled and walked to the center of the cave abode. There were stars that seemed to have shrunk countless times. He knew that this was the core control of the cave abode. Only by refining this thing could he be considered to be in control of this cave abode. Buzz. Soon Guchanga's mind sank into it. He began the refinement process with his current primordial spirit. Refining the core of the cave abode was not difficult. Hearing Guchanga's words, Inmei smiled even more happily. Her 9 fluffy and snow-white foxtails swayed behind her as she searched everywhere for small things that she liked. It had to be said that the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord had a lot of resources. In addition to the divine weapon array, there were many divine pills and ancient medicines sealed in jade jars. As Guchanga broke them open, he found many rare immortal ancient pills. In Guchanga's opinion, the most important thing was the 5 puppets in the cave abode. These were living beings in the state of the living dead, and they all looked different. There were 3 absolute saint puppets and 2 great saint puppets. It seems that the Samsara heavenly sovereign is protective of Yiling by assigning him such a puppet when he's at such a high realm. This is a huge cheat for Yiling, but I'll gladly accept these puppets. No matter how well prepared he was for his successor in the end, it was just a wedding dress for his disciple. When Guchanga was refining the core of the cave abode, he was also refining the 5 puppets at the same time. The auras of these puppets were very strange. They were clearly dead people. Even if they stood in front of people, they would not be discovered. They would subconsciously treat the puppets as dead objects. However, they had terrifying power that was enough to crush many saint existences. Most importantly, these puppets were not afraid of death or pain. As long as they were not completely destroyed, they could slowly be repaired in the cave abode. For Guchanga, who was now short of manpower, this kind of good thing could be regarded as a timely rain. Now that part of the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord's inheritance is in my hands, I can use this identity. Guchanga suddenly narrowed his eyes. He was not like Yiling, who had no power and influence. He did not dare to reveal that he had the inheritance of the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord for fear of being coveted. When the time came, even if he made it public and let all the cultivators in the world know that he was the successor of the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord, no one would dare to say anything. Who would dare to have any ideas about him? Guchanga was the successor of the Tao Heavenly Palace and the young master of the Longevity Gu clan. In the entire upper realm, other than the son of the ancient emperor or the reincarnation of a true immortal, who could compare to him? However, Guchanga thought further. Yiling's death could not be hidden forever. He needed someone else to take the blame. At this time, his identity as the successor of the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord could be used as a cover. As expected, it recorded that the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord had planted slave seals on the black sky eagle, ancient snake, divine crocodile, and other immortal ancient tribes. Unfortunately, this slave seal was a resource left for Yiling. Then, Guchanga flipped through a jade slip. It recorded the words that the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord had left for Yiling. At the same time, it also recorded the slave seal. It had to be said that the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord had put in a lot of effort to make him his successor. He was just short of establishing a force for Yiling. The slave seal needs to be triggered by the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord's inheritance. Now that part of the inheritance has been obtained by Yiling, it will disappear with his death. Guchanga felt that it was a pity. However, he soon did not care. After all, he had already planned for the Black Sky Eagle tribe in advance. Even if he could not enslave those tribes through the slave seal, it was the same with the wedding dress immortal technique. Moreover, the wedding dress immortal technique could directly determine life and death, unlike the slave seal, which could only suppress. The wedding dress immortal technique was far more terrifying than the slave seal. 1000. Chapter 162. Soon, Guchanga refined the portable cave abode and put it into his inner world. At the same time, he used his destiny points to open up a separate space in the divine weapon scroll. The golden light was magnificent and filled with many boundless intents. All kinds of divine weapons floated up and down. Sabers, spears, swords, halberds, cauldrons, seals, and drums. Their brilliance was dazzling and shocking, as if they could break the sky. This was the expansion of spatial power. In the divine weapon Taoist canon, all the divine weapons were real and not constructed by runes. This meant that when Guchanga opened the divine weapon scroll, it was equivalent to opening a treasure trove of divine weapons. Under unexpected circumstances, he might be able to directly smash the enemy to death. As for why Guchanga did this, it was purely because he was rich. He had suddenly obtained so many divine weapons. Other than using them like this, he really couldn't find any other use. Inmei picked a few divine weapons that were useful to her, and didn't choose anything else. The entire cave abode contained hundreds of divine weapons. None of the things that the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara had taken a fancy to and left behind were ordinary. In this regard, Guchanga couldn't find anything else to say except to be polite to the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara. If Yiling was a treasure-seeking mouse, then the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara would be a child of fortune. After that, Guchanga went to another palace and collected the small silver reincarnation lake. He also put the reincarnation root that had taken root in it into his inner world. The reincarnation root could not only be used as a weapon, but it could also nurture reincarnation fruits. However, until now, Wuxia hadn't reached the point where he needed to use the reincarnation root as a weapon. He planned to leave this place. When we return to the outside world, say that Yiling escaped with serious injuries. Before that, Wuxia still instructed Yin Mei. I understand, Master. Yiling is not dead now. At the critical moment, he unleashed a powerful trump card and escaped from Master's hands. Yin Mei nodded. She was very smart and understood at once. Yiling was dead. However, he couldn't let the world know that he was dead yet. Otherwise, there would be no one to take the blame for Wuxia's identity as the inheritor of demonic arts. At this time, she needed to put on a show with Wuxia to deceive the world. No, at the critical moment, Yiling used his demonic arts to severely injure me. He was also severely injured and took the opportunity to escape. Wuxia shook his head and corrected Yin Mei. Yin Mei was right, but it was not perfect. Pretending to be severely injured by the immortal devouring demonic art was a simple task for him. Even if someone were to examine his injuries, he could leave behind a trace that the immortal devouring demonic art had damaged his quintessence. This way no one would think too much about it. On the contrary, more people would be wary of Yiling because of this incident. After all, even someone as powerful as Wuxia had been injured by Yiling. If they were to face Yiling, what would they do? At this time they would leave the world with the impression that Yiling was very powerful. This would also pave the way for Wuxia's actions in the future. I understand. Master's plan is flawless. Yin Mei came to a sudden realization. While she admired Wuxia even more, she was also a little happy. After all, Wuxia had never explained anything to her before when he instructed her to do things. She had to guess the reason for everything on her own. In that case, it was because Wuxia trusted her more and more. Yin Mei was very meticulous and quickly understood this point. Let's go, Wuxia said. The two of them then retraced their original path. On the way back, Wuxia suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was much paler and he looked very weak. From the looks of it, it did seem like he had injured his source. The timing of the injury had to be controlled well, and not leave any flaws. Of course, this appearance was only a facade. Wuxia would not do anything to harm himself. It was when Wuxia rescued Yin Mei from Yiling's demonic claws. 8,000 miles away from this ancient town in a ruin, large numbers of cultivators and living beings rushed here. The sky was filled with divine rainbows and warships. The momentum was extremely shocking. The brilliance of Dharma artifacts shot into the sky and filled the air everywhere. Every nook and cranny was being searched. Large groups of people appeared on the various mountains of the ruins. Their divine senses covered the entire area. They were here to suppress the inheritor of demonic techniques. This time thousands of young prodigies were alarmed. Among them, there were as many as 6 or 7 young supreme venerables. The successor of the longevity Wang family, Wang Wuxia, the young master of the primordial Yi clan, Yi Langtian, the successor of the vermilion bird clan, Qi Ling. They had all rushed here after receiving the news. They did not stop and did not stop at all along the way, afraid that Yi Ling would escape. However, after searching the entire ruin, they could not even find a shadow of a living being, let alone Yi Ling. They wanted nothing more than to dig 3 feet into the ground and find Yi Ling. Did Yi Ling really escape? Qi Ling frowned. They had rushed here after receiving the news, but in the end they found nothing. She suspected that Yi Ling was no longer here. Qi Ling, we found a mausoleum here. Just as we guessed. The ancient corpses inside have all their origins refined. Boom. At that moment, a divine light landed from the sky and turned into a tall and handsome man. He was like a young god. It was Yi Langtian. He spoke in a deep voice with a solemn expression. Just as I thought? Qi Ling sighed. Her expression was also very solemn. She had guessed that a mausoleum would appear here, so she was cautious. She did not expect that she guessed correctly. Moreover, the essence and origins of many ancient corpses in the mausoleum had been devoured by Yi Ling. The thing that they were most worried about had happened. What a pity. We were still one step too late. In another direction, a figure shrouded in fog walked over. It was Wang Wuxia. He said with a sigh. He did not expect that all their efforts would be in vain. By the way, why don't I see Brother Gu? Wasn't he the one who told us this news? At that moment, Wang Wushuang suddenly said in a daze. He realized that Gu Chang'e was not here. He could not help but feel puzzled. Logically speaking, it was impossible for Gu Chang'e to be absent at such a time as he was the one who told them the news. However, Gu Chang'e was nowhere to be seen. Even his followers were not seen. Yes, why isn't Brother Gu here? I also got this news from his followers. Yilang Tian was also puzzled. They rushed over as soon as they received the news. However, why was Gu Chang'e not here? Could it be that the news was wrong? Perhaps fellow Taoist Chang'e has already guessed that we will return empty-handed, so he didn't come. Qiling guessed. Perhaps Brother Chang'e already knew that Yiling would escape. After all, so many people came to suppress Yiling. If he was not stupid, he would choose to escape. We will most likely end up with nothing. Since Brother Chang'e dared to inform us, it means that he is confident that he can find Yiling. Perhaps this is his plan to force Yiling to appear in this area. Qiling's face was full of thought as she analyzed. She was analyzing and thinking according to her understanding of Gu Chang'e. Hearing this, Yilangtian's eyes lit up. He could not help but nod in praise. Qiling's analysis makes sense. With Brother Gu's character, he would not make a mistake in this kind of thing. He definitely knew that Yiling would escape, so the purpose of informing us was to force Yiling to appear. Hearing this, Wang Wushuang was silent for a moment. Although he was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. It seems that we are all being used as tools by Brother Gu, he said. If it was an ordinary person who used them like this, they would have been angry. However, facing Gu Chang'e, they did not dare to do so. A young taboo and a young paragon were not on the same level. Not to mention that Gu Chang'e's actions were for the sake of all living beings in the world and all races. This time, what else could they say? At this time, perhaps Brother Chang'e has already encountered Yiling. Qiling said. Qiling, I didn't expect you to know so much about Brother Chang'e. I really didn't expect this. At this time, Yilang Tian could not help but speak and smile a little mischievously. Brother Yi, please be careful with your words. Hearing this, Qiling was slightly stunned and could not help but shake her head. She smiled bitterly in her heart. This must not be heard by the future empress. She could still clearly remember that palm strike high up in the air that day, directly slapping a true god realm fierce beast to death. Yu Mingkong was so protective of her food that she did not dare to provoke her easily. She felt that Yu Mingkong's strength was definitely above Yilang Tian and Wang Wushuang, but she had never really shown it. Crimson Spirit clearly remembered the cold and warning look Yu Mingkong gave her that day. If she really dared to get too close to Gu Chang'e might not care. However, Yu Mingkong might really kill her. At this time, a stream of light suddenly flew over from afar. A young cultivator rushed over with a shocked and disbelieving expression. It seemed that he had something important to report. Oh no! He shouted with a shocked expression. This scene made Qiling, Wang Wushuang, Yilang Tian, and the other young paragons look over and frown. What's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry? A young supreme paragon shouted. This person was his follower. Young Master Chang'e was injured in a fight with the inheritor of the demonic arts. The young man's voice trembled, and his face was pale. He almost trembled as he said these words. This news made him tremble. It was simply unbelievable. Even young Master Chang'e, who was invincible among his peers, was injured when facing the inheritor of the demonic arts. To them, this was like the sky had collapsed. What? The moment they heard this, everyone was stunned. They even wondered if they had heard wrongly. Gu Chang'e encountered the inheritor of the demonic arts, and was injured in a fight? The content of this news was simply too shocking. For a moment, the cultivators who heard this widened their eyes in shock and stood rooted to the ground. They could not believe it. Qiling was the first to react. Her cold and arrogant face could not help but reveal a worried expression. She asked, "Is this true? Is Brother Chang'e all right?" This news is only what I heard from young Master Chang'e's follower. Young Master Chang'e seems to be seriously injured, but other than that, he's fine. Moreover, the heavenly maiden Yinmei of the nine-tailed fox clan has been rescued by young Master Chang'e, from the clutches of the inheritor of the demonic arts. At this time the young man also calmed down. He took a deep breath and said to everyone, after all, this news was too shocking and unbelievable. All of them were still searching for the inheritor of the demonic arts. In the end, Guchanga fought with him. It's good that he's fine. Qi Ling immediately heaved a sigh of relief when she heard this. She was most worried that Guchanga, who was so powerful, would have an accident. Fortunately, he was only injured. It seemed that his hidden cards were really shocking. It was no wonder that he was not afraid when facing a group of heavenly gods and godly kings. Qi Ling's expression turned colder when she thought of this. However, she could not help but worry. Even Guchanga was injured by Yi Ling. What if they encountered Yi Ling? It would be a dead end. It seems that we were right. Brother Changa really did use this news to force Yi Ling to show himself. However, he underestimated Yi Ling's strength. Yi Lang Tian sighed. In his opinion, Yi Ling had many trump cards. It was normal for someone as powerful as Guchanga to be injured. What about Yi Ling? Wang Wushuang asked. It was said that after Yi Ling used his powerful trump card, he was severely injured by young Master Changa and escaped. No one knows where he is now. The young man who spoke earlier replied, escaped? This is really a disaster, ah. Even Guchanga could not kill him. Wang Wushuang shook his head. However, at this time they could not say anything about Guchanga. In order to take down the inheritor of the demonic arts, he had come up with a plan and was now injured. This could only be blamed on the inheritor of the demonic arts. He was too cunning and had many tricks up his sleeve. He was not destined to die. It is said that the heavenly maiden Yinmei of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan had a conflict with young Master Changa. Who would have thought that the one who saved her from the demonic arts inheritor was young Master Changa? Although young Master Changa has a bad reputation, the heavenly maiden Yinmei is still his junior sister. He can't just leave her in the lurch. Young Master Changa's magnanimity is really admirable. At this time, the other young supreme venerables in the ruins also spoke up. Their words expressed their views on this matter, and their admiration for Guchanga. Saving a junior sister who had a conflict with him from the hands of the inheritor of the demonic arts. To be honest, they did not feel anything about Guchanga before. However, the recent series of events made them feel ashamed of their inferiority, and even admired him. As a young taboo, it was not without reason. That's right. I always thought that young Master Changa was a strong and domineering person. I didn't expect him to have such a gentle side. I guess at this time, the heavenly maiden Yinmei will be very touched. After all, this is a hero saving a beauty. I am a little envious of the heavenly maiden Yinmei. I wonder if young Master Changa will come to save me if I fall into the demonic arts inheritor's clutches? Many proud girls also spoke up, their eyes full of admiration and splendor. To put it simply, they were attracted to Guchanga's actions. He stood up against the inheritor of the demonic arts when a group of young people were afraid of him and attracted the other party's hatred. This kind of righteousness made them admire him. Where is Brother Changa now? It seems that we still need to find him and ask him the truth of this matter. After that, Yi Langtian and the others discussed and decided to find Guchanga to ask about the details of this matter. If they encountered Yi Ling in the future, they could be prepared. Boom! Streaks of divine rainbows left this place and headed to the gathering place in the valley. Soon, the news of Guchanga encountering the inheritor of the demonic arts spread like wildfire across the immortal ancient continent, causing a commotion. Many young supreme venerables who did not participate in this matter were stunned and shocked at the first moment. Chapter 163. When Qi Ling and the others left, in the distance of the ruins. Boom! Black clouds surged, and the auras of many ferocious beasts were vast. It was like a large dark cloud that was about to drown the world. Many young beings with terrifying auras stood there, as if they were standing at the edge of the sky. They had all kinds of strange features, such as an ox-headed man, a dragon-scaled young man, a phoenix-tailed woman. They were all shrouded in divine light and had horns on their heads. This group of young beings was looking at the ruins in front of them. They did not know much about the actions of the prodigies in the outside world. So many people had come to surround and kill one person. Was that necessary? At this moment, A beautiful girl in white stood on the cliff and watched everything. She said softly, "The prodigies in the outside world are actually giving us a chance. The inheritor of the demonic arts is more dangerous to them, but our target is Guchanga. He hasn't shown himself yet." The person who spoke was He Yinyu of the Black Sky Eagle clan. There were many young beings beside her, and their auras were as terrifying as furnaces. There was a young man who looked like a golden rhinoceros. He had a single horn, and his body was covered with ancient green words. There was also a white divine elephant, a golden divine crocodile, and a black flying serpent. Cold light flashed in their eyes. Hearing this, a beautiful woman with golden wings on her back frowned and said coldly, "No matter what, the cultivators in the outside world are our enemies. Isn't it the same whether we kill Guchanga or them?" She was from the winged human clan, and she did not have a good impression of Guchanga and the cultivators in the outside world. This was because some time ago, their clan was massacred in an ancient city. In the end, they did not even know who the culprit was. They believed that it was done by Guchanga, but they did not have any evidence. Because of this, they had a lot of conflicts with the cultivators in the outside world. It's different. If we start killing the cultivators in the outside world, it will definitely anger and dissatisfaction those forces in the outside world. However, if we attack Guchanga, it won't cause such a big reaction. Another creature spoke. Fine black snake scales covered his body, and his eyes were long and narrow, full of gloominess. He was a prodigy from the ancient flying serpent clan, and his status was comparable to He Yenyu's. He was more meticulous about this matter and was analyzing the pros and cons. He's just a coward. Since this Guchanga doesn't want to show himself, then I'll go find him. Didn't I hear that he was injured in the battle with the inheritor of the demonic arts? If you don't cherish such a good opportunity, don't tell me you want to be like Lord Longtongue and walk his old path? The female from the Featherman race was called Yu Jing. Her gaze was cold, and she was determined to find Guchanga for revenge. In her opinion, now that Guchanga was seriously injured, it was the best opportunity for them to suppress Guchanga. But the rest of the people were afraid of the slightest thing and had no courage. This made her very disappointed. Forget it. If you want revenge, then go ahead. We won't stop you. At this moment, Black Jade opened her mouth. Her voice was gentle, but it contained an irresistible authority. "Humph. Let's go." Yu Jing was somewhat fearful of black-colored Jade. Previously, when the two of them exchanged blows, she was at a disadvantage in the first exchange of blows. In the immortal ancient continent, strength was everything. Since black-colored Jade was stronger than her, she had more authority than her. After saying this, Yu Jing led the Featherman race and left in the direction where Qi Ling, Yi Langtian and the rest had left. "I'll let you test Guchanga's current strength." What a fool. Black-colored Jade's gaze was indifferent, but a strange light flashed in her eyes as she thought to herself. Before she figured out Guchanga's strength, she would not show herself easily. Black-colored Jade would not do anything that she was not confident in. In her opinion, Guchanga's strength was terrifying. Even if he was injured, he was not someone that an ordinary person could deal with. Yet, Yu Jing wanted to test him. This was exactly what she wanted. "Black-colored Jade, you've been smart since you were young. This time our race has sent many experts to kill a young man. Do you know why?" At this moment, the supreme talent of the ancient serpent race spoke. His name was Siyu and he was currently at the Middle Empty God realm. He was very powerful. At that time, he was not in the race. After returning, everyone in the family was unwilling to talk about this matter. He was very puzzled about this and wanted to know the truth. The successor of the reincarnation Heavenly Sovereign has appeared. Black-colored Jade looked at Siyu and said faintly, "This matter was not a secret in the Black Sky Eagle race. Moreover, she was one of the few people who knew about the slave seal." Black-colored Jade's intention to kill the successor of the reincarnation, Heavenly Sovereign, was more intense than dealing with Guchanga. She planned to lead the Black Sky Eagle race to glory. However, at this moment, the successor of the reincarnation Heavenly Sovereign suddenly appeared and could enslave their race through the slave seal. How could she accept this? However, she was not sure who the successor of the reincarnation Heavenly Sovereign was. She only knew that he was a young man who had been hunted for some time. He had only disappeared recently. I can take this opportunity to investigate this matter and find out Gu Changa's strength. Black-colored Jade's eyes were shining brightly. Cough, cough, cough. Thank you for your concern, fellow Taoists. These injuries aren't a big deal. I'll be fine soon. Many of the younger generation gathered in the valley. Wang Wushuang, Yilang Tian, Crimson Spirit, and other young supreme beings also came here to visit Gu Changa. Even many young supreme beings who heard the news, such as the great golden-winged Peng race's heavenly pride Golden Peng, came here. At the center of a pavilion, Gu Changa was dressed in a black robe. His robe was wide and embroidered with mountains, rivers, sun, moon, and stars. It was extremely gorgeous. He sat here, currently raising his hand to raise the wine cup, bringing the wine to his mouth. Then he smiled slightly at the people in front of him. Only, his handsome and elegant face was a bit pale, his complexion much worse than usual. Those who were familiar with him could see that he was currently weak. Many proud daughters of heaven couldn't help but feel a bit of heartache when they saw this scene. Back then, when Gu family's young master killed the leader of Immortal Ancient's young generation, Long Tongue, how high-spirited and powerful was he? But now, he looked like he had just recovered from a serious illness. It was as if the wind could blow him away if it was just a little stronger. This made them feel very conflicted, and they couldn't help but tighten their grip on the corners of their skirts. Young Master Changa is like this because he is the inheritor of demonic arts. His injuries are for the sake of the world. When they thought of this, their sympathy and admiration were about to overflow. Dao Brother Changa's injuries have probably injured his foundation. I'm afraid he won't be able to recover in a short period of time. In the pavilion, Wang Wushuang couldn't help but sigh after examining Gu Changa's injuries. There was no problem. But the injuries were indeed not light. The most important thing was that his foundation was injured. The strength of the inheritor of demonic arts couldn't be underestimated. Even Gu Changa suffered such a great loss. He couldn't help but shake his head in his heart. His vigilance towards Yiling increased by several levels. As for suspecting Gu Changa, he didn't think about it at all, nor could he find any reason to suspect him. Dao Brother Changa, rest well for a while. If the various clans of Immortal Ancient want to cause trouble for you, we won't shirk our duty. Peng Fei of the golden-winged Great Peng clan, whose body was surging with golden light, also spoke at this time. He had an unruly temperament, but this time he was truly convinced by Gu Changa. A few days ago, because of an opportunity, he couldn't get away and participate in the matter of suppressing the inheritor of demonic arts, Yiling. Today, seeing Gu Changa in such a state made him admire him. Everyone had the right to kill the inheritor of demonic arts. There was no problem. But who could do what Gu Changa did? Yes, if the various clans of Immortal Ancient dare to cause trouble for Brother Gu during this period of time, then we will not shirk our duty. When the time comes, we will go all out and directly destroy the entire Immortal Ancient clan. Hearing this, a hot-tempered young supreme martial artist slapped his thigh and said so. The news of Gu Changa offending the various clans of Immortal Ancient had spread throughout this period of time. Now that he was seriously injured, it was very likely that he would be attacked by the various clans of Immortal Ancient. Brother Changa, just rest in peace and recuperate. Your injuries, At this time, Qi Ling also said with a look of pity. Don't worry, Brother Gu. You don't have to worry about anything during this period of time, Yilang Tian said. Damage to one's source of origin was too fatal for an ordinary cultivator. It could even destroy the lower half of the body. Of course, for a genius like Gu Changa, it might not be a big problem. But during this period of training in Immortal Ancient Continent, it was impossible to say that he was not affected. It's all my fault. If I didn't trust Yiling so easily, Brother Gu wouldn't be injured. At that time, Yiling used my life to threaten Brother Gu. He didn't need to be injured like this. At this time, Yin Mei, who had been looking guilty, also spoke. As she spoke, the rims of her eyes turned red. This expression of sincerity made everyone sigh with emotion. At the crucial moment, one's true nature was revealed. In order to save Junior Sister, Gu Changa's actions were enough to make them praise and admire him for a long time. Thank you for your concern, fellow Taoists. Changa feels guilty. Also, Junior Sister Yin, you don't need to feel guilty. Although there are conflicts between you and me, when facing an inheritor of demonic arts, Everyone has the right to kill him. If it were someone else, I would have done the same. You don't need to worry about this. This small injury will not affect me. Cough, cough, cough. Hearing Yin Mei's words, Gu Chang'e, who had been wearing a faint smile, could not help but speak. But as he spoke, he coughed again. Seeing this, the female follower beside him hurriedly handed over a plain white handkerchief. Gu Chang'e covered the corner of his mouth. There was a dazzling dark red spreading out. Hearing this, everyone's expression was complicated. They admired him even more. This kind of words, coming from Gu Chang'e's mouth, was so natural that no one doubted its authenticity. Then, after a series of greetings and condolences, everyone took their leave. They did not want to disturb Gu Chang'e's rest. For a time, the vicinity of the valley also became empty and deserted. Brother Chang'e, take care of yourself. Remember to rest more. Qi Ling will also take her leave. Qi Ling also left. In the end, Gu Chang'e waved his hand to let the followers leave. Soon, only he and Yin Mei were left in this place. Master. The guilty and sobbing look on Yin Mei's face had disappeared. Instead, it was a funny expression. Now everyone is in the palm of your hand. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e casually waved the plain white handkerchief in his hand into powder. The sense of weakness in his body was swept away. He smiled faintly. It's just a group of idiots. What can they see? Unless it was a real ancient existence with extraordinary cultivation, who could find out what was wrong with his body? Master, your acting is too good. No one can tell the truth. Your plan is flawless. It's hard to find a flaw. Yin Mei smiled. Next, it's time for me to make a move on the immortal ancient clans. Gu Chang'e smiled non-committally. Then he narrowed his eyes. He could put down the matter of the inheritor of the demonic arts for now. For a very long time, no one would associate him with this matter. The period when Yiling disappeared was the best time for him to make a move. The appearance of the inheritor of the demonic arts quickly caused unrest in the immortal ancient continent. Even some of the immortal ancient clans found out that their ancestral tombs had been dug up at some unknown point in time. The ancestors they had buried had long since turned into a pile of ashes. There was an old saying, the ashes of the ancestors were scattered. This matter made many immortal ancient clans extremely angry. They were so angry that they almost stomped their feet. They also threatened to kill the inheritor of the demonic arts. Their ancestral tombs were excavated, and even their ancestors' corpses were not preserved. This was not something that could be described as a great humiliation. This was a blatant slap to the face. At first, they were still gloating when the cultivators of the outside world encountered the inheritor of the demonic arts. However, when such a thing happened to their own family, no one could remain calm and sit still. Even the Black Sky Eagle, Ancient Snake, Divine Crocodile, and other large clans were so angry that they vomited blood. Many of their ancestral tombs were also excavated. Even the Heaven's chosen tombs were ransacked. In an instant, all the clans felt a sense of crisis. They all sent their clans to guard their tombs to prevent the inheritor of the demonic arts from sneaking in. Not only did they excavate their ancestral tombs, but they also scattered their ancestors' ashes. For the immortal ancient clans who valued bloodline inheritance, this kind of immoral act was worse than killing them. The older generation was so angry that their faces turned ashen. During this time, the inheritor of the demonic arts also seemed to have gone into hiding. There was not the slightest movement. However, it was precisely because of this that people felt uneasy, because no one knew where the inheritor of the demonic arts was hiding. In the 100 horizontal mountain range, Yu Mingkong, who was worrying about the immortal gate, naturally knew about this matter. Her phoenix-like eyes immediately overflowed with coldness. With a clap of her hands, many nearby mountains trembled with rumbling sounds as if they were about to collapse. Gu Chang'e could deceive everyone in the world, but how could he deceive her? Injured? Gu Chang'e being injured was simply the biggest joke in the world. It was impossible. This was definitely an act. What a fox! This time you finally gave yourself away in front of me. Yu Mingkong thought of another matter. After connecting the dots, everything made sense. Regardless of whether it was Yiling or Bai Lai, they could not avoid a woman by their side. The heavenly daughter of the nine-tailed fox clan, Yin Mei. In the beginning, Yu Mingkong did not think that she would be related to Gu Chang'e. It was more likely that there was a conflict between the two of them, However, combined with the current situation, Guchanga saving the damsel in distress? Saving Yin-mei from Yiling? This was simply a lie. In the beginning, Yin-mei was Guchanga's woman. For some reason, she was subdued by Guchanga and used by him. That was why so many things happened later. The fox she smelled on Guchanga back then was really a fox. This made Yu Mingkong's phoenix-like eyes overflow with coldness. Her jade-like hand smashed the mountain in front of her into powder. No living creature dared to approach within a radius of 1,000 miles. Even her followers were terrified. They thought that Yu Mingkong had heard that Guchanga was injured and was furious because of it. It seems that Yiling has been killed by Guchanga. The ancient heavenly lord of Samsara's belongings should have fallen into Guchanga's hands. Soon Yu Mingkong also calmed down. She knew that the immortal sect was more important. She would settle the score with Yin-mei sooner or later about the fox. And it was Yu Mingkong's turn to be furious. Hundreds of thousands of miles away, on a cliff surrounded by clouds and mist, Wuxia heard the news. Her cold and proud little face was conflicted. Chapter 164. At the peak of the mountain, white clouds surged, as if the air of immortals was pervading the air. As far as the eye could see, it was a magnificent sight with undulating mountain ranges. However, Wuxia was not in the mood to appreciate all this. At this moment, she was standing there with her delicate and flawless face as white as porcelain. Her brows were tightly knitted together. This expression clearly showed that she had encountered something very difficult, which made her unable to make a decision at the moment. Big Red, you said that Guchanga fought with the inheritor of the demonic arts and was seriously injured. Is it true or not? If it's true, do you think I should go and see him? Wuxia hugged her legs and propped her head on them. She asked the big red bird on her shoulder in a low, muffled voice. The big red bird rolled its eyes. It had a look that said, "Why are you asking me about this?" Wuxia also knew that there was no way she would ask a bird about this kind of thing. However, because she had no idea, she could not make up her mind. She had also heard the news about Guchanga searching for the inheritor of demonic arts and fighting with him. In the beginning, she did not believe it. She knew very well how terrifying Guchanga's strength was. Apart from her, who else in the younger generation could go against Guchanga? Of course, this her referred to her in the future. At least, in Wuxia's opinion, no one in the younger generation could be Guchanga's match. However, the person who fought with Guchanga this time was the legendary inheritor of demonic arts, who had lost all humanity, and whose strength was unfathomable. She had never seen how terrifying the inheritor of demonic arts was, but she had heard a lot about it. Under the pursuit of all the major orthodoxies and forces, he was able to escape unscathed. In the end, he even disappeared without a trace. No one knew the exact strength of such a powerful existence. It was not impossible for Guchanga to be injured by the inheritor of demonic arts. She thought too highly of Guchanga. Sometimes Guchanga was like any other person. He could be injured or even killed. That was why she was a little worried. It was rumored that Guchanga had been severely injured, to the extent that his origin had been damaged. It looked like it would be blown away if the wind got a little stronger. At that time, Wuxia was stunned. Her first reaction was to laugh. Guchanga didn't show any reaction or weakness after being stabbed by her. How could he have suffered such heavy injuries when facing an inheritor of demonic arts? However, the more she thought about it, the more she felt that something was amiss. With Guchanga's character and ability, if he could really kill the inheritor of the demonic arts, would he let him escape? Therefore, the only possibility was that Guchanga, like the inheritor of the demonic arts, had already lost his ability to fight. Only then did the two of them give up. Guchanga's injury would not be light. Thinking of this, Wuxia no longer had the mood to look for opportunities. During this period of time, her breakthrough could be said to be by leaps and bounds. Not only did she go back and pluck the 8 Saint banana, but she also encountered a nirvana fruit. She fought against the various geniuses of immortal ancient. Her cultivation level successfully broke through to the late stage of the Marquis realm. Compared to when she entered the immortal ancient continent, she was several times stronger. She was completely confident that if she met Guchanga again, she would definitely be able to survive one palm strike from him. I'm not worried about his injury. I'm worried that if he dies like this, Who will I look for to take revenge in the future? At this time Gu Xian'er finally convinced herself. She thought of a reason for herself. She didn't want Gu Chang'e to disdain her, and refused to accept her visit. Of course this way she would have an excuse to save face when the time came. She could also go and see how Gu Chang'e's injury was. Was the inheritor of demonic arts really as terrifying as the rumors said? Just a few days ago I obtained a divine healing medicine. Consider it a gift to Gu Chang'e to thank him for saving me. I haven't settled the score with him for bullying me. This is already the result of my magnanimity. As she muttered to herself, Gu Xian'er turned into a divine rainbow. She rode on her Dharma artifact and soared into the sky. She quickly left this place. While the various clans of immortal ancient continent and the cultivators of the outside world were in an uproar over the inheritor of demonic arts, Gu Chang'e led a group of followers and randomly found a historical site. He said that he was resting and recuperating. But secretly, he was still using various methods to drive the hatred between the cultivators of the outside world and the various clans of immortal ancient. When this hatred reached its peak, it would be the best time for the big shots of both orthodoxies to step in. Gu Chang'e didn't mind stirring up this pool of water thoroughly. During this time he gradually faded out of everyone's sight. Only a few immortal ancient beings who wanted to inquire about him approached this area, and then disappeared without a trace. During this time, Gu Chang'e took advantage of this time to fiddle with many good things from the system store. Just the transcendence bones alone he got 3 pieces. This included the bones of his other hand, the bones of his feet, and a finger bone of his right hand. In this finger bone, Gu Chang'e cultivated the law of aged metal, and the offensive sword Dao law of the endless immortal mantra. When these 2 extreme attributes of the law of attack were stacked together, they naturally had a greater effect. Therefore, this finger bone was finally refined into a supreme sword bone by Gu Chang'e. Gu Chang'e's idea was very simple. Being handsome was enough. When facing an enemy with a light flick of his sword finger, the peerless sword ray would fall and instantly cut the enemy's head in half. Apart from that, he also raised the cultivation level of the heavenly immortal scripture to the next level. On the surface it was already at the mid-stage of the void god realm. In secret he was even more unscrupulous. He used the immortal devouring demonic art to hunt down powerhouses who were alone. In an instant the traces of the inheritor of demonic arts reappeared, causing panic everywhere. Many living beings and cultivators felt that they were in imminent danger. Of course, Gu Chang'e only wanted to say that they were thinking too much. Even if this group of young living beings appeared in front of him and took the initiative to offer up their origins, he might not necessarily think highly of them. Now, only those who were at the heavenly immortal realm or the divine king realm and above were useful to Gu Chang'e's cultivation level. The higher the level, the greater the amount of origins essence needed. Unless they had a very strong constitution or bloodline. During this period of time, Gu Chang'e was also thinking about how to reel in the net. It was time to reel in the net that he had specially set up for the Black Sky Eagle tribe with the wedding dress immortal mantra. In his perception, the entire Black Sky Eagle tribe had become a spider web. With a thought, he could annihilate the true spirits of all living beings that formed this spider web. This was much more terrifying than the slave mark. In the blink of an eye, time passed. Few days later. So it's just an old tortoise. After all this time I still thought it was the black tortoise. In a majestic ancient palace, Gu Chang'e's expression was natural, but he said with some disdain. He held a white jade pendant in his hand, which glowed with a dense brilliance and revealed the appearance of an old tortoise. The old tortoise was pure white like jade, sparkling and translucent, and even exuded a strange fragrance. No one else could smell this fragrance. However, as the successor of the immortal devouring demonic art, Gu Chang'e could sense it, because this aura was the fragrance of a spirit. This old tortoise's spirit might not be a tortoise, but some kind of special immortal medicine. Gu Chang'e, don't even think about humiliating me. Kill me or torture me as you wish. If I say the word scared, I'll shatter my own true spirit. The old tortoise floating on the pendant was unyielding. It had witnessed Gu Chang'e's secret with its own eyes. Given Gu Chang'e's temperament, there was no way he would let it go. At this time he was most likely going to force it to reveal some secrets about the reincarnation ancient, heavenly sovereign through threats and other means. Then, he would use all kinds of methods to force it to submit. The old tortoise had thought through all of this very thoroughly. It had seen many things, so how could it not know Guchanga's methods? Therefore, the old tortoise was very unyielding. Its pair of bean-like eyes were full of righteousness and an unyielding expression. Although Yiling had many flaws in his character, he was a kind person after all. How could it submit to an evil person like Guchanga, whose demonic aura was monstrous? When the time came, it would help the tyrant and make the world unjust. This would contradict its principles. If it only wanted to drag out a feeble existence in the face of a great demon like Guchanga, then who would protect the righteousness of the world? What do you mean by humiliating you? Am I humiliating you by calling you an old tortoise? Hearing this, Guchanga smiled faintly, but his expression was that of looking at an idiot. Or have you lived for so long that you've forgotten what you are? Guchanga thought that his ability to attract hatred was already maxed out. How could an old tortoise pretend to be arrogant in front of him? Guchanga, you've gone too far. As expected, Guchanga's words directly made the old tortoise's face turn green, and it couldn't help but shout in rebuttal. Although it was called an old tortoise, it didn't mean that it was really a tortoise. It was just a name that the reincarnation ancient heavenly sovereign gave it. Tortoise? This was completely its sore point. When Yiling was alive, he didn't dare to say this to it. But now, it was mercilessly exposed by Guchanga. If not for the fact that it couldn't resist, it would have fought Guchanga to the death at this time. You've gone too far? Can't you use a new word? Guchanga shook his head and said casually. There seemed to be black and white flowing in his eyes, and there were faint traces of time appearing in the void. Reincarnation rules. The old tortoise couldn't help but be aghast. Its soul became more and more blurred, as if it was about to turn into green smoke under this gaze. It didn't expect that in just a few days, Guchanga's reincarnation power had far surpassed Yiling's. This guy was simply too terrifying. No, the word terrifying could no longer describe how it felt about Guchanga. Tell me where you came from. If I'm interested, I might let you live. Then Guchanga opened his mouth and said. During this period of time he had some free time, so he had time to deal with the old tortoise. As an existence like Yiling's grandfather, it was just that its role was not as great as that of a grandfather. At most, it could only be regarded as the guide of the son of destiny. Don't even think about it. Guchanga, this old man will not submit to you and help the tyrant. Hearing Guchanga's words, the old tortoise suddenly had a look of understanding and sneered. It had already guessed that Guchanga had other plans for keeping it. After all, it was a creature that had followed the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara, and knew many secrets of the immortal ancient. If Guchanga was not stupid, he would know that keeping it alive was more useful than killing it. I actually don't want to say this a second time. You think too highly of yourself. Hearing this, Guchanga sneered. Did this old tortoise really think too highly of himself? Did it really think that he would play by the rules? Buzz. As he raised his hand, black Great Dao runes appeared and turned into a Great Dao treasure bottle. There was a loud boom. In the void, wisps of black light fell and directly enveloped the old tortoise. At this moment it let out a miserable cry. The strange thing about the Great Dao treasure bottle was that it went deep into the soul, and was difficult to resist. Guchanga was not interested in knowing the many secrets of the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara at all. What he was interested in was the old tortoise's alluring fragrance. It was the long-awaited taste of the soul. The previous divine king's soul that was reincarnated also had this kind of aura. Guchanga guessed that this was because it was tainted with luck. However, if it didn't say anything, then it was fine. This kind of thing was not important. Guchanga, you really want to kill me? The old tortoise let out a miserable cry. It simply couldn't believe that Guchanga really planned to kill it. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Guchanga narrowed his eyes slightly. He didn't show any mercy. A terrifying devouring force came from the Great Dao treasure bottle. In the old tortoise's despair, it turned into a large expanse of black runes and drowned it. So it really is an immortal medicine, but it was divided into 3 stalks. This is one of them. A huge medicinal property filled his limbs and bones, like a vast and surging galaxy. Immortal intent surged, making the hall look like a paradise for a moment. Fortunately, every cell of Guchanga seemed to have a pitch-black treasure bottle. A total of 60 trillion cells were trembling. absorbing this majestic medicinal power. At the same time, some information appeared in his mind, which made Guchanga a little enlightened. It just so happened that his accumulation during this period of time had reached a peak, and he naturally broke through to the peak of the Divine King realm. He was only one step away from the quasi-saint realm. Chapter 165. Of course, a third of an immortal medicine like this could not be compared to a real immortal medicine. Especially since it was only a spirit, its effect was only slightly better than some divine medicines. Yi Ling probably did not expect this old turtle to be a stock of immortal medicine. Master, Miss Xian, wants to see you outside the ruins. Many thoughts flashed through Guchanga's mind as he digested the medicinal power of this third of an immortal medicine. Suddenly, his follower's voice came from outside. Gu Xian, she's here? Guchanga narrowed his eyes slightly. To be honest, he was a little surprised. However, when he thought about it carefully, given Gu Xian's personality, she would really do this. It seems that she's still worried about her good brother's injury. What a sharp-tongued but soft-hearted girl. Guchanga could not help but smile meaningfully. Then he said, let her in. He could use this incident of pretending to be injured as an excuse to make a fuss. The trial in the immortal ancient continent was coming to an end. The immortal sect would probably appear soon. Gu Xian had taken the initiative to look for him. This was a good opportunity. Outside the ruins, Gu Xian looked cold and aloof like an iceberg. Her face was exquisite and flawless. Her eyes were sparkling like gemstones. She was dressed in a long green dress, slender and elegant. She looked beautiful beyond compare. She had already heard about Guchanga's current location from various cultivators. After the battle with the demonic technique inheritor, Guchanga was seriously injured. In the end, he chose this place to recuperate. When she rushed here, several divine consciousnesses had already swept over to check her identity. This made Gu Xian's heart tremble slightly. It seemed that Guchanga's injury was true. Otherwise, the people nearby would not be so nervous. After the incident at the Ocean Palace, many young geniuses knew her identity and knew that she had a special relationship with Guchanga. Therefore, no one made things difficult for her. Miss Xian, please. Master is waiting for you in the palace. Soon, one of the creatures that went to report returned and respectfully reported. He walked in front with Gu Xian. Gu Xian followed. She maintained a cold and indifferent look on her face, but in fact, she was secretly observing the environment around the ruins. The number of cultivators there had increased and their auras were all very formidable. It was obvious that Guchanga's followers had increased during this period of time, and his influence had become even more terrifying. On the other hand, she had always been alone, except for the big red bird. If he had any bad intentions towards Guchanga, he would have. This place would definitely become a tiger's den in an instant. At this moment, she deeply felt the terror of Guchanga's power. However, when the powerful auras saw her, they couldn't help but show respect. This made Gu Xian slightly stunned. The closer they were to the depths, the more they were valued by Guchanga. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were his trusted subordinates. But this group of people were so respectful towards her? Was it Guchanga's order? Or did they misunderstand her relationship with Guchanga? She reacted. Gu Xian thought so in her heart. At the same time, she was also sure of one thing. Guchanga had never told anyone that he was enemies with her. This made Gu Xian's feelings very complicated. She was actually a little happy for some reason. Guchanga is indeed hiding something from me. All this time, although he has been bullying me with all kinds of methods, he has never really intended to kill me. Gu Xian's cold gaze fell on the surroundings, and she became even more certain of her previous thoughts. The matter of that year hid many secrets that were unknown to others. Guchanga was in the know and even involved. It was just that he wouldn't tell her. Moreover, Guchanga's goal was to train her to make her stronger. So strong that she could even defeat and kill him. During this period of time, Gu Xian had already sorted out the crux of the matter. Based on the various things that happened before, she understood Guchanga's goal. Guchanga would train her, but he wouldn't kill her. But the reason for doing so she didn't know yet. Gu Xian planned to investigate this matter after leaving the immortal ancient continent. Before this, the belief that supported her cultivation was revenge, to continuously become stronger, and to defeat Guchanga, this great enemy. But now revenge was not very important to her. This was a grudge that had an ulterior motive. She urgently wanted to know the secret of that year, and didn't want to be kept in the dark. Is Guchanga seriously injured? Gu Xian opened her mouth at this time, and couldn't help but ask the creature leading the way in front. Miss Xian, go and see for yourself. Master has been living in seclusion all this time. As servants, we can't even see Master once. I think Master's injuries are quite serious. Otherwise, he wouldn't be like this. Hearing this question, the creature leading the way smiled bitterly, and then explained. He sighed. Thank you for the information. Gu Xian nodded. Soon, she was also brought to the front of a majestic palace. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on it, giving it a sacred feeling, as if an immortal's paradise was in the mortal world. Miss Xian, Master is inside. The creature leading the way retreated. To be honest, Gu Xian was suddenly a little nervous. She didn't know why she was nervous. After all, this was the first time she and Guchanga met alone. Before, when they met, there were always other people around them. In other words, the two of them would face each other calmly. If my guess is wrong, even if Guchanga wants to kill me, I am confident that I can do it. I don't have to be afraid of him. Gu Xian told herself in her heart. Boom! Just as she was letting her imagination run wild, the door of the palace in front of her suddenly opened, and a thick immortal mist filled the air. It was like a paradise on earth. Guchanga's expression was calm. Dressed in a loose white robe, he sat in the center of the palace, as if he was waiting for her to come forward. Since Xian is here, why don't you come in? At this moment, Guchanga smiled faintly as he looked at Gu Xian outside the palace. However, with his pale skin and pale lips, he looked very awkward. Gu Xian was stunned. To be honest, when she first saw Guchanga's current appearance, she didn't dare to believe. This was the aloof and cold Guchanga who used to look down on everything. With Guchanga's arrogance and disdain for all living things, unless he was seriously injured, he definitely wouldn't show this appearance in front of others. No wonder Guchanga lived in seclusion. He definitely didn't want his subordinates to see him like this. Guchanga. But soon the complicated expression on Gu Xian's face was concealed by her. She walked into the palace naturally. The two of them looked at each other like this. Seeing that you're not dead, I'm relieved, Gu Xian said faintly, hiding the uncomfortable feeling in her heart. She didn't want Guchanga to sense the change in her mood. Oh, I'm dead, so you don't have to take revenge. Aren't you happy? Hearing this, Guchanga let out a faint laugh and asked. He didn't comment on Gu Xian's words. Your life can only be taken by me. If anyone else dares to kill you, then I'll kill them. You can't die before I kill you, Gu Xian said coldly. In Guchanga's eyes, which were as beautiful as flawless jade, there was an expression that seemed to be asking for a beating. Guchanga was pretending to be injured, but at this time, he was still amused by Gu Xian's words. He couldn't help but look at her. His eyes gradually deepened, and then he sneered. Gu Xian, is your skin itchy because you haven't been beaten for a few days? Or do you think that because I'm injured you can turn the sky upside down? With your ability, even if I'm seriously injured, it's still easy to suppress you. Or do you want to take this opportunity to mock me? At this point, Guchanga's smile disappeared. Gu Xian was originally a little worried about Guchanga, but when she heard this she was annoyed. This guy really didn't listen to her good words. However, in front of Guchanga, she couldn't say anything good. What she said just now was already her attitude. But Guchanga didn't appreciate it. Guchanga, you think too much. I don't have the habit of attacking the injured. If I want to defeat you, I will do it fair and square. I don't need to use any tricks, Gu Xian said calmly. This was her truth, and at the same time it was her pride. Oh, so you're pitying me? Guchanga looked into her eyes and said this sentence that Gu Xian found hard to answer. I haven't fallen to the point where I need you to pity me. Before I change my mind, Gu Xian, get lost. The smile on Guchanga's face had already disappeared. It was cold and indifferent. A terrifying aura appeared in the main hall. It was as if a white sun had appeared in the sky and was about to fall. Gu Xian's expression changed slightly. She didn't expect that even though Guchanga was injured, his aura was still so terrifying. An ordinary cultivator would have been scared stiff at this moment. Their legs would have gone soft and they would have knelt down. Of course, this change in attitude made Gu Xian'er a little speechless. Just a moment ago he was still smiling. But in the blink of an eye, the words that made him unhappy had suddenly changed. Even a tyrant wouldn't be like this. This was really the Guchanga she was familiar with. He was really arrogant to the extreme. He didn't even accept a little kindness. Of course, she wasn't worried that Guchanga would kill her. But Gu Xian'er couldn't help but frown and say, "Guchanga, are you still trying to be brave at this time? You've already injured your origin. If you continue to use your cultivation at this time, you'll only add to your injuries. I have a divine healing medicine here. It's very effective for injuries to the Tao of origin. Since you saved me before, I'll give it to you." As she said this, a divine medicine with a faint divine light and a strong medicinal fragrance suddenly appeared in her jade hand. Just by smelling it, one's pores would relax, as if they could fly up into the sky. However, Guchanga didn't even look at it. He was indifferent. He sat upright in the main hall, incomparably cold, like an emotionless immortal from the ninth heaven. "You..." Gu Xian'er frowned. She suspected that she had poked Guchanga's sore spot. He didn't need to accept others' kindness? And didn't need others' concern? Why was this? Why did Guchanga do this? He wanted to tear apart a relationship that could have been maintained normally. What was the reason for all this? What was Guchanga thinking? "Gu Xian'er, do you think I need your pity?" Guchanga looked at her coldly, as if he didn't care about Gu Xian'er's kindness. "Guchanga, how can you be so ungrateful?" Gu Xian'er was even more angry now. Only she knew how much determination she had to make to come and see Guchanga. But she didn't expect that Guchanga would have such an attitude. Not only did he not want to see her, he even looked like he wanted to attack her. She guessed that she had triggered Guchanga's intentions, which caused him to act like this. Looking at Guchanga's weak expression, she couldn't get angry, so she could only suppress it. "I don't need anyone's kindness, especially yours." Guchanga continued to speak, looking at her coldly, but his tone suddenly softened. "Gu Xian'er, remember, don't have any other feelings towards me, because in the end it will only harm you, and there won't be any good results. You just need to cultivate well, and take revenge on me in the future. You don't need to think too much about other things. Guchanga, don't think too much. Who would have any other feelings towards you?" Hearing this, Gu Xian'er immediately exploded. She shouted softly, and a trace of panic flashed across her face. It was as if she had been stabbed in the heart. She was thinking too much. How could she have any other feelings towards him? She was just worried about his injuries, that he would be killed by others. She just couldn't find her enemy when she took revenge in the future. "That's good." At this time, Guchanga nodded, his expression unchanged. "I'll accept your medicine, but I won't take advantage of you." As he spoke, he waved his hand. There was a buzz. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light appeared behind him. The light of treasures rushed into the sky, and a divine light was faintly discernible. A vast and mysterious divine weapon scripture appeared, unfolding in the void. All kinds of weapons burst forth with light, clanging and clanging. Seeing this scene, Gu Xian'er held her breath. She was stunned by this grand aura, and her beautiful eyes couldn't help but widen slightly. Her first reaction was, how could this guy Guchanga be so rich? Her money-grubbing nature erupted. She couldn't take her eyes off him at all. Choose 10 items as an equivalent exchange for this stock of divine medicine. Guchanga's voice sounded as if she was playing it down. Gu Xian'er came back to her senses with some difficulty. Her eyes were almost blinded by the hundreds of divine weapons. She thought about her own shriveled space ring. Other than the things given by her masters, there were only 5 or 6 artifacts. In the end, Guchanga just casually raised his hand, and hundreds of artifacts were revealed, and each of them had spirit aura Tao marks. They were not ordinary items. Describing them as so fat that they oozed oil was already an insult. Gu Xian'er was a little indignant for a moment. Her jade-like hands clenched tightly. He gave Guchanga a healing elixir out of the goodness of his heart. In the end, Guchanga showed off these things to her? This was too much of a bully. Guchanga, don't humiliate me. Gu Xian'er will break out of here today. I will not, Gu Xian'er said somewhat angrily. It was as if there were countless ice blades in her eyes, wanting to pierce Guchanga full of holes. Flux could kill. She didn't know how many times she had killed Guchanga. If you don't want it, then forget it. Guchanga directly interrupted her. I want it. Gu Xian'er glared at him angrily. So fragrant. Chapter 166. As for Gu Xian'er's choice, Guchanga was not surprised at all. In all the worlds, who could escape the law of true fragrance? Moreover, it was not as if he did not know that Gu Xian'er was poor. Before he made a move on Gu Xian'er, Guchanga had made all the preparations. Even the peach village behind Gu Xian'er was dug out. Her little money-grubber nature was even clearer now. Therefore, in order to make his act more complete, Guchanga simply said these words. His image in front of Gu Xian'er could not be easily destroyed. As for these 10 heavenly weapons, it could be considered a small compensation to Gu Xian'er. After all, Gu Xian'er was not a cold and heartless person. He was aware of Gu Xian'er's kindness towards him. However, Guchanga had his own plans. He definitely would not let Gu Xian'er off so easily. In Guchanga's opinion, after today, Gu Xian'er would most likely be even more certain that there was some unknown secret behind the digging up the bones incident. She would not be able to resist searching for the truth. Guchanga could also play some tricks in this, but his current level was far from enough. Gu Xian'er was far from trusting him. Things still need to become more interesting. Guchanga narrowed his eyes and glanced at Gu Xian'er. Then he let her choose the 10 heavenly weapons. At this time, Gu Xian'er did not panic at all. It was not easy for her to make Guchanga bleed a lot for once. She would not let go of such a good opportunity. An equivalent exchange is an equivalent exchange. My divine healing medicine is not simple. I spent a lot of effort to get it. Gu Xian'er said. She seemed to be explaining to Guchanga, but also seemed to be comforting herself. Guchanga sat at the top, his robes fluttering in the absence of wind. He looked at her calmly. Buzz. The light of the divine weapon scroll of the way was like opening a treasure vault at this moment. It was dazzling and eye-catching. Suddenly, the big red bird on Gu Xian'er's shoulder started chirping. It seemed to be saying something to Gu Xian'er. Gu Xian'er's face could not help but reveal a slightly surprised expression. Then, he raised his eyebrows and looked at Guchanga, as if to say, You're definitely going to suffer this time. So you can speak the language of birds. Guchanga said. She gave the big red bird a look, knowing that it had a talent for finding treasures. But since it was Gu Xian'er's pet, he did not have any ideas. At this moment, the big red bird felt a shiver coming from its soul, as if it was being stared at by something. But this kind of feeling was Gu Xian'er's eyes. But it still trembled and looked at Guchanga with a little fear. When Gugur heard this, she immediately. Why did it sound like insulting words? You're the one who can speak the language of birds. Gu Xian'er looked at Guchanga with dissatisfaction. This was her way of communicating with Big Red. During this period of time, Big Red had helped her find many good things. Guchanga's face was very pale. At this moment, he could not help but reveal a faint smile and said, I think this big red bird is not bad. Why don't you lend it to me for a few days? At this moment, his expression no longer showed any abnormality. Gu Xian'er secretly curled her lips. Just now she had indeed poked at Guchanga's sore spot. The speed at which he changed his face was simply incomparable. Don't even think about it. Gu Xian'er directly destroyed Guchanga's unrealistic idea. The big red bird had followed her out of Peach Village. Their relationship was far beyond that of companions. Guchanga wanted to snatch it? He was simply thinking of eating peaches. Hurry up and pick. You look like you haven't seen the world. It's only 10 weapons. Do you need to take so long to pick? After that, Guchanga slightly raised his eyebrows. Just like a nouveau riche, he even had a nonchalant attitude. Gu Xian'er was secretly angry. She swore that one day, she would use more weapons than Guchanga to smash his face. However, seeing that he was seriously injured now, she would not find trouble with him. Otherwise, the matter of bullying her like this today would not be over. Very quickly, under the big red bird's crafty guidance, Gu Xian'er Pick 10 different weapons from Guchanga's divine weapon scroll. There were simply too many good things inside. Even after picking 10 that were most suitable for her, there were still many things that she coveted. If it weren't for the fact that she could not beat Guchanga, Gu Xian'er wanted to use her own bludgeoning technique and rob Guchanga. Before this, she had always thought that she was a rich woman. She did not lack weapons, pills, divine medicine, ancient heavenly arts and so on. But today, in front of Guchanga, she finally understood what it meant to be rich. And Guchanga did not disappoint Gu Xian'er. Ignoring her eager and reluctant eyes, he closed the divine weapon Taoist scripture. Guchanga, actually, I still have a divine medicine for healing injuries. I think that one divine medicine may not be enough for your injuries. When Gu Xian'er said these words, she was not embarrassed at all. Yet, her expression and tone were still very cold. She looked like she was seriously considering for Guchanga. Those who did not know would probably think that she was really considering for Guchanga. Gu Xian'er, I think you are thinking of eating peaches. Guchanga laughed and interrupted her. Gu Xian'er was indeed taught by those old monsters in the Peach Village. Although she was usually a little naive, she was very shrewd at critical moments. It was absolutely impossible for ordinary people to gain any benefits from her. Just his current appearance alone was enough to fool many people. Let me tell you, you have injured your core. It is best for you to recuperate well, and eat more divine medicine. There is nothing wrong with that. 5 divine weapons for 1 divine medicine. Seeing that you are injured, I will take a loss. Gu Xian'er said seriously. Her beautiful eyes stared at Guchanga. She did not have the slightest awareness of being rejected by Guchanga. Just 1 divine medicine in exchange for 10 divine weapons. She did not lose out. In front of me, I advise you to put away your little thoughts. Or rather, Gu Xian'er, do you really think that I will not kill you? Guchanga casually changed the topic at this time. This sentence clearly made Gu Xian'er's expression freeze. She almost forgot. Guchanga was her biggest enemy. How could she talk to him now and start to bargain? However, she did not believe that Guchanga would kill her. Guchanga, can you tell me the truth? At this time, she could not help but reveal a complicated expression. What truth? Guchanga asked back. He did not seem to know what she was talking about. At this time, it is already very obvious. Gu Xian'er frowned. She felt that Guchanga was stubborn. I don't understand what you are saying. Gu Xian'er, you are thinking too much. Gu Xian'er felt that Guchanga's expression was beginning to turn cold. These words were very obvious that Guchanga was not willing to talk about them. Then I clearly wanted to kill you and take revenge on you. Then why didn't you kill me? Why did you think of ways to protect me and try to fix what happened back then? Gu Xian'er asked. Her mood suddenly became slightly anxious. Gu Xian'er, don't think too highly of yourself. I didn't kill you because I am now the young master of the Gu clan. I have to consider the big picture and the reputation of the Gu clan. Besides, do you think that I don't want to kill you? You are thinking too much. If it wasn't for the strong person behind you and knowing that I can't kill you, do you think that I wouldn't do it? Hearing this, Guchanga only sneered. It was as if he was mocking Gu Xian'er's ignorance and naivety. These words were half true and half false. In fact, part of the reason was because of this. At this time, even if he were to speak the truth, would Gu Xian'er believe him? Guchanga wanted to know her reaction. Guchanga, stop lying. Gu Xian'er heard these words and could not help but pale. She knew that Guchanga would not tell the truth, but she did not expect him to say it so coldly and heartlessly. Fortunately, she had expected Guchanga to say this. Otherwise, she might not have been able to accept it. I will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly. I will not forget the grudge from back then. Guchanga, just you wait. Gu Xian'er said. She had achieved her goal of visiting Guchanga. At this time, she was naturally ready to leave. Guchanga looked at her and muttered to himself. There was a flash of interest in his eyes. This reaction was within his expectations. Master, something bad has happened. At this time, a voice suddenly reported from outside the main hall. Hearing this voice, Gu Xian'er could not help but stop in her tracks. She was a little curious. Something bad has happened? For Guchanga, what could be considered a big matter? What is it? Guchanga asked calmly. Asking for fresh flowers, 300 miles away. A large number of immortal ancient creatures have appeared. They are gathering on a mountain peak. From the looks of it, they seem to be planning to attack. The follower outside the hall reported respectfully. Immortal ancient creatures? Another group of people coming to die? Gu Chang'e frowned slightly. He was now in a weak state of serious injury. Immortal ancient creatures were all targeting him. Recently, they had been sending their heads to him in batches, but they still did not give up. If he did not want to recuperate, he would have led a group of followers to kill them. At this time, which race was so blind? Did they have a death wish? Soon, Gu Chang'e's eyes fell on Gu Xian'er in front of him. This was good. There was a free fighter to use. Which race is it? Did you see clearly? Gu Chang'e asked. It seems to be the Feathermen race. The person outside the hall replied respectfully. I did not expect that even the Feathermen race would dare to step on me at this time. Gu Chang'e shook his head slightly, as if it was a pity. There was a feeling of a tiger being bullied by a dog. Then he looked at Gu Xian'er. Gu Chang'e, why are you looking at me? Do you think I will help you? Impossible. Gu Xian'er felt a chill run down his spine, as if he was being stared at by an ominous thing. Gu Chang'e was definitely up to no good. It's okay. You will help. Gu Chang'e's smile was a little thought-provoking. Dream on. Soon Gu Xian'er strode out of the hall, planning to leave along the original route. He did not want to stay with Gu Chang'e for a moment longer. Today she was really angry at Gu Chang'e. However, although Gu Chang'e's injuries seemed serious, they were not life-threatening. This made her more or less relieved. Before she took revenge, Gu Chang'e could not be killed by others. Master, what should we do with the Feathermen race? After Gu Xian'er left, the follower outside the hall continued to ask. At the same time, he looked into the hall very carefully. Now, Gu Chang'e was not in a good condition, and the Feathermen race came with a strong momentum. They were not easy to deal with. At that time, the other young supreme martial artists said that they would appear to help. But at this time, who would care about who? Capture them alive if you can. Kill them if you can't. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e ordered casually, as if he did not care about the lives of those living beings. Yes, master. The follower left. At the same time, Gu Chang'e gave him a crystal-clear pill that was enshrouded in sword light. In fact, there was a wisp of sword energy of his true level stored in it. As for its power, it was not very strong. However, the divine might unleashed by crushing a pill could easily kill a demi-saint in an instant. In the eyes of the outside world, this method was nothing more than Gu Chang'e's terrifying foundation. Every time it was used, it would be used less and less. Therefore, the younger generation of immortal ancients' various races took turns to fight with him, intending to exhaust his trump cards. Unfortunately, Gu Chang'e could casually fabricate such a foundation. It could be said that there was no end to it. Anyway, the pill could be used as long as it was crushed. The sword energy contained in it had already touched upon an extremely profound level of laws. Among the younger generation, there was no one who could use their own methods to block this sword energy. Therefore, this kind of behavior in Gu Chang'e's eyes was like giving it away for free. But now Gu Xian'er was unlucky. As soon as he arrived, he was attacked by the Feathermen race. Did she really think that she would be able to walk out unscathed? Even if Gu Xian'er did not intend to make a move, he would be forced to by the Feathermen race. Gu Chang'e then left the main hall and came to the outside of the ruins to watch the show. Near the ruins there was already a great battle. The divine light of runes rushed into the sky. But with the pill that Gu Chang'e gave, this battle was a little one-sided. The majestic Feathermen race directly exploded under this sword energy, one after another, forming a bloody mist that filled the sky. The mountain wind blew slightly cold. Gu Chang'e's face became paler and paler. He looked even weaker. He covered his handkerchief and coughed. When the followers behind him saw this, they hurriedly brought over a stone chair for him to rest. Gu Xian'er, this is the training I'm giving you. Gu Chang'e narrowed his eyes with interest. Soon he saw Gu Xian'er, who was in a bad mood during the battle. Chapter 167. Gu Chang'e's appearance instantly attracted the attention of everyone on the battlefield. Regardless of whether it was the young living beings of the Feathermen tribe or his followers, all of them looked over. Clouds and mist lingered on the cliff. The immortal flower and sacred medicine seemed to have taken root and bloomed. It looked lofty and sacred. A young godlike man in a fluttering robe and sparkling hair stood there. He sat there. Although his face was pale and he looked weak, his eyes were calm. He seemed to be filled with coldness and depth as he looked down at all the living beings below. He still had a terrifying aura that made people tremble with fear. Wuxia. He finally appeared. The leader of the Featherman tribe this time was a beautiful woman. She had a pair of golden wings on her back. She looked sacred and radiant. When she attacked, large patches of light rain swirled. She was Yujing, who had a conflict with Black Sky Eagle Tribe's Black Sky Eagle Tribe. She had brought many young living beings of the Feathermen tribe here. She wanted to take advantage of the fact that Wuxia was seriously injured to fight with him. She was very powerful. Her cultivation had reached the middle stage of the empty god realm. She was strong enough to crush many geniuses and even young supremes. Rumble. Her eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. She looked at Wuxia on the mountain peak from afar. After all, she had seen his real face. This young man with an extraordinary temperament was the culprit who had killed Long Tongue. Wuxia had not shown his face during this period of time. He had been recuperating. Yujing was not as stupid as what Black Yin Yu thought. She had been observing for a long time recently. She even urged many living beings to find trouble with Wuxia. She wanted to find out more about Wuxia. However, she found that those living beings had all disappeared. Because of this, Yujing knew that Wuxia seemed to be in big trouble. Most of the time, his subordinates relied on a pill to solve the problem. The pill contained a terrifying sword chi. Even a quasi-sage would not dare to take it head-on. Such a powerful pill was clearly something with an ordinary foundation. How could an ordinary person have such a pill? However, Wuxia gave it to his subordinates. What did this mean? This meant that Wuxia was very likely to be at the end of his rope. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to use such a precious pill. After all, this was a one-time use artifact, and every time it was used, there would be one less artifact. The refining process was very complicated. Even she felt a headache coming on. A strand of sword chi that contained a quasi-saint was extremely powerful. Unless one was a true saint or used a holy weapon, who could contend against it? Therefore, Yujing concluded that there was something seriously wrong with Wuxia's body. It was even possible that he had used many of his trump cards when he fought against the inheritor of the demonic arts. Otherwise, things wouldn't have turned out this way. This time, I've brought along a saint artifact. Although I am still unable to fully utilize it with my current strength, I only need a strand of its might to suppress everything. It seems that Wuxia's injuries are indeed very serious. This is a good opportunity for us to avenge Lord Long Tongue and our clansmen. At the same time, our name will spread far and wide, spreading the name of our Featherman race. Many thoughts flashed through Yujing's mind. She looked at Wuxia on the distant mountain peak with a piercing killing intent. At the same time, Wuxia swept his gaze across the many scenes below, and a strange look flashed through his eyes. Master! Greetings, Master! It was also at this moment that a mighty sound rang out from the various mountain peaks. Streaks of divine rainbows descended in this direction. The figures among them were all Wuxia's followers. They were fighting with the Featherman race, and the battle was fierce. Light soared into the sky, turning large areas of the mountain range into dust. Now that they saw Wuxia, who had not appeared for many days, they couldn't help but feel excited and shouted respectfully in that direction. In their opinion, Wuxia still showed up when he was injured. This was to encourage and motivate them. For a moment, everyone's killing intent soared into the sky. Their eyes were red, and their shouts shook the sky as they fought with the young creatures of the Featherman race. The sword pill bestowed by Master can kill all enemies. Someone roared out, activating a sparkling and translucent divine object. Overflowing killing intent surged from within. Chi. Then a pill bloomed in the void. Terrifying sword chi suddenly appeared. It was as thick as a mountain ridge, continuous and continuous. It curled up with a sharp intent, cutting through the heavens and splitting the earth. Pew pew pew. The creatures of the Featherman race in front were in fear and despair. Under this sword chi, they directly collapsed, and their bodies and souls were destroyed. I don't believe that you have more of this kind of sword pill. Yu Jing's expression trembled, but she was not surprised. She was already planning to activate the sacred artifact. Boom! A scorching and resplendent aura appeared in her sleeve. A small golden sun seemed to be reviving. This kind of terrifying power was currently pressing down in all directions, making many people's expressions change drastically. They were a little shocked and even alarmed. The aura of a saint. This is a sacred artifact. Someone said in a low voice, and his eyes were full of fear. Only saints could contend against sacred artifacts. For cultivators below the saint realm, it had a crushing power that could not be resisted. In order to deal with me, they even brought a sacred artifact. It seems that the various races of immortal ancient are really anxious. Gu Chang's lips curled into a strange smile. He was not surprised. During this period of time, the various races of immortal ancient had suffered heavy casualties. They had even started to step on the bottom line. The outside world and immortal ancient continent had always had a tacit understanding. Moreover, immortal ancient continent was moved here by an ancestor of the Tao heavenly palace from a certain place. Therefore, many orthodoxies would give face to the Tao heavenly palace. Although they coveted immortal ancient continent, they still deliberately restrained themselves. However, this time, under his calculations, the conflicts between the races of immortal ancient continent and the orthodoxies of the outside world were increasing day by day. The geniuses of both sides suffered heavy casualties. Many orthodoxies who came to immortal ancient continent were even annihilated. Especially now, the Featherman race had reached the point where they were brazenly using sacred artifacts. This was no longer an experience. It was a massacre of the cultivators of the outside world. No matter how ancient the races of immortal ancient continent were, to the orthodoxies of the outside world, it was just a place like a mystic realm. However, now they had brazenly broken the bottom line. How could the orthodoxies of the outside world tolerate this? Wouldn't they be enraged and want to flatten immortal ancient continent? This also gave Guchanga a reason to oppress them with his power. This gave him a wonderful opportunity. Many orthodoxies maintained a tacit understanding between themselves because they did not have a general trend and could not find an excuse. And now this excuse was being created by him. To the orthodoxies of the outside world, immortal ancient continent is a piece of juicy meat. In name, the Tao Heavenly Palace can't control the life and death of immortal ancient continent. At most, they occupy the entrance. At the thought of this, Guchanga's expression became more and more thought-provoking. These geniuses of the Featherman race were extremely stupid. In his opinion, this was the best way to ignite the flames. At this time, he could take advantage of this situation. With his status, he could easily toy with these immortal ancient remnant races to death. Then Guchanga looked around again. Gu Xian'er was forced to participate in this battle. Now, she was entangled by a few geniuses of the Featherman race. Streaks of dazzling runes appeared around her. It was as if she was combining a supreme technique. There was an extremely powerful technique, and it was displaying a terrifying supernatural power. Even the scene of the stars in the sky appeared, suppressing the enemies in all directions. Although it did not look big, it had an invincible aura. Terrifying chi and blood energy erupted, surging and surging. Her opponents' expressions changed. They kept vomiting blood and were sent flying. Some of them were even beaten into a bloody mist. I told you that you've got the wrong person. I have nothing to do with Guchanga. You want to deal with Guchanga. What does it have to do with me, Gu Xian? At this moment she was in a bad mood. As her jade-like fist shook, even the void produced a buzzing sound. It was terrifying. She had just left Guchanga's palace. However, before she could fly far, she was stopped by a group of Featherman race beings. Without saying anything, they directly attacked her. This made Gu Xian'er so angry that she could not wait to fly back to the palace and find Guchanga to settle the score. It was really like what he said. She would help him. Help my ass. There was obviously no other way. No wonder Guchanga's smile was so annoying. As Gu Xian'er fought with others, she noticed Guchanga appearing on the mountain peak in the distance. It was good that she did not see him. As soon as she saw him, Gu Xian'er was very angry. She only wanted to rush over and kick the chair behind Guchanga over. That guy was still watching the battle leisurely and did not make a move. He did not have the slightest self-awareness that he had implicated her. Damn Guchanga. He is indeed full of evil tricks. To think that I was worried about his injuries and specially came to see him. He only knows how to bully me. Gu Xian'er clenched her teeth. She was very angry. Her angry gaze seemed to pierce through the void and was like a sharp sword stabbing towards Guchanga. It was accompanied by a whooshing cold air. This time, Guchanga looked at her from afar and said unhurriedly, Xian'er, you came all the way here to help your brother. It's been hard on you. There was an inexplicable smile at the corner of his mouth. He couldn't spoil this girl who deserved a beating too much. Guchanga, don't talk nonsense. As soon as she heard Guchanga's words, Gu Xian'er felt that something was wrong. Her beautiful eyes were overflowing with coldness. She wanted to tear his mouth apart. Guchanga was completely diverting the trouble. These two people are acting out a double act. They want to hide it from us. They are clearly together, but they dare to lie. This girl is in cahoots with Guchanga. She's still lying to us even now. She killed so many of our people. She still dares to quibble. Don't let her go. These words made the expressions of the feather human race even more furious. Their attacks became even more fierce. Amidst rumbling, symbols flickered, deriving many terrifying divine abilities, filling the sky with divine splendor and terrifying fluctuations. Gu Xian'er glared hatefully at Guchanga. She put the blame on his head. It was difficult for her to divert her attention, so she could only fight with the enemies in front of her. Although her cultivation had made a small breakthrough, compared to the many immortal ancient creatures in front of her, she was still a bit lacking. At most, she would not be at a disadvantage when fighting with them. It would be difficult to determine victory or defeat in a short period of time. In terms of numbers, the feather human race had a huge advantage of 4-2. Gu Xian'er has the strength of the Marquis realm, but after all, she is the model of the daughter of 2 levels of destiny. She is invincible in the same realm, and it is easy for her to jump levels to fight. It seems like this is not difficult for her. I am not some devil. After all, I am training you. This is all for your own good. On the peak of the mountain, Guchanga narrowed his eyes. Then, he continued to speak with a worried voice. Xian'er, be careful. They have the advantage in numbers. Don't be careless. Don't get hurt. Why is Guchanga suddenly concerned about me? Hearing this, Gu Xian'er was stunned. There was a bit of suspicion on her face. Why did these words sound strange? She was not afraid of anything, but she was afraid of Guchanga's sudden concern. Damn it, do you think I haven't been tricked enough? Soon Gu Xian'er's expression changed. She was furious and could feel Guchanga's deep malice. He didn't look like he was concerned about her. It was for the feather human race's geniuses to see. Seems like Guchanga cares about that girl. Hurry up and take her down. Hearing this, Yu Jing waved her hand and said, a cold light flashing in her eyes. From these words, she felt that the relationship between Guchanga and Gu Xian'er was unusual. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Kill. Many divine rainbows flew over. Many feather human race's geniuses rushed over from all directions. Their target was Gu Xian'er. Guchanga. Gu Xian'er was about to explode in anger. She gritted her teeth and her chest heaved. Chapter 168. Guchanga didn't care about Gu Xian'er's resentment at all, as if she wanted to stab him to death. He shook his head, and then stood up with a slight sigh. As her older brother, he should give her more training and help her break through her cultivation so that she could get her revenge sooner. Was that wrong? Sooner or later she would understand his good intentions, and be deeply moved by them. He didn't care about Gu Xian'er anymore and continued to fight with the others. That place, the brilliance of the symbols rushed into the sky, as if stars were exploding one after another. It was so bright and dazzling that many people couldn't open their eyes. Is the winged man race trying to start a war with my longevity Gu family? Cough cough cough. Guchanga looked at Yu Jing, who was not far away, and said calmly. However, before he finished speaking, his face turned pale and he coughed, as if he had touched his injuries. The people behind him immediately handed him a handkerchief, their eyes filled with worry. Could such a weak master still hold on when he stood out at this time? Many followers were incomparably worried. They saw that Guchanga's condition wasn't good. The injuries he had suffered during this period didn't show any signs of improvement. When they thought of this, their hatred for the winged man race deepened. They were really willing to take advantage of the situation. They even took out their sacred tools. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were insane. Gu Chang'e was magnanimous, and his heart was concerned about the common people of the world. He was seriously injured because of the battle with the inheritor of the demonic arts. In the end, the various races of Immortal Ancient took advantage of this opportunity to use sacred weapons to kill Gu Chang'e. If news of this spread, weren't they afraid of provoking public anger? Many people glared at the winged man race in front of them. However, Yujing didn't seem to notice these gazes. Her eyes were cold as she stared at Gu Chang'e. Gu Chang'e, when you attacked and killed my clansmen, did you think this day would come? When you killed Lord Longtongue, you should have thought of all of this. You asked for it, you reaped what you sowed. Since you knew all of this, why did you do it in the first place? An evil person like you will get retribution sooner or later. Her words were full of righteousness, as if she was standing at the highest point of justice. For them, Gu Chang'e was their greatest enemy, a butcher who slaughtered the heavenly talents of Immortal Ancients' clans. However, at this time, Gu Chang'e actually said such words, intending to use the power behind him to pressure her. This made Yujing overjoyed. What did this mean? This meant that Gu Chang'e was at his wits' end. If Gu Chang'e still had strength and trump cards, why would he say such words? Making an enemy out of the Changshingu family, who was born after 21 years. Right now, the entire Immortal Ancient clan was angered because of Gu Chang'e. No matter how powerful the long-life Gu family was, could they still break the rules and slaughter their way over? Plus, this was what they had agreed upon before the opening of the Immortal Ancient continent. Life or death. Longtongue deserved to die. If you want to avenge him, I have nothing to say. It's just that I didn't expect you to actually use a saint artifact. Aren't you afraid that this matter will cross the line? Gu Chang'e said slowly, his expression calm. However, in the eyes of the crowd, there seemed to be an expression of a tiger being bullied by dogs. Master. The followers behind him all felt sullen and uncomfortable at this time. Some of them even clenched their fists and let out a low roar. Incomparable sorrow. This scene was extremely similar to a hero at the end of his road. A beauty in her twilight years. Who in the younger generation didn't lower their brows when facing their powerful and arrogant master? He even dared to scold the great elder of Dao Heaven Immortal Palace. How confident was he? But now, because of his serious injuries, he was being pressured by a mere featherman. Of course, the feathermen were not considered weak among the Immortal Ancient clans. Their power was enough to rank in the top 15. Could it be that their master really had no other choice? Gu Xian who was fighting with a group of feathermen, was also stunned by Gu Chang'e's words at this time. Could it be that Gu Chang'e's injuries were really that serious? Had he already reached the point where he could only use the power behind him to intimidate the other party? She always felt that Gu Chang'e's words hid a terrifying killing intent that no one knew about. So. At this time, divine rainbows rushed over from all directions in the sky. Those were the other young geniuses who heard the news. Gu Chang'e's place of cultivation was attacked by the feathermen. This news spread quickly, causing many people to be shocked. Then they were furious, immediately wanting to come and help. After all, Gu Chang'e now represented the face of the outside world's younger generation, and he was seriously injured because of the demonic arts inheritor. If they didn't stand out and help at this time, they would feel uneasy. Don't even think about harming young Master Chang'e. A young genius shouted, his entire body flickering with divine splendor. He arrived here, many people following behind him, all of them with majestic auras. With us here, the feathermen can forget about being so arrogant. Although young Master Chang'e is seriously injured, we are still here. In another direction, several divine rainbows rushed over, their angry voices resounding through the sky. Hearing these words, Gu Chang'e let out a faint laugh in his heart. He had expected this. However, his expression didn't change at all. With the help of my brothers, I'm afraid the feathermen won't be able to succeed today, he said slowly. Gu Chang'e, no matter how many people come today, it won't work, Yujing said coldly. She didn't care about the geniuses of various orthodoxies who rushed over. In an instant, young geniuses of various orthodoxies appeared in the sky from all directions, their faces filled with anger. They didn't expect the Feathermen to be so arrogant at this time, not putting them in their eyes at all. It seems that the immortal ancient clans really want to provoke us. They even took out their sacred weapons. A young genius said in shock when he saw the sacred weapon in Yu Jing's hand. Once the power of the Saint Realm was involved, it was not something the younger generation could contend against. This made them even more furious, and even a little fearful. The Feathermen didn't care about their bottom line and wanted to kill them all. Damn it, I must report today's matter to the orthodoxies behind me, and let the elders know that the Feathermen have gone too far. Immediately someone said angrily, the immortal ancient continent was the territory of the immortal ancient clans. They came here to train, but they had already agreed that the older generation was not allowed to interfere. It was because the older generation's strength was far greater than theirs. If the older generation's experts interfered, this training would be meaningless. Now that the Feathermen had used their sacred weapons, they had openly broken the agreement. How could this not make them shocked and angry? Cut the crap. So what if I kill you? How many immortal ancient clansmen have died at your hands during this period? Yu Jing said with a cold smile. Attack. Buzz. The moment she finished speaking, several figures behind her appeared everywhere without hesitation, transforming into their original forms. Like gods and demons, they attacked together. Suddenly, a strange sound came from heaven and earth. It was like a dragon's roar, but also like a tiger's roar. Then precious techniques came like a tide, covering the sky and the sun. Terrifying fluctuations instantly shook this part of heaven and earth. The surrounding cliffs collapsed, smashing into the ground. Damn it! Do you think we are afraid of them? Kill! Let's take advantage of today's opportunity to destroy this group of immortal ancient creatures. Young Master Chang'e is a righteous person. He was injured because of the creatures of various clans. This is the time for us to stand up for him. When young Master Chang'e was not injured, why didn't you come out? Now you know to show yourself? A group of people who bully the weak and fear the strong. Seeing this, the other young geniuses were furious. They directly rushed up and fought with these powerful figures. I'll have to trouble you all to help me. Gu Chang'e smiled, revealing a moved expression. However, Gu Xian'er, who was fighting with the enemy, sensed deep malice from his smile. No matter how weak Gu Chang'e was, he was definitely not someone the Feathermen could bully. The aura he revealed in the main hall was so strong that it made her feel suffocated. So what exactly was he scheming? Gu Xian'er was suspicious. From what she knew, Gu Chang'e's terror was definitely not because of his strength. Rumble. Many young experts of the Feathermen race attacked. Their cultivation levels were all in the Void God realm. In an instant, this place exploded. It was as if a river of stars fell from the sky, but also as if ancient stars exploded one after another. Terrifying energy waves swept through everything. Astral winds wreaked havoc, destroying heaven and earth. Every one of them was as terrifying as a true immortal realm expert. Meanwhile, a young supreme being who came to help turned into his original form, looking like a fire sparrow. He opened his mouth and spat out a monstrous flame that covered the sky and earth, turning into a terrifying fire sparrow. Stepping on the void, his eyes were like copper bells. With a boom, he charged over like magma. The scorching aura scorched the void, leaving charred marks on the edges of the void. It's useless, you are all too weak. Other than Gu Chang'e, you all can't even withstand a single blow. Yu Jing said coldly. She raised her hand and performed a powerful technique. Ancient characters lined up densely in the void. The young supreme being who had turned into his original form was immediately sent flying backward with blood spurting out of his mouth. The gap between their cultivation levels was too big. He was no match for Yu Jing at all. At the same time, the divine weapon that looked like a small golden sun floated in Yu Jing's hand and was gradually recovering. It was as vast as an ocean, crushing in all directions. It made everyone's heart palpitate and their divine souls tremble. They could not help but feel the urge to kneel on the ground. This was the power of the Saint Realm. Yu Jing was wary of Gu Chang'e, mainly because of the elixir that hid a strand of terrifying sword qi. But she also guessed that Gu Chang'e did not have many trump cards like that left. Gu Chang'e, today will be your death. Yu Jing looked at him with a cold smile. In her opinion, the current Gu Chang'e no longer had the power he had in the past. Immortal Ancients clans, are you really not afraid of the outside world's orthodoxies? Wuxia asked indifferently. His face looked very weak and pale, but his expression was calm. Standing on the mountain peak, it was as if a gust of wind could blow him away. At this moment, divine symbols flickered in his eyes. It looked like he was analyzing everything, trying to find a way to break out of this situation. But in reality, he was just putting on an act. After all, how could he show that he was seriously injured and tragic, thus igniting everyone's hatred for Immortal Ancients clans? This was a technical job. If he overdid it, it would make people suspect that he had ulterior motives. Of course, Wuxia still felt that he needed to wait for a critical moment. He was seriously injured and his source was damaged, but he still had to resolutely block the power of the divine weapon for the young geniuses. He just had to put on a show of suffering enough. The young geniuses would explode, seeing Immortal Ancients clans as thorns in their eyes. Their hatred would be instantly raised to the maximum. He could also use this opportunity to increase his reputation. It might be useful in the future. Master, you're seriously injured. Don't fight anymore. The followers behind Wuxia also joined the battle at this time. I let you fight at the front, but as the master I hide behind. Where is Wuxia's face? Hearing this, Wuxia shook his head, an unquestionable expression on his face. The script was already prepared. At this time, how could he not go on the field? Boom! As he spoke, his aura changed. His originally weak body seemed to be ignited with vitality. A surging and vast aura reappeared. But Wuxia's face became paler and paler, as if he had lost all color. Young Master Chang'e, you can't. Sigh. You better think carefully about the consequences of your actions. This scene caused the expressions of many young geniuses to change drastically. How could they not know that this was definitely a secret technique that could raise one's cultivation to the peak in a short period of time? But such a secret technique often had terrible sequelae, especially when Wuxia's origin had been damaged and he was seriously injured. Such an action was very likely to cause irreversible injuries to him. It might even affect his future cultivation. How long can such a secret technique last? Yu Jing said with a cold smile, the divine runes shining in her eyes. She could already see that Wuxia's blood essence was being consumed rapidly. He was already in a situation where he was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. It's enough to kill you, Wuxia said casually. At this moment he seemed to have recovered to his peak state. Then, a divine weapon Tao scripture appeared behind him. Surging divine light rushed into the sky, tyrannical to the extreme. Very strong indeed. Yu Jing's expression changed slightly. Then she remembered the sacred artifact in her hand and calmed down. The Featherman race, and even the entire Immortal Ancient race, will pay the price for what they have done today, Wuxia said lightly. No one noticed the playful look in his eyes. As he spoke, he took a step out of the mountain peak and disappeared. At the same time, the divine weapon Tao scripture made clanging sounds. Chi! There were all kinds of weapons including sabers, spears, swords, halberds, axes, hooks, and tridents. They turned into streams of light and flew over, overflowing with killing intent. Kill! Yu Jing shouted. The golden wings behind her flowed with brilliant colors as she charged toward Wuxia. In the other direction, the group of Featherman race geniuses who were charging toward him did not dare to be careless. They also used all kinds of divine abilities. Some turned into a huge fire hole, some used soul-destroying light, and some used ancient techniques to suppress everything. Every move here was extremely powerful and terrifying in the outside world, enough to suppress the foundation of a race. However, they all poured down on Wuxia's body, throwing it over as if they were free. This scene shocked many of the living beings and cultivators who were rushing over. This was enough to show how much everyone feared Wuxia. Even though he was seriously injured, no one dared to ignore him. Yu Jing actually brought a sacred artifact. No wonder she is so confident. However, this matter might not be good. On the mountain peak in the distance, Black-faced Yu appeared with the younger generation of Immortal Ancients' other races, watching this scene from afar. She was shocked. At the same time, she had a bad feeling. Even she did not expect Yu Jing to bring a sacred artifact. This matter had already touched on the bottom line. If they could kill Wuxia, then that would be fine. If they could not, then it would definitely be a great hidden danger. Meanwhile at this time, in the battlefield with a pew sound, miserable cries suddenly sounded. At the same time blood splashed out, exceptionally terrifying. Several young Featherman race geniuses were torn to pieces, their bodies collapsing, their bodies and spirits destroyed. Divine weapon Dao Scripture's brilliance was dazzling. All types of divine weapons rushed in all directions, carrying out a slaughter. Guchanga's expression did not change. Even though he was very pale, when his fist descended, the enemies in front of him were all killed. His figure was extremely fast, not stopping. With a single step, when he raised his hand, sword light that filled the sky descended, enveloping the area within a range of close to 100 li with terrifying sword energy. Chi-Chi's screams of terror rang out one after another as all the Feathermen experts who were trying to kill him crumbled in the midst of it. This scene made Yu Jing's pupils shrink, her heart filled with horror. Guchanga is ridiculously powerful as expected. Even though I am already seriously injured in a one-on-one battle, I might not be his opponent. She did not hesitate, abruptly activating all of her body's strength, even using blood essence to activate the sacred artifact in her hand. This weapon had a mental connection with her. Otherwise, with her current cultivation realm, she would not be able to activate it and revive it. At this moment, everyone's expression changed. Even Guchanga, who was currently slaughtering his enemies, frowned, as if he had encountered a thorny problem. Hong! In this place a terrifying pressure erupted. Immediately after, a golden figure like the sun rushed into the sky, with a pair of wings on its back, covering the sky and covering the sun. It was incomparably terrifying, as if there was an endless sea of golden flames burning the sky around it. This was the sacred artifact's spirit. This was a dazzling golden sun, with countless divine runes flickering. Yu Jing's face was pale. She directly revived it, displaying heaven overflowing divine might. It rose and fell in the horizon, as if it could pierce through heaven and earth. This wave of fluctuation, sacred artifact. And it's not an ordinary sacred artifact. Many young supreme beings who were hurrying along, including Wang Wushuang, Yi Langtian and the others, could not help but feel this aura, and their expressions could not help but change. This fluctuation comes from the place where Brother Gu is cultivating. Could it be that the immortal ancient clans actually used a sacred artifact to kill him? Qi Ling's expression also changed drastically. When she reacted, she became incomparably angry and cold. The immortal ancient clans are simply courting death. Do they really think we are easy to bully? They even used a sacred artifact. They are simply unscrupulous. Immediately, she no longer cared about this experience. She directly took out a communication talisman, planning to send a message to the power behind her and inform them of everything. Brother, the immortal ancient clans are too shameless to kill Guchanga, right? They actually used a sacred artifact in broad daylight. Do they not put our clans and orthodoxies in their eyes? They don't even care about their bottom line. The purple-clothed young lady beside Yi Langtian also found it difficult to calm down, and was incomparably furious. The immortal ancient clans have gone too far. I will send a message to inform the clan. This experience has already changed. Yi Langtian's face was also as heavy as water. For a moment this kind of scene played out everywhere. The fact that the immortal ancient clans used a sacred artifact had clearly crossed the bottom line, enraging them. Guchanga was already seriously injured because of the matter of dealing with the inheritor of the demonic arts. However, at this time the immortal ancient clans actually directly used a sacred artifact, intending to kill him to the last. This immediately triggered a terrifying earthquake in the immortal ancient continent, creating irreversible waves. Chapter 169. Boom! The terrifying aura was like an awakening sacred sun. It was dazzling and shocking all the living beings and cultivators who were fighting in the ruins. Their senses could not be wrong. It was a sacred weapon. Moreover, it was a sacred weapon that had been passed down for generations. Just a wisp of its aura could crush a sacred mountain and cause the extinction of millions of living beings. The aftermath could destroy many ancient cities in an instant. Now the sacred weapon was awakening in the sky, and its terrifying aura was sweeping across all directions. Of course, this kind of awakening was not a true awakening. At most, it could only display part of its power. That was because Yu Jing was only at the virtual god realm. She had to rely entirely on her talent and blood essence to barely activate the sacred weapon. She was prepared to use it to kill Guchanga. A golden divine light appeared in the sacred weapon. It was like a raging fire that could even burn the sky. Oh no, run! The winged people tribe actually dared to use a sacred weapon to kill us. A young Sky Pride's expression changed. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have joined in the fun. In the first instant, he retreated into the distance. However, a wisp of golden runes still fell. It was like the sun's heavenly fire. With a poof, his entire body was burned to ashes. Stop. Aren't you afraid of angering the other orthodoxies by killing the rest? Guchanga frowned. His eyes were cold and deep. He attacked forcefully. A terrifying divine light appeared behind him and surged forward. However, he was still half a step too late and could not save that person. Of course, he was just saying it. He did not intend to save that person. Too few Sky Prides had died. How could this play continue? How could this hatred be pulled up a little more? You should have thought of this when you killed my people. Yu Jing sneered. Since she could not kill Guchanga yet, she would kill the rest first. Buzz. She was still activating the sacred weapon. Wisps of terrifying divine light fell, burning the void. This scene made many young Sky Prides furious. Then they were terrified. According to the agreement of this trial, the saints were not allowed to attack. How many people could resist the attacks of the saints? At this moment they were incomparably furious, but they could only think of a way to escape. They didn't dare to fight head-on, as they would definitely die in an instant. The Sky Pride from earlier was the best example. Boom boom boom, with a series of collapsing sounds, the blood mist exploded and turned into ashes in an instant. Under the holy artifact, many people couldn't react in time, immediately dying. It was to the extent where even a few immortal ancient creatures were affected. No one can escape. Today is the day you all die, Yu Jing said with a cold smile. Her body was being rapidly drained of its essence, energy, and spirit by the sacred tool, but she did not care. At this moment she was invincible, able to kill anyone here. In next to no time, everyone within these ruins retreated far away to avoid being swept by the aftershock and losing their lives for no reason. The power of a sacred artifact was not something that a void god realm cultivator could contend against. Slaughter your people? Everything needs to be based on reason and evidence. Which eye of yours saw me do that? Furthermore, although the sacred artifact is powerful, you can't use it for too long, Guchanga said faintly as she traversed through the void. At this moment on the surface, the cultivation of the void god realm was revealed without a doubt. As he moved his feet, he easily dodged the strands of divine fire that fell down from the sky. However, when he dodged, he did not forget to cough a few times to show that his peak state was fading away. The time of the secret technique was almost up, and his injuries continued to worsen. At most, he could be considered a seriously injured person who cared about the greater good of the world. However, without his peak cultivation, he could not expose himself. Guchanga, what are you so proud of? How long can you last in your current state? Before that, I can kill all of you with the sacred artifact, Yu Jing said with disdain. She was sure that this was Guchanga's bluff, a stalling tactic. Guchanga shook his head without saying anything. At the same time he casually pinched, and a pill appeared from his sleeve. After all, this was his precious foundation. If he did not use it now, then when? Chi! The pill broke through the air, turning into a shocking sword ray. Like a divine chain of rules, it slashed towards the sacred artifact in the air. You still have a pill after all. The powerful sword Chi landed on it, instantly making Yu Jing cough out blood. Her body trembled as she suffered a backlash. She had always been on guard against Guchanga's methods, but she did not expect that even the sacred artifact could not block it and was directly injured. You can use a pill to kill my immortal ancient creatures, so why can't I use a sacred artifact? She shouted loudly and swallowed a few stalks of spiritual medicine to suppress her injuries. You can use it, but I didn't say that you can't use it. Actually, speaking of which, I should thank you. Hearing this, a playful expression flashed past Guchanga's face. Soon he disappeared from his original spot and appeared in front of Yu Jing. However, under his intentional control, no one else heard what he said. Yu Jing was using all her strength to activate the sacred artifact, but after hearing this, she could not help but be stunned. Gu Chang'e actually said that he was thanking her? What did this mean? Was he stupid? Her first reaction was that Gu Chang'e was deliberately setting up a formation to confuse her. Even the sacred artifact floating in the sky froze. Terrifying divine flames poured down, about to drown all of the mountain ranges. When the other geniuses and creatures saw this scene, their expressions suddenly changed. They retreated even further, unable to see the scene clearly. However, many people felt that Gu Chang'e's current state was weakening. Perhaps the time of the secret technique was almost up. This made them worry. No matter how strong Gu Chang'e was, it would be difficult for him to contend against Yu Jing, who was activating the sacred artifact, unless he also carried a sacred artifact. After all, without an idiot like you, my plan won't work. Within the overflowing flames, the void was blurry. There were only 2 people left in this area. The other creatures and cultivators did not dare to approach. Gu Chang'e carried a faint smile, his expression unchanged. His figure crossed the space, ignoring the terrifying sacred artifact's pressure above his head. He directly walked over. I don't think I need to kill you. When you return to your clan, the elders of your clan will not be able to hold themselves back. At the same time, this sentence reached Yu Jing's ears. Plan? What plan? Yu Jing's face was filled with shock and murderous intent. She was stunned and felt as if her mind had gone blank. When she realized that Gu Chang'e was already in front of her, she could not help but feel a chill down her spine. Why did the sacred artifact's pressure have no effect on Gu Chang'e? Could it be that he actually carried something like a sacred artifact on him but did not show it? Otherwise, how could this be explained? So, in fact, Gu Chang'e's attitude was actually just a pretense? At this moment, Yu Jing's entire body was cold. Even her hands and feet were cold. Suddenly, she felt that she seemed to have thought too simply of this matter. In fact, the elders gave her the sacred artifact so that she could save her life at a critical moment. They were worried that she would be killed by Gu Chang'e. The most important thing was Gu Chang'e's state. Although he did look like he was seriously injured, his behavior did not seem like it at all. Especially now. His expression was as if he had already expected this and had calculated everything. Boom! At this moment, Gu Chang'e looked calm, as if he knew what she was thinking. He did not waste time and directly slammed his palm down. Golden light surged, as if thousands of mountains were suppressing her. Yu Jing was shocked. She was about to dodge when she felt that the void had frozen. How is this possible? With your strength, you are not injured at all. She suddenly vomited blood. She was extremely shocked and desperate. Her scalp was numb. She suddenly discovered this secret of Gu Chang'e's. Looks like you are not too stupid. Gu Chang'e casually smiled. Why are you not afraid of the sacred artifact? Could it be that you also have a sacred artifact? Yu Jing's voice was trembling. Her divine soul was trembling. She could not believe it. I can kill a real sage with a raise of my hand. You want to kill me with the pressure of a sacred artifact that has not fully awakened. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e could not help but want to laugh. However, to tell her such a desperate truth before she died, he was really kind. What? Hearing this, Yu Jing's eyes widened. She was extremely shocked. She did not even react. The amount of information contained in Gu Chang'e's words was too terrifying. She could not believe it. In the next moment, the moment Gu Chang'e's palm fell, no matter how she resisted, it was useless. With a boom, her body directly exploded. Including her primordial spirit, she instantly disappeared. She could not even resist Gu Chang'e's casual palm. Yu Jing's primordial spirit was directly destroyed with the last of her disbelief and despair. Boom! Sensing that its user had died, the sacred artifact in the void rotated like a sacred sun. The shadow in it seemed to have intelligence and seemed to be angry. Torrential flames fell like a river of stars, wanting to drown Gu Chang'e. Gu Chang'e looked up. He raised his hand and a supreme sword chi shot out from his finger bone. With a poof, the shadow was erased. The brilliance of the sacred artifact suddenly dimmed. In this way, no one saw the process of this battle. However, the show still had to be completed. Hence, Gu Chang'e suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire face was several times weaker than before. He swayed and fell to the ground, quietly recuperating. He was very familiar with what to do next. Hence, he was not worried at all about the risk of being exposed. I'm afraid young Master Chang'e won't be able to maintain this state for long. After all, the secret skill has a time limit. Moreover, I guess young Master Chang'e doesn't have many elixirs like this. How dare he use the sacred artifact to humiliate us? We, the Sunset Sacred Sect, will remember this grudge. We will definitely report it to the sect. The Feathermen tribe can only wait for death. At that time, even if they hide in the immortal ancient continent, no one can save them. At this moment, many young elites who had fled far away saw that the soaring flames were dissipating. They could not see through the scene. Now all of them were somewhat uneasy. They were naturally afraid of the sacred artifact. In the sects behind them, the sacred artifact was also extremely precious. It was not something that an ordinary elder could come into contact with. This woman from the Feathermen tribe could bring it out. Obviously, she had the permission of the tribe's experts. This matter was definitely related to the entire Feathermen tribe. I'm afraid this is Gu Chang'e's true motive. He wants to let the various races of the immortal ancient continent cross the line. Then, he will have an excuse to kill them. On the other side, Gu Xian'er had finally finished off all the enemies. When she saw Gu Chang'e make his move, she had already guessed it. She had seen Gu Chang'e use a powerful sword technique. That sword art involved the power of the rules. Gu Chang'e could definitely have saved many of the Sky Prides just now. However, Gu Chang'e did not do so. This already explained the problem. The sacred artifact has awakened. This guy is crazy. Further away, He Yinyu and the others stood in the rolling black clouds. Their expressions changed a lot. They did not expect Yu Jing to do this. At first, they thought she was using the sacred artifact to intimidate them. But in the end, she used it to kill Gu Chang'e? This matter is irreversible. If Gu Chang'e doesn't die today, I'm afraid the entire immortal ancient continent will be in chaos. I can see that Gu Chang'e is a very scheming person. He seems to be intentionally or unintentionally inciting the other elites. His target seems to be the entire immortal ancient continent. The ancient serpent tribe's elite spoke. His long and narrow eyes flashed. He stared at the terrifying sacred artifact phantom in the distance and felt a chill in his heart. Is Gu Chang'e really planning to do this? It seems that he is using some secret technique to forcibly restore his body to its peak. And Gu Chang'e should have the confidence to deal with Yu Jing's sacred artifact. Otherwise, he would definitely not do this. He continued to analyze. However, his words made many elites frown. They felt that it was not possible. Gu Chang'e was already seriously injured. Now he was using a secret technique to forcibly restore his cultivation to its peak. How long could he last? Besides, facing the power of a sacred artifact, how could Gu Chang'e deal with it? Why do I feel that something is wrong? Gu Chang'e gives me a very dangerous feeling. My heart actually palpitates when facing him. Black Yinyu muttered to herself. She did not know if it was just her imagination. But when she looked at Gu Chang'e, she felt a kind of palpitations that came from the depths of her soul. She had never had such a feeling before. It was as if Gu Chang'e could decide her life and death with a single thought. Then Black Yinyu shook her head and threw this impossible thought out of her mind. Before this, she had never seen Gu Chang'e. Why would she have such a feeling? It must be because she was too wary of Gu Chang'e. Regardless of whether Gu Chang'e is dead or not, things are not going to end well. I'm afraid from today onwards, we have to consider the future of the entire continent. The moment Yu Jing used the sacred artifact, Black Yinyu thought of this matter. Yu Jing probably did not expect things to become so troublesome. Most importantly, she underestimated Gu Chang'e's position in the hearts of the younger generation. The reason why Yu Jing used the sacred artifact in the end was mostly because Gu Chang'e was still ridiculously powerful even though he was seriously injured. Is the battle over there over? Even the shadow of the sacred artifact that Yu Jing used disappeared. Black Yinyu was slightly stunned. She looked at the place where Gu Chang'e and Yu Jing last fought. The more she looked, the more she frowned. Then she was stunned. She even felt that it was unbelievable. Yu Jing, who used the sacred artifact, is dead? Chapter 170. At this moment it was not only black-faced Yu. Even the other young supreme beings and immortal ancient creatures were shocked. Their eyes widened in disbelief. They really did not expect Yu Jing's aura to disappear in the end. Yu Jing is actually dead. Even though Guchanga is seriously injured, he is still so strong? Even the Saint Artifact's revival could not kill him? Guchanga definitely has a Saint Artifact as a trump card. He hit it too deeply. Their souls trembled, their faces full of fear. The other feathermen even widened their eyes, petrified in place. This blow was too great for them. Yu Jing was the feathermen's most outstanding genius. Her cultivation was at the middle stage of the Void God realm, and few in the same generation could match her. Now, with a Saint Artifact in hand, she faced Guchanga, who was seriously injured and still relied on a secret method to hang on to his cultivation. Yet she was killed in the end? Their minds were dumbfounded. Boom! Overflowing flames rose and fell in the horizon, and then quickly disappeared. The terrifying Saint Might was also receding. That Saint Artifact that was like a heavenly fire sun was falling rapidly, smashing towards the mountain peak. Amidst the dust, Guchanga sat there with a calm expression, but everyone could feel his current weakness at this moment. This was a state where his essence blood was already depleted. His face was as white as a sheet. It was difficult to describe his current complexion, but even so it still made everyone shocked and impressed. Many of the younger generation were even fanatical, and could not help but roar, "Too strong, young Master Changa is simply invincible." So what if the various races of immortal ancient go too far? Even in this state, young Master Changa can still suppress all enemies. After all, it is a taboo for young people. This scene made many people's blood boil. "Master! Protect Master!" In an instant divine rainbows rushed over from all directions. They were all Guchanga's followers. They landed near him, protecting him. No one expected that Yu Jing, who used a Saint Artifact, would actually die at the hands of the seriously injured Guchanga. Even a Saint Artifact could not do anything to him. This could only mean that Guchanga definitely had something on the same level as a Saint Artifact in his hands. But this was already shocking enough. After all, being able to activate a Saint Artifact and display its might was already not something that ordinary people could do. Guchanga's actions today had left an indelible image of righteousness in the hearts of all the young elites. "Master, are you all right?" Facing the concern of his followers, Guchanga's expression was very calm, as if nothing had happened. He thought for a moment and replied, "I'm fine. It's just that I can't use my cultivation for a short period of time." He could take advantage of this time to do some things in secret. "It's all our fault. We're too useless. We can't share Master's burden." When they heard this, they felt even more guilty. Guchanga shook his head and said calmly, "This is not your fault. I underestimated the strength of the inheritor of the demonic arts. Otherwise, today's events would not have happened." After saying that, he looked at the group of feathermen in front of him, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. "Kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive," he ordered. "Yes, Master." The followers received the order and rushed up again. They surrounded and killed the rest of the feathermen who were still in a daze. A great battle broke out again. Guchanga silently closed his eyes and threw some medicinal pills into his mouth, as if he was healing his wounds. At this time he did not believe that some idiots would dare to attack. No, he would explode his blood a second time and throw in some medicinal pills while he was at it. Also, since he said that the secret technique was a secret technique, it was naturally a technique that no one knew about. As for the effects, it was all made up by Guchanga. If someone wanted to ask about it, he had all kinds of ways to deal with it. Now, he had personally participated in this great battle against all the clans in Immortal Ancient. He even opened the curtains for it. Next, he just had to wait and watch the show while he was at it. Most importantly, in Guchanga's opinion, this was a great opportunity to take over the entire Immortal Ancient continent. Then, he planned to send some people to leave this place and deliver his message to the Gu family. In addition, the Taichu divine sect that his mother was in could also take advantage of this opportunity to interfere. He should be the first to eat the biggest piece of meat here. As expected, Guchanga is astute and calculative. He did not miss anything. How can Yu Jing win against him? She will definitely die in the end. In this way, Gu Chang'e will gain a good image in front of the world. On the other side, Gu Xian'er, who was watching all this, frowned. After all, Gu Chang'e had many tricks up his sleeve. She was not surprised by this. Then, she glared at Gu Chang'e's direction with hatred. She remembered all the things that happened today. Then she turned into a rainbow and left. As long as she met Gu Chang'e, nothing good would come out of it. She had already decided to stay away from Gu Chang'e, so that she would not be tricked by him again. Most importantly, she was a bit absent-minded. What kind of attitude did she have towards Gu Chang'e? She was a bit unwilling to face Gu Chang'e. What did she say to not have any other feelings towards him? What did that mean? Sometimes Gu Chang'e treated her well. But why was he as cold as ice at other times? She was a bit confused. Which was Gu Chang'e's real face? Gu Xian'er shook her head and got rid of this thought. She felt that after leaving immortal ancient continent, she had to return to the Gu family. Miss, are we still going to attack? Now that Gu Chang'e seems to have run out of energy, this is a good opportunity for us. Near black-colored jade, many creatures of immortal ancient were asking. In their eyes, this was a great opportunity. Gu Chang'e was definitely extremely weak in this state. They all rushed forward. No matter how strong Gu Chang'e was, he was obviously at the end of his rope. What kind of trouble could he stir up? The sky pride of the ancient soaring serpent clan immediately shook his head. Let's retreat. We've already angered the crowd. This place will attract other cultivators. If we attack, they won't just sit by and watch. Besides, do you really think that Gu Chang'e is in such a state because he doesn't have any tricks up his sleeve? Or is he deliberately acting like this so that we can take the initiative to attack so that he can catch us all in one fell swoop? One had to admit that his words made a lot of sense. Many creatures felt a chill down their spines. The sky pride of the divine crocodile clan said with a pale face, Gu Chang'e's methods and schemes are just too terrifying. Black-colored jade was silent for a moment before she said, the most important thing now is to think about how we can withstand the anger of the orthodoxies in the outside world. Under Gu Chang'e's deliberate guidance, the hatred of the cultivators in the outside world towards us has probably reached its peak. She looked deeply at the young man in the distance who was like a moon surrounded by stars. Her eyes were full of fear and admiration. Compared to Long Tongue, Gu Chang'e was so terrifying that she couldn't help but tremble slightly. He had easily led the entire immortal ancient clan to the opposite side of the outside world. His intentions were terrible. In this way, it was equivalent to putting them on the edge of a knife and barbecuing them. Long Tongue won't die unjustly in his hands. This person is too scary. If there's no need to, don't go against him. Black-colored jade left. She brought all her clansmen with her. She had a feeling that there would be a huge earthquake in the immortal ancient continent that would affect all the clans. Soon the news of what had happened here spread. The immortal ancient continent, which was already chaotic enough, became even more chaotic. Almost all the cultivators from the outside world were deeply enraged and filled with righteous indignation. The Winged Man clan had openly killed a group of young sky prides with a sacred weapon, trampling on the bottom line of this trial. At this time, even the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace couldn't protect the immortal ancient clans. This matter quickly fermented and became something like a fuse wire, igniting everyone's anger and hatred. No matter how strong the immortal ancient clans were, they couldn't withstand the anger of the other orthodoxies at this time. Not to mention what Gu Chang'e's identity represented. What he did this time was on the side of righteousness. No one could say anything more, and no one could say anything to slander him. Suppressing the inheritors of demonic arts, purging the cultivation world for the common people, and returning peace to the world. With all these, no one could find anything wrong with it. On the contrary, the Winged Man clan wanted to kill Gu Chang'e, while he was seriously injured with a sacred weapon. Such a shameless action made many people despise them. At the same time, in the Winged Man clan's territory, there was a gloomy atmosphere. They immediately received the news. The current clan leader let out a furious roar that shattered the mountains within a radius of thousands of miles. His anger wasn't because of Yu Jing's death. It was because Yu Jing had used a sacred weapon, crossing the bottom line of both sides. This matter was simply pushing the entire Featherman clan onto the path of death. Damn it, Yu Jing was completely tricked by Gu Chang'e from the beginning. This Gu Chang'e is just a junior. But how could his methods be so vicious and experienced? In a majestic palace, many elders were gathered. Their faces were gloomy to the extreme. They were furious, but at the same time they were also terrified. The Winged Man clan had been tricked by Wuxia. They weren't stupid, they could figure it out with a little analysis. Yujing thought that Wuxia could kill him in his weakened state, so she didn't hesitate to use the sacred weapon. Wuxia clearly had a powerful trump card that could resist the power of the sacred weapon. But before this he had been showing weakness, giving Yujing the feeling that he had used up all his tricks and was at his wit's end. All of this had been deliberately guided by him. He wanted the Winged Man clan to break this bottom line. This way the orthodoxies outside, and even the longevity Gu family behind Wuxia, would have an excuse to interfere in immortal ancient continent. At this time who dared to say no? Even the immortal ancient dragon clan didn't dare to say anything. A long life family, a family that could be crowned with the name of long life, just how terrifying was their backing and strength. A single Winged Man clan was definitely not a match for the longevity family. At that time, unless the entire immortal ancient clan united, there would be a possibility of resisting. In order to have a logical excuse that Wuxia had really put in a lot of effort. At this time an old woman said with a shocked and angry expression, "Damn it, how could Yujing be so stupid? We shouldn't have given her the sacred weapon. This time she's completely pushing us into the abyss of no return. At this time there's no point in talking about this. Let's think of a solution first." By doing this, Wuxia not only schemed against our clan, but even the entire immortal ancient remnant clan was dragged down by him. The other clans won't sit by and do nothing. This will be the most dangerous situation we've encountered since immortal ancient continent. If we can't get through it safely, we might be in danger of being wiped out. An elder said with a heavy expression. His position in the Winged Man clan was very high, and his words carried a lot of power. He was also Yujing's grandfather. The reason why the sacred weapon fell into Yujing's hands was completely related to him. He was worried that Yujing's life would be in danger if she encountered Wuxia. So he gave the sacred weapon to Yujing. However, Yujing used this sacred weapon, bringing disaster to the entire Winged Man clan. This Wuxia is so young, but his mind is as vicious as those ancient monsters. We can't let him live. We might as well go all the way, and let him know that we're not to be trifled with. Immediately, an elder's eyes flashed coldly as he said, "We need to be careful about this matter. There is still room for negotiation. If we really attack Wuxia, then only death awaits us. Don't forget that Wuxia has another identity." Another elder shook his head and interrupted, "Dao Heavenly Immortal Palace's successor." When these words were spoken, everyone fell silent, and they even felt a chill run down their backs. It was just a young man, yet he forced their entire clan to face a life and death crisis. This kind of thing was simply unimaginable in the past. Let's discuss with the Dragon clan. They have to step in. After all, Yujing attacking Wuxia is definitely related to the true dragon token. Then their eyes flashed. They felt that this matter could be dragged down by the Dragon clan. At that time, if they faced the Longevity Gu clan's anger, they would at least have some confidence. In contrast to the Winged Man clan's deathly silence, the Dragon Islands where the true Dragon clan was located were solemn. Almost as soon as the young geniuses contacted the orthodoxies of the outside world, they felt that something was wrong. The various clans of Immortal Ancient were facing the greatest danger. At this moment there were bursts of light, and the sound of chanting could be heard. All of the true Dragon clan's clansmen were gathered here. There were hundreds of thousands of them, and they were all densely packed, kneeling on the ground. Their expressions were fanatical and sincere. They bowed towards the ancient immortal temple at the very front, chanting the prayers of the immortal elders. Many of them even cut their wrists, letting their blood splash out. Divine radiance flickered within, pouring onto the stone statue in front of them. That ancient stone statue was a supreme expert who looked down on everything, its dragon horns about to break through the sky. Wang! Wave after wave of strange fluctuations spread out in the sky. True dragon protection. The true dragon clan's great elder shouted with a fanatical expression. True dragon protection. All of the clansmen below were shouting loudly, as fanatical as if they had gone mad. Compared to being attacked by the orthodoxies of the outside world, they chose the path of cutting off all means of retreat. Their ancestor, the true dragon, was not dead yet. Now, as long as a strand of its true spirit appeared, it could intimidate the orthodoxies and save the current situation. Meanwhile, in the following period of time, the winds and clouds of immortal ancient continents surged, creating a huge commotion. Many of the younger generation were furious. They all contacted the sects behind them, determined to flatten the entire immortal ancient continent. All of immortal ancient's creatures were also ordered to return to their clans, not daring to show themselves, fearing that they would be surrounded and killed by a group of young geniuses. As the instigator of this matter, Wuxia leisurely recuperated in his usual place. During this time Yilang Tian, Qiling, Peng Fei, and the others all came to visit him. Then they were all fooled by him with all kinds of tricks. However, this also caused them to be filled with righteous indignation. Their anger and hatred towards immortal ancients' clans reached an unprecedented peak. During this period of time, Wuxia even more so lived in seclusion, almost not showing himself in the outside world. Meanwhile, in the various clans' gathering places, the figures of demonic arts inheritors appeared. Many experts in ancestral tombs were plundered. The figures of demonic arts inheritors appeared everywhere, suspected to be extremely powerful, causing many people to be alarmed. However, none of the creatures and cultivators who encountered the demonic arts inheritors were spared. For a moment, everyone was in danger. Chapter 171. Just as the major clans in Immortal Ancient were in danger, in the mountain range outside the Black Sky Eagle clan, Wuxia walked out from the void. He glanced at the large sacred mountain buildings in front of him, and there was a faint smile on his face. It's time to harvest again. After planting a seed, not only did it blossom and bear fruit, but it also grew into a lush forest. This Haiming really didn't disappoint me, Wuxia said with interest. With a natural expression he took a step forward. The void blurred, and he arrived at the mountain range in front of him. It was as if he was walking in his own backyard. He didn't hide his aura, and he didn't bring any followers with him. Therefore, the moment he arrived outside the Black Sky Eagle clan, his aura was detected. Who are you? A powerful divine consciousness swept over. Several powerful auras appeared in the mountain range. They had black wings on their backs and they were at the true God realm. They looked at Wuxia who was walking over, and their faces were full of shock as they asked, "Tell the great elder of the Black Sky Eagle clan that Wuxia is here to visit." Wuxia glanced at them, stood with his hands behind his back, and said with a faint smile. He didn't care at all about the two Black Sky Eagle clan members who were shocked when they heard his name. During this period, Wuxia's name had spread throughout the entire immortal ancient clans. From the older generation to the younger generation, everyone knew him. In all kinds of rumors, Wuxia was an extremely evil person who killed the entire immortal ancient clans. Now he even schemed against the Featherman clan, and planned to lure many orthodoxies from the outside world to annihilate the immortal ancient continent. Wuxia's name could even make the children of immortal ancient cry. These two Black Sky Eagle clan members naturally knew how terrifying Wuxia was, and their eyes immediately changed. Their expressions were even a little frightened, and their voices were trembling. "Wuxia, what are you doing here?" they asked, their lips trembling and their spirits trembling. True God realm existences obviously couldn't gain much from Wuxia. It was rumored that Wuxia was seriously injured, but now it seemed that Wuxia's aura was normal. He was clearly fine. His body couldn't be any better, so how could anyone see any injuries? Could it be that the rumors were wrong? Or could it be that the person in front of him was not Wuxia? Was he a fake? Thinking of this, they suppressed the fear in their hearts and attacked Wuxia. Boom! True God realm undulations swept over instantly, making the mountain range within a radius of several hundred miles start rumbling and trembling. "I'm here to take my things," Wuxia smiled. His figure was incomparably blurry as he walked straight through the attacks. "Since you guys aren't willing to report my arrival, I can only enter by myself. But why don't you cherish life?" As he walked, there was a strange fluctuation in the void. Immediately after, these two true God realm Black Sky Eagle clansmen collapsed with a puff, instantly obliterating both body and soul. Guchanga did not hide his arrival. He was incomparably powerful as he walked through the void, all the way to the depths of the Black Sky Eagle clan. In his mind, a cobweb-like picture was forming. Every line connected everything, including all the Black Sky Eagle clansmen. Even what they were doing and what they were thinking was crystal clear, and could be understood in an instant. With a thought, no one could hide from his perception. With a thought, he could also decide their life and death. And all of this was the credit of the wedding dress immortal art. Of course, there was also Heiming's credit. For Guchanga to be able to control the life and death of the entire Black Sky Eagle clan without any effort, it could be said that Heiming's contribution was indispensable. Not good. Someone has trespassed into the clan's land. Someone come quickly. At this moment, the entire Black Sky Eagle clan was alarmed. They were shocked by the undulations coming from the mountain gate. Boom! In the sky, streaks of black divine light came in the direction of Guchanga. They were all the Black Sky Eagle clansmen who had heard the sound. They were incomparably furious. It was the first time in so many years that someone had trespassed into the clan's land. I'd like to see who is so bold to actually dare to trespass here. In a palace, a few old men were discussing. Their aquiline noses flickered with black light, and their expressions were cold and angry. Buzz! In the next moment, their figures moved together and disappeared from the palace, appearing in the sky outside. What's going on? Someone has trespassed into the clan's land? Does he not want his life? He's simply courting death. On a mountain peak, clouds surged as a young girl in white clothes doubtfully muttered to herself. Her neck was slender, and her skin was ice like jade. It was He Yanyu. Could it be that the successor of the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara has come? If my guess is correct, the successor of the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara is that person called Yiling, the successor of the demonic arts? If it's really Yiling, we have to be careful. This person can escape from Guchanga with his life. He's definitely not an idle person. Her heart trembled. After thinking for a moment, she also turned into a streak of divine light and rushed into the sky to see what was going on. At the same time, on another mountain peak shrouded in clouds and mist, Heiming, who had moved out of his previous courtyard and moved into the palace, suddenly opened his eyes from his cultivation. At this moment he had a strange feeling in his heart. It was a vague feeling, as if he was facing a supreme existence. What happened? Could it be that the supreme existence is coming to find me? This feeling can't be wrong. Heiming was shocked, followed by ecstasy and excitement. He felt that the possibility was very high. From the supreme existence, he had only obtained the wedding dress celestial art, which allowed him to be reborn and undergo earth-shattering changes. If he could obtain other things, humans were greedy, and their desires were endless. In the past, Heiming only wanted to be valued by the tribe, but now he was no longer satisfied with all this. Thinking of this, he also got up and left, heading in the direction of the commotion outside. Guchanga. It's you? How is this possible? Why are you here? Aren't you seriously injured and recuperating? On the other side, many of the Black Sky Eagle tribe members were staring with their eyes wide open in shock. Many of the Black Sky Eagle tribe members had seen Guchanga's face before, especially those who had followed He Yanyu and planned to kill Guchanga, but gave up in the end. At this moment, they were incomparably shocked as they looked at the young man who was strolling in front of them. If this was not Guchanga, who could it be? They never thought that Guchanga would actually come to their clan's land alone, and that no one could stop him along the way. Could it be that his injuries had healed? What was his purpose? I'm here to take my things. Let those who can speak come out, I don't want to waste time. Hearing this, Guchanga had a casual smile. Facing such a large group of people besieging him, he did not care at all. Your things? What things? This is your purpose of trespassing into our tribe's territory. Many people's faces darkened when they heard this, and they shouted, as if they were going to attack Guchanga. Although Guchanga was very strong, that was only to those of the same generation. Now, he was in their tribe's territory. They would not allow him to be presumptuous. The Black Sky Eagle tribe had been passed down since the immortal ancient era, and there were many Saint Realm experts, and even a few quasi-supreme realm ancestors. With such a terrifying foundation, he, a young man, barged in alone? What kind of confidence did he have? Or was it that he did not fear death? At this time, terrifying auras descended one after another, and there was even a saint among them. His face was very old and his body was bent. He stared at Guchanga in front of him and waved his hand. All of you stop for this old man. Guchanga, what is your purpose? This was a very powerful elder of the Black Sky Eagle tribe. His appearance made many of the Black Sky Eagle tribe members sigh in relief. In fact, they were all secretly on guard against Guchanga. The Featherman tribe's genius used a saint artifact and successfully killed Guchanga. This meant that Guchanga had the means to fight against a saint realm expert. At this time, they were not confident that they could suppress Guchanga. I said to take back my things. Don't you understand? Guchanga said calmly, his expression as casual as usual. Although the person in front of him was a saint realm expert, he did not take it to heart. He was still waiting for the quasi-supreme realm expert of the Black Sky Eagle tribe to appear. That was the one who could really speak. With his current peak divine king realm strength, he could easily kill these saints. Your things? What are your things? The saint realm elder stared at Guchanga and said, frowning. He did not dare to attack Guchanga rashly. Now that the situation in the immortal ancient continent was unclear, many tribes were in danger because the orthodoxies from the outside world seemed to be planning to descend. If he attacked Guchanga, it meant that he had to be prepared to fight to the death with the forces behind Guchanga. This was a terrible price to pay. Although the Black Sky Eagle tribe had a long history, they were afraid of the revenge of the everlasting families. They could only be destroyed. My things? Of course, it's the reincarnation platform of the reincarnation heavenly sovereign and the entire Black Sky Eagle tribe. Guchanga replied with a smile. He did not think there was anything wrong with his words. The reincarnation platform was a reincarnation stone left behind by the reincarnation heavenly sovereign. It contained rich reincarnation power. Guchanga planned to condense a reincarnation seal in his primordial spirit to prepare for his innate deity, will to become an immortal will. He was determined to get the reincarnation platform. What? However, the moment they heard his words, everyone was stunned, including the Saint Realm Elder. His expression suddenly changed and became gloomy. How did Guchanga know about the reincarnation platform's existence? This was not something to be worried about. He said that the entire Black Sky Eagle tribe was his. What did that mean? At this time, the other Black Sky Eagle tribe members also rushed over. Many people heard Guchanga's words, and their expressions changed greatly. The reincarnation platform was controlled by each tribe in turn. This year it was the Black Sky Eagle tribe's turn to control it. It did not belong to them. Guchanga's words, in their eyes, were no different from a provocation. Everyone was angry and stared at him. If not for the elders stopping them, they would have attacked and let Guchanga know whose territory this was. Guchanga, how could it be him? How is this possible? His injuries healed so quickly. Black Yinyu was naturally among the people who rushed over. When she saw Guchanga, her beautiful face turned pale. She could not believe it. At this moment she only felt a slight chill, making her back break out in cold sweat. She knew very well how serious Guchanga's injuries were. How could he recover so quickly? This meant that Guchanga's injuries were very likely faked. His goal was indeed to provoke a war between the outside world and immortal ancients' clans. Until now, can't you feel it? The life and death of your tribe is in my hands. As long as I want to, you will all die. So don't try to provoke me. Although I have always been kind, it does not mean that you have the right to talk to me. Tell your quasi-supreme ancestor to come out. Guchanga smiled faintly. He turned a blind eye to the anger, coldness, and hatred of all the Black Sky Eagle tribe members. Buzz. As his words fell, heaven and earth trembled. Many people suddenly felt a terrifying fear in their hearts. At this moment, they only felt that their hearts were being grabbed by a pair of invisible hands. Asking for fresh flowers, what is this? This made their expressions change drastically. They suddenly turned pale and their voices trembled. Some people could not even bear this feeling. They stopped breathing and directly fell from the sky. Poof! They instantly fell into a pile of meat paste. At this moment, everyone's expression changed when they looked at Guchanga. It was as if they were looking at a terrifying existence. They were extremely frightened. What kind of means was that? Their lives seemed to be in the hands of someone in an instant, and they could be destroyed at any time. The expression of the Sage Realm Elder changed. Even he felt that his life and death were in the hands of the other party. What is this? Is it the slave seal? But the slave seal has not manifested. His face turned pale in an instant, and all the blood drained from his face. There was even despair and disbelief in his eyes. He tried to use his cultivation to get rid of the thought just now, but it did not work at all. It was like a clay ox entering the sea. In an instant there was dead silence. Could not even cause a ripple. Guchanga's means were obviously beyond his understanding. This was not described as unfathomable. The immortals? No, this was the arrival of the demon. This is the feeling. On the other side, Black Sky Jade's face also turned pale. Her pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip. She showed an expression of disbelief and fear. Including her, no one was spared. To Guchanga, all of them were the same. There was no difference. Whether it was the virtual god realm or the sage realm, it was all a matter of a thought. In front of the wedding dress fairy art, their lives were a string that could be easily torn. A means more terrifying than the slave seal. When were we implanted? Black Sky Jade's delicate face was snow white. She had always been smart. Among her peers, she was known as the little strategist. Now she realized. When she saw Guchanga for the first time outside the ruins, she had such a feeling. At that time she thought it was an illusion. But now that she thought about it, Guchanga must have sensed her existence back then. At that moment he had the thought of killing her. However, this thought flashed and disappeared. That was why she thought it was an illusion. Thinking about this, Black Sky Jade felt cold all over. She looked at Guchanga as if she was looking at an incomparably terrifying existence. She had underestimated how terrifying Guchanga was. How did he do all of this? This is clearly not a slave seal. How can you control our life and death? At this moment, the attitude of this Sage Realm Elder had undergone an earth-shattering change. He was terrified and cautious. After all, life and death were completely controlled by Guchanga. How could he be arrogant? At this time, he could only pray that the elders could use some means to solve all this. Otherwise, all of this would be like what Guchanga said. The entire Black Sky Eagle tribe was in his hands. The life and death of all the tribe members were in his hands. Moreover, he could not understand at all. How did Guchanga do all this? Before this, they had never come into contact with Guchanga. This made them feel despair. They had inexplicably fallen into a trap, and it was the kind that could not be solved. How could there be such a strange thing in this world? Is this important? Hearing this, Guchanga said casually, "You only need to remember one thing now. From today onwards, I am your master. Work for me and you will live. Otherwise, you will die." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's faces paled and fell into a deathly silence. No wonder Guchanga dared to barge in alone. With such means, the entire Black Sky Eagle tribe was like walking on flat ground. He could come and go as he pleased, as if it was his own backyard. This method is definitely related to the slave seal. Other than the successor of the reincarnation Heavenly Sovereign, no one knows that the reincarnation Tao platform is related to the reincarnation Heavenly Sovereign. Yi Ling, the successor of the reincarnation Heavenly Sovereign, might have been killed by Guchanga. He tampered with the slave seal. Or Guchanga is the true successor of the demonic technique. Black Sky Eagle stared at Guchanga. After thinking through all of this, her entire body, including her primordial spirit, was trembling. As smart as she was, she had already found many connections among these things. These connections were very likely as she had speculated. Otherwise, it would not make sense at all. But how could there be such a terrifying person in this world? She looked at Guchanga with eyes full of fear. The more she thought about these things, the more her scalp tingled. "Oh, you're a smart person." Guchanga sensed Black Sky Eagle's thoughts. He was a little surprised. After all, to be able to deduce the truth from these things, this ability was not simple. However, he did not care. Black Sky Eagle's life and death were all in his control. If she dared to expose this, she would definitely die in an instant. Then Guchanga narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the mountain peak in the distance. There was a terrifying aura rising there, as if an unparalleled sun was rising. This aura was overwhelming in all directions, as if a supreme had awakened and was going to look down on the world. That's great. This scene made many of the Black Sky Eagle tribe members here feel hopeful. This was their ancestor. Their ancestor had the cultivation of a quasi-supreme. He had lived for tens of thousands of years, and his cultivation was unparalleled. If their ancestor came forward, there might be a possibility of turning around today's matter. However, in the next moment Guchanga laughed. The unparalleled aura that rose there seemed to be extinguished by a strong wind, dissipating in an instant. Seeing all of this, all of the Black Sky Eagle tribe members were in despair. Chapter 172. Even the Grand Ancestor, a quasi-supreme, had no means of contending with Guchanga. This scene made all the members of the Black Sky Eagle clan despair. No one wanted to be a slave. They were used to being superior, and it was even more impossible for them to allow someone to stand above them. Therefore, when Yi Ling, the successor of the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara, appeared, the first thing they did was not to welcome him, but to think of a way to kill him to prevent future trouble. In front of Guchanga, the suppression they suffered was even more terrifying than the slave seal. The slave seal could only suppress their cultivation, making it difficult for them to attack Yi Ling. However, Guchanga directly controlled their lives, including the Grand Ancestor, and there was no way to deal with it. He had just walked out from the depths, but Guchanga suppressed him with a thought. This kind of strange method caused them to be extremely shocked and terrified. How is this possible? He is not a supreme being, but why does he have that kind of aura? He Ming, who had rushed here, also looked at everything in shock. He did not know Guchanga's identity. However, on Guchanga, he vaguely felt like he was facing that mysterious supreme being. His expression immediately turned into one of extreme shock. He subconsciously thought that Guchanga was like him, someone who was valued by the supreme being. Guchanga also glanced at He Ming at this moment, and there was an inexplicable smile at the corner of his mouth. This chess piece was not small, but he had to make good use of it. Young Master Gu, please. Deep in the mountain range, after a moment of silence, a white-robed old man with a haggard face but full of spirit appeared. His eyes were deeply sunken, and his expression was extremely shocked. A terrifying quasi-supreme aura surged on his body, and then it quickly calmed down. He was the other Grand Ancestor of the Black Sky Eagle clan, the other person who was suppressed by Guchanga with a thought just now, and had yet to appear. Guchanga nodded, and his hands were behind his back, looking very natural. He moved his feet, and as he took a step, the void suddenly blurred. This Grand Ancestor led the way. A moment later, in the central palace of the Black Sky Eagle clan, under the respectful and fearful gazes of the Black Sky Eagle tribe members, Guchanga arrived. All the higher-ups of the Black Sky Eagle tribe had come, regardless of whether they were cultivating or dealing with important matters. They all rushed over at the first possible moment, their faces filled with fear and trembling, not daring to say a single word. Outside the palace, there were many young people of the Black Sky Eagle clan. In fact, they did not know what had happened. They only heard that Guchanga seemed to have appeared and come to their clan. Moreover, even the old ancestor was alarmed, personally inviting him. This shocked them. Guchanga was the enemy of Immortal Ancient's clans. Why was he being so polite to him? Was he afraid of him? No one explained the reason to them. It was too complicated, and many people, including himself, had yet to recover from the shock. Only He Yinyu and He Ming were allowed to enter the hall due to their special status. Sir Gu, please take a seat. Another miserable-looking quasi-supreme also came to the main hall. She was a cold and gloomy old woman. She had a very obvious characteristic of the Black Sky Eagle clan. She had huge wings that could cover the sky and cover the sun. Now she looked at Guchanga with eyes full of fear and horror. In her long years of cultivation, this was the first time she had encountered such a strange thing. At that time she only felt a thought explode in her mind, and even her quasi-supreme primordial spirit was about to split open and turn into ashes. This kind of feeling was too terrifying. Guchanga was only a young man. How could he have such terrifying methods? Guchanga naturally sat on the main seat of the hall, looking down at everyone with a playful expression. There was a deathly silence like a cicada in winter. Including the Saint Realm elders, their foreheads were covered in cold sweat, and they did not dare to speak. Who knew what Guchanga was planning to do? If they angered him, wouldn't they die instantly? This feeling of life and death being controlled by the other party was like walking on the edge of an abyss with eyes closed with a long sword hanging above their heads. If they were not careful, they would lose their lives. Yin Yu served tea to Sir Gu. The quasi-supreme ancestor looked at He Yin Yu and ordered, "Yes, ancestor." He Yin Yu was full of fear for Guchanga. After guessing Guchanga's true identity, this feeling became more and more obvious. But she did not dare to disobey the ancestor's order. Hearing this, her hands trembled slightly, and she brought the tea to Guchanga. Although she was usually very decent and generous in front of the clan members. But after all, she was only a woman in her 20s. At this time, she was naturally afraid of death. "Sir, Master Gu, please have some tea." He Yin Yu was about to call him Sir Gu, but she remembered Guchanga's character. She quickly changed her words and called him Master. If she died because of this, it would be too unlucky. And her thoughts were very simple. Even the quasi-supreme ancestor couldn't do anything about this. The matter of the Black Sky Eagle clan submitting to Guchanga was definitely a matter that could not be changed. So she might as well directly express her willingness to submit to Guchanga. Such a scene made many higher-ups of the Black Sky Eagle clan feel complicated, and they sighed silently. He Yin Yu's thoughts were also their thoughts. Now that things had come to this, they could only accept their fate. At this time, Guchanga looked at He Yin Yu seriously. She looked to be about 17 or 18 years old, and her facial features were exquisite. Her black hair was like clouds, and there was a 9 phoenix hairpin in it. She was wearing a beautiful jade robe, and was as pure as a divine lotus, making her look extremely beautiful. Her appearance was not bad, and she was also very quick-witted and sensible. She even guessed his true identity before. "What's your name?" Guchanga took the tea and asked casually, but this was just a casual question. He knew He Yin Yu's name and identity, as well as her thoughts. It was just that Guchanga did not want the Black Sky Eagle clan to understand. He could see through many of their thoughts. After all, in this way, it was inevitable that they would have the mentality of walking corpses and marionettes. What Guchanga wanted was a clan that would work for him. Not a group of puppets that would only listen to his orders and do everything according to his orders. In this way, he might as well directly refine and devour them all. And according to the current requirements of the immortal devouring demonic technique, such a group of people would not be able to help him break through to the real Saint Realm. At most, he would reach the middle stage of the quasi-Saint Realm. To be honest, it was too wasteful to devour 2 quasi-supreme realm slaves like this. "Master, my name is He Yin Yu." He Yin Yu heard this, and there was a slight joy on her face, and she hurriedly replied. When she was chosen by Long Tung, she still had thoughts of resistance and was unwilling to submit, so she planned for this. She had a strong ambition of her own. Now her death was not up to her. Although He Yin Yu did not want to be like this, there was no other way. Guchanga nodded and did not say much. His eyes swept across the people below. "Greetings, Master." With He Yin Yu taking the lead, many of the higher-ups of the Black Sky Eagle clan also changed their words at this time to show their loyalty to Guchanga. For a time the hall was full of cheers. "I know you hate me and can't wait to kill me." Guchanga took a sip of tea and smiled lightly. "So," as he pointed out his finger, you, and you." The faces of those who were pointed at changed dramatically in an instant, and they were extremely frightened. Then with a bang they exploded on the spot, and blood mist drifted, and their bodies and souls were destroyed. "Don't try to have a trace of hatred for me, because I will know." Guchanga smiled. "You just need to remember my words. I am the most powerful in the world. Those who resist me, these people will end up the best." Guchanga's words were very simple, and she said it lightly. However, there was a sense of, "I will kill you if you dare to resist" in his words. Buzz. Seeing this scene, everyone in the hall turned cold, and their scalps were about to explode. It happened suddenly without any warning. This group of people died just like that. Guchanga's means were too shocking and terrifying, as if he could sense their hatred. Thinking of this, many people's faces turned pale, and they were completely shocked. The two old ancestors of the quasi-supreme realm also changed their expressions and quickly changed their words. Master, please don't be angry. Our clan is willing to submit to you. They had lived for so long that even their eyelashes were empty. Naturally, they were not willing to die just like that. Even ants would drag out a life, let alone humans. Moreover, their ancestors had submitted to the reincarnation heavenly sovereign a long time ago because of this. Now that this group of juniors submitted to Guchanga, it was not unacceptable. As long as they were willing to work for Guchanga, he would not kill for no reason. I still like people who know how to adapt to circumstances. Guchanga was still smiling. He stood up with his hands behind his back and said, "Fewer people will die if you are more sensible. Why not?" His smile, however, sent chills down everyone's spines. "We understand, Master." At this moment, everyone in the hall spoke in unison, not daring to be disloyal. Guchanga could feel that the hatred in their hearts had disappeared completely. He could not help but nod in satisfaction. He liked such a clean way of subduing people. Saved time and was easy. Of course, Guchanga did not intend to tell them how he controlled their lives. The fear of an unknown source was the greatest deterrent. How could the existence of the wedding dress immortal art be exposed so easily? Don't worry, I am a gentle person. The thing I dislike the most in my life is to kill the innocent. As long as you work for me, I can let you take over the rest of the immortal ancient tribes and rule the immortal ancient continent. It's not impossible. Guchanga then said with a smile, showing his kindness again. Even though he had no intention of doing this favor, there was nothing to lose by making a verbal promise. "Thank you, Master." Hearing this, the Black Sky Eagle clansmen became even more grateful and emotional. Of course, they knew very well whether this was real or not. Guchanga did not point it out. As the young master of the Longevity Gu clan and the successor of the Palace of Heavenly Immortals, his words were very convincing. With such an identity, his words were actually quite convincing. At least, it was many times more believable than Yiling's words. Many people were willing to believe him. Then, a quasi-supreme ancestor appeared and announced this to all the Black Sky Eagle tribe members. The Black Sky Eagle tribe was willing to submit to Guchanga and serve as his master. They would follow him and listen to his orders. When this order was spread, the entire Black Sky Eagle tribe was shocked. Many of the tribe members did not understand. There were even many voices of resistance. No matter what, Guchanga was still a member of the younger generation. What right did he have to make the Black Sky Eagle tribe follow him? Their ancestor was someone who could darken the sky with a flap of his wings. He was undefeatable. Their ancestors' blood flowed in their veins. How could they easily submit to others? Regarding this, the Black Sky Eagle tribe's ancestors' method was simple. He suppressed them forcefully and chased those who resisted out of the tribe. Guchanga's methods were cruel and merciless. He would not let those who resisted go. Therefore, this ancestor was extremely aggressive. Very quickly, the Black Sky Eagle tribe's resistance was dealt with. Guchanga was quite satisfied with this speed. He could see that the Black Sky Eagle tribe was full of desire to live. "You are a bit smart. In the future, help me collect all kinds of heaven's favorites. Any tribe is fine. After this time, the immortal ancient continent will no longer be closed. This place will become a great breeding ground in the future. If you do well, I will reward you greatly." At the same time, on the way to the depths of the Black Sky Eagle tribe to obtain the reincarnation altar, Guchanga had an interested expression on his face as he said to Black Face Jade, who was carefully accompanying him behind him. Black Face Jade was stunned when she heard this. Then her body trembled as she hurriedly said, "Master, don't worry. I will definitely complete this task." She did not expect Guchanga to suddenly speak to her like this. He even arranged such a task for her. Collect all kinds of heaven's favorites? She felt a chill down her spine. The meaning of collecting was very obvious. Guchanga did not say in detail, but she also knew. Did the two of them have a tacit understanding? No, it was just that Guchanga was too lazy to directly reveal his cards. Coincidentally, Black Face Jade was not stupid. She knew that it was best to rot in her stomach forever. The matter of the demonic art inheritor was too terrifying. Moreover, that was Guchanga's hidden identity. Everyone in the world was now being played by him in the palm of his hand. Just thinking about it made her scalp numb and her whole body cold. The word terrifying was no longer enough to describe this young man. Soon they passed through many mountains and palaces. Here Guchanga saw the reincarnation Dao platform made from the reincarnation stone. It was rumored that this was the Dao platform left behind by the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara, when he preached the Dao to all living beings in the world during the immortal ancient era. There were many imprints of the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara on it. Master, this is the place where the reincarnation Dao platform is located. Normally, only the elders with high cultivation can approach this place to feel the mysteries of the reincarnation law. Black-faced Jade said respectfully. Here, she was the only one who led the way for Guchanga. The rest were all casually dismissed by Guchanga. Although the reincarnation Dao platform was precious, it was not worth mentioning compared to the lives of the entire clan. However, Black-faced Jade felt that the reincarnation Dao platform had been refined by Guchanga. Then the ancient serpent, the divine crocodile, and the other races would definitely be furious and find out. This was because the various races had left their imprints on the reincarnation Dao platform, because they were worried that someone would steal it. Reincarnation Dao platform. Guchanga stood on the cliff and looked up with narrowed eyes. Between the layers of clouds, a blurry platform was faintly discernible. Buzz. At this moment, black and white divine lights burst out from his eyes, turning into a peerless immortal sword that slashed towards the platform. This is the power of reincarnation. Black-faced Jade was shocked. It seemed that her guess was completely correct. The real successor of the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara had been killed by Guchanga. That was why Guchanga could have so many methods of the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara. Boom! It was accompanied by a loud roar. Suddenly, there were bursts of light in front of them, and immortal rain scattered in all directions. The blurry Dao platform was manifesting. It was as majestic as a divine mountain and was incomparably tall. Ancient handwriting appeared in the void. It was written with silver hooks and iron strokes, and the strokes were like dragons and snakes. It was as bright as a small sun and had vicissitudes of life. Guchanga activated it, took a step forward and landed on it. It was a majestic Dao platform. Its entire body was filled with a dense color like that of an immortal stone. Divine light gushed out, intertwined, and filled with Dao rhythm and divine intent. The blurry black and white divine lights fell, containing the shocking mysteries of reincarnation. Guchanga began to sit there with his legs crossed. Time began to pass. No one dared to disturb him. Black-faced Jade watched this scene from afar and was extremely shocked. The reincarnation laws that they used to comprehend and absorb, Guchanga actually used it to devour and refine it. That kind of courage made her heart tremble. Buzz. Guchanga's body was as still as a bell. Pitch-black runes of the great Dao imprinted in the void and began to condense and appear. Then they turned into a great Dao treasure bottle and devoured the black and white divine lights. Rumble. In an instant, this place was drowned in the boundless divine lights. It was as if a galaxy had suddenly smashed down, and its power was extremely terrifying. Guchanga was refining these auras, and his control of the reincarnation power was rapidly improving. Finally, a reincarnation imprint formed by countless black and white runes quickly condensed. Finally, it was imprinted in his innate God consciousness. The reincarnation imprint is equivalent to a life. Even if my true spirit is destroyed, I can still reappear in the world through this reincarnation imprint. In this case, I have one more life-saving method. At this moment, Guchanga also opened his eyes. Black and white divine lights flashed faintly in his pupils. He even felt that he had faintly touched the threshold of the time domain. The reincarnation power included many aspects, but the most important were life, death, and time. Then, Guchanga took a step forward and returned to his original position. Without the reincarnation Upanishad, this Dao platform was no longer useful to him. Even if he used it to refine weapons, the material was not as hard as immortal metal. Congratulations, Master. Seeing that Guchanga had actually completed refining the reincarnation laws, she was shocked. The shock in black-faced Jade's eyes did not dissipate. She hurriedly went forward and congratulated. Go to your base, Guchanga said and left. The black sky eagle had been passed down for so long, so there should be a lot of good things. He adhered to the good habit of not taking a single needle and thread, so he naturally had to take a look. And while Guchanga was refining the reincarnation laws on the Reincarnation Dao platform, huge changes also happened to the other large clans, including the Ancient Snake and the Divine Crocodile. What is the Black Sky Eagle clan doing? Why is the imprint my clan left on the Reincarnation Dao platform touched? An old man with slender eyes held a snake-headed walking stick and said coldly. In his senses, the imprint on the Reincarnation Dao platform was touched, but it was not obvious. Clearly, the Reincarnation Dao platform was not taken away. This matter made him wary of the Black Sky Eagle clan. Anyone could do something like stealing what was entrusted to them, but they had to have the ability to do so. Now that the various clans of Immortal Ancient are in turmoil, and the orthodoxies of the outside world plan to descend, our clan has to think of a way to survive in the cracks. As he spoke, he called over a group of clansmen. There was something to discuss. At this time, outside Immortal Ancient continent, Immeasurable Heaven was also very lively. The geniuses of various clans spread the news of what happened. The various clans of Immortal Ancient did not care about their bottom line and wantonly slaughtered. This news immediately caused the orthodoxies behind them to be furious, and they immediately sent experts over. This caused a huge commotion. Even the Great Elder, who made a promise to several of the most ancient existences of Immortal Ancient continent, had a complicated expression, and he could not help but shake his head. He could not stop this at all. Rumble! The horizon was hazy, and terrifying divine light crushed down from all over the sky. There were ancient warships, huge flying boats, floating divine mountains, powerful cultivators with powerful auras appeared on all of them. A majestic divine sense swept across, causing many cultivators and living beings in the ancient cities to tremble in fear. Something big was going to happen in this trial. Chapter 173. Inside the Palace of Heavenly Immortals, the Great Elder's white robe fluttered in the wind. Many scenes appeared in his eyes, making him look like a transcendent being. At this moment he was standing on a mountain peak. His gaze pierced through the layers of gray fog, and saw many scenes in Immortal Ancient continent. He already knew everything that happened in Immortal Ancient continent. After understanding the cause and effect, he couldn't help but feel a chill. Guchanga's methods are forcing all of Immortal Ancient continent's descendants to their deaths. It's truly vicious. I still underestimated him. The Great Elder said with a complicated look in his eyes. Beside him stood an old man with a medium build. This old man wore dirty clothes. His face was very ordinary and dark. He even looked like an old farmer in the mortal world. He had a mouthful of big yellow teeth. There was a rusty kitchen knife at the old man's waist. There were even a few holes on it. It was very ordinary. There was nothing special about it. But what was shocking was that this old farmer was actually standing side by side with the most respected Great Elder in the Palace of Heavenly Immortals. They even looked like they knew each other. Hearing the Great Elder's words, the old farmer couldn't help but grin. After all, he's the Gu family's Qilin son. What's so surprising about these methods? Guchanga, this junior, although I haven't seen him before, I've heard many things about him in the family. It's not surprising that he did something like this. Speaking of this, the expression on his face was a bit thought-provoking. Brother, have you made up your mind? The Great Elder was silent for a moment. Suddenly, he stared into the old servant's eyes and asked, "There's nothing to decide. Now that my family's young master has been bullied in Immortal Ancient continent and was almost killed, isn't it only right for me to go in? Or are you going to stop me like this?" The old farmer said with a smile. He bared his big yellow teeth, but his words had a "if you dare to stop me, I'll attack" meaning. The Longevity Gu family's strength was well known in the entire upper world. The Great Elder said with a bitter smile, "Brother, don't you understand this matter? Or are you saying that you are doing this on purpose? This is clearly Guchanga plotting against the entire Immortal Ancient race." "I don't care. My young master of the Gu family was training in the Immortal Ancient continent, and he was attacked by a race with a holy weapon. This has infuriated our clan. It's good enough that we didn't destroy the Immortal Ancient continent." The old farmer chuckled. "The other orthodoxies and forces have already sent their experts here. Why are you stopping me? Do you have something against the Longevity Gu clan?" Great Elder 21 was silent. It was not easy for him to answer this question. Do you have something against the Gu family? Who knew what kind of monster would emerge from the Gu family when the time came? Are you still going to stop me? The old farmer asked with a smile. The Grand Elder frowned. If he said yes, this old farmer-looking Gu family ancestor would definitely attack him immediately. He had no doubt about that. Although he was not afraid, there were many things happening in the immortal ancient continent. Many orthodoxies had arrived. Once he fought with this old farmer, the other orthodoxies would definitely take advantage of the situation. Back then, he had made an agreement with someone. If the clans in the immortal ancient continent chose to live in seclusion, he would have to provide them with protection. This agreement had been in place until now. However, Guchanga's actions had given the outside orthodoxies a chance to interfere. This caught the Grand Elder off guard. If she put Guchanga in, it would be a disaster. Brother, with your strength, are you planning to destroy the immortal ancient continent's clans? After a while, the Grand Elder asked in a low voice. His expression was serious. Also, if I remember correctly, you're not the ancestor of Guchanga's lineage. You're the ancestor of Xian Er's lineage. As he spoke, a strange look flashed across the Grand Elder's eyes. He knew about Guchanga's bone digging. This ancestor of the Gu family must have known as well. All these years, this ancestor of the Gu family had not woken up. Recently, he had a feeling that his lineage's status in the Gu family was not as good as before. How could this matter not attract his attention? If he asked about what happened in the Gu family back then, no one would dare to hide anything from him. Therefore, his purpose in coming to the immortal ancient continent was definitely not to help Guchanga and seek justice for him. In the Grand Elder's opinion, this ancestor of the Gu family was most likely there to protect Gu Xian. He was worried that Guchanga would harm Gu Xian. However, now that Guchanga was the successor of the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace, he represented the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace, at least during the trial. Even if he did not like Guchanga at all, he had to think of a way to stall for time. Guchanga is the young master of the Gu family. You worry too much. Why would I do anything to him? Killing one's own clansman is not allowed in the Gu family. Hearing this, the old farmer continued to smile as if he did not care about this matter at all. However, there was still a flash of light in his eyes. The Grand Elder's expression did not change. He knew what he was implying. Killing one's own clansman. Wasn't this the same thing that Guchanga did to Gu Xian back then? The meaning was very clear. It was obvious that this ancestor of the Gu family was still dissatisfied with this matter, even though he said that he did not care. However, with his assurance, the Grand Elder felt much more relieved. Guchanga should not be in danger. However, if he lost a layer of skin, he probably would not be able to escape. At this point, the Grand Elder's eyes narrowed slightly. Then he chose a compromise. This time, this old man will accompany you on this trip. The farmer-like ancestor of the Gu family was not surprised when he heard this. Instead, he smiled meaningfully and said, "It seems that you care more about that guy Guchanga than the Gu family." The Grand Elder snorted coldly and said, "No matter what, that guy is still the successor of the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace. The next palace master will be a disciple of the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace." To him, who had always been righteous, principles were more important. Although Guchanga was annoying, he was still a junior who played tricks and liked to anger others. Besides that, he actually quite admired Guchanga. The old farmer, smiled non-committally. Then he waved his tattered sleeve. The Grand Elder narrowed his eyes slightly. In the void behind the old farmer, a powerful pressure suddenly descended. Then a blurry passage appeared, seemingly connecting the universe and the stars. Boom! An incomparably bright door of light pierced through. Then waves of immortal music spread. Dense immortal chi filled the air, as if they were in another world. Immortal armors and divine soldiers riding ancient pure-blooded ferocious beasts walked out. Their killing intent was overwhelming, shaking the heavens. Their auras were chilling. Every one of them was wearing armor that shone with immortal light. They seemed to have experienced countless battles. Their eyes were like heavenly blades, causing the void to tremble. Without a doubt, this was an invincible team of the Longevity Gu family. The moment they appeared, it was as if thousands of soldiers and horses were galloping from all over the place. The world was filled with the terrifying sound of wind and thunder. The other orthodoxies who were descending to the immortal ancient continent were shocked. I can't believe they sent out such a team. It seems like the Longevity Gu family is taking this matter seriously. The Grand Elder could not help but be stunned. He was a little shocked. Every member of this team was at the Immortal King realm. Moreover, it was obvious that they were all battle-hardened. Their killing intent was overwhelming. I didn't send them. Gu Chang'e asked them to come under the orders of the young master. This time they won't listen to my orders. Hearing this, the old farmer of the Gu family shook his head and said, Gu Chang'e asked them to come? What was he trying to do? At this moment, the Grand Elder was even more stunned. He could not understand Gu Chang'e's intention at all. Brother, let's go. Then the old servant took the lead and left. With one step, the thick fog that shrouded the immortal ancient continent disappeared in an instant, leading this tyrannical and terrifying team. The Grand Elder sighed slightly and followed suit. The various clans of the immortal ancient continent, he was afraid that he would not be able to protect them this time. And now, similar situations were happening all over the palace of heavenly immortals. Rumble. At every moment, warships could be seen descending from the sky. Many orthodoxies from the immeasurable heaven had arrived at this place. After Gu Chang'e's scheming, the immortal ancient continent had attracted even more people to come over. They now had a legitimate excuse. Previously, they had been secretive, relying on the younger generation as a cover. Now that they had brought experts over, it could be said that they had torn apart that layer of skin. Immortal ancient continent, Black Sky Eagle tribe's territory. After plundering this place thoroughly, Gu Chang'e left with satisfaction. He did not let the Black Sky Eagle tribe spread any news about him. This was a very important matter. At least before his plan was completed, Gu Chang'e would not allow the Black Sky Eagle tribe to have anything to do with him on the surface. This could be considered a small arrangement of his, and very soon it would have a very fatal effect. After all, the Black Sky Eagle tribe was considered one of the top forces in the entire immortal ancient continent. Just like that, they were easily controlled by him. At the critical moment, a secret counterattack would definitely cause great harm to the other tribes. Now that I've dealt with Yi Ling's matter, it's my turn now. The immortal spirit will be born in the next few days. I have to find out where Yu Mingkong is hiding. After Gu Chang'e returned to the palace, he sent out his followers to find Yu Mingkong's exact location. He did not know when the immortal spirit would be born, nor did he know where it would be born. However, to him it was enough to find Yu Mingkong. As someone who had been reborn, Yu Mingkong definitely knew his ultimate goal. Therefore, according to her personality, she would definitely think of a way to stop him. During this time, Yu Mingkong happened to disappear without a trace. Gu Chang'e smiled slightly. He did not need to think to know that she must have gone to find the immortal spirit. Gu Chang'e did not feel the slightest bit of guilt for using his fiancée as a treasure-hunting mouse at this time. Of course, when Yu Mingkong found out, she would definitely be so angry that she could not help but want to kill someone. She was already very careful to avoid Gu Chang'e, not wanting to attract his attention. However, she did not expect that all her actions were actually within Gu Chang'e's expectations. Soon the followers that Gu Chang'e sent out returned, bringing news about Yu Mingkong. Perhaps even Yu Mingkong did not expect that Gu Chang'e had planted one of his men around her. Gu Chang'e was an experienced and astute person. He took one step at a time and calculated 10 steps ahead. Moreover, he had always known that Yu Mingkong was a person who had been reborn. How could he not scheme against her? Gu Chang'e would definitely not let go of such an opportunity. When he knew that Yu Mingkong was also coming to the immortal ancient continent, he had already made preparations. Baiheng Mountain Range? In the palace, he paced with his hands behind his back. The information about this mountain range appeared in his mind. Since Yu Mingkong was there was a high possibility that the immortal gate would appear there. The final location of the immortal spirit would be born was thus confirmed. If not for Yu Mingkong, I would have to wait for the immortal spirit to appear on its own if I wanted to know where it would be born. In that case, Yu Mingkong is really my lucky star. Along the way, she has helped me solve so many problems and saved so much effort. At this thought, Gu Chang'e could not help but smile with interest. It was not that he really wanted to scheme against Yu Mingkong. It was just that some things had become a habit. Then Gu Chang'e narrowed his eyes. In order to prevent Yu Mingkong from suspecting him, he had to make a plan. He had to create an excuse to make it seem like he had met her by chance in the Baiheng mountain range. Men! He called out. At this time, the puppets that Gu Chang'e had obtained from the reincarnation ancient heavenly sovereign could be put to good use. Soon several divine rainbows shot up into the sky from the ruins. Uncle! At the same time, in a vast mountain range, a group of young geniuses, led by Yi Langtian and Yi Liuli, were waiting respectfully. Then a rumbling sound could be heard from the void. Numerous chariots and warships crushed through the sky, arriving here. A middle-aged man stood proudly on top of the carriages. His eyes were bright, and his cultivation had already reached the boundary sage realm. Behind him was a group of powerful members of the Yi clan. The middle-aged man was called Yi Miao. He was Yi Longtian's uncle. At the same time, he was also an expert who had rushed over from the outside world to help Yi Langtian and the others after receiving the news. This represented the attitude of the primordial immortal tribe. The tribe already knows about this. In the coming days, the immortal ancient continent will become a place where all parties will compete. No one will be spared. Yi Miao nodded and glanced at the group of Yi clan's geniuses in front of him. He smiled. So, our training has stopped, right? Yi Langtian asked. Yes, we will protect your safety. The immortal ancient continent's clans have gone too far, and did not take us seriously. Today, it's time to let them know the power of the primordial immortal tribe, Yi Miao said with a glint in his eyes. This was also the attitude of the various orthodoxies in the outside world. No matter what, they had to ensure the safety of the various clans' geniuses. Life and death were not discussed in the training. If the various clans' geniuses died, they had nothing to say. However, when the immortal ancient continent's clans deliberately crossed the line and slaughtered them, the meaning was different. Uncle, this time, the immortal ancient continent's clans are targeting the Gu clan's young master. It's not so bad for us. They did not dare to be too presumptuous. Yi 620 Luli also opened her mouth at this moment. There was anger on her beautiful face. Gu Chang'e resisting the demonic arts inheritor was a great merit for all living beings. The feather human tribe's methods were too shameless, which led to public anger. In her opinion, Gu Chang'e did this for the sake of all living beings in the world. This made her, who had been bullied by Gu Chang'e many times, unable to help but look at him in a new light. She did not have a good impression of the feather human tribe. Hearing this, a strange look flashed across Yi Miao's eyes. He shook his head and said, if this was not Gu Chang'e's scheme, I'm afraid we would not have found an excuse to interfere in this matter. You have underestimated how terrifying that guy is. Moreover, you don't have to worry about Gu Chang'e's safety. The longevity Gu clan's reaction to this matter is very fast. It is said that they are very angry, and have already sent a very powerful force to help. I'm afraid the feather human tribe is going to suffer this time. His words shocked Yi Langtian, Yi Liuli, and the others. In their opinion, Gu Chang'e's actions were all because he was forced to do so. He did not think so deeply at all. Brother Gu's methods are truly breathtaking. Yi Langtian also reacted at this time, and a strong sense of defeat rose in him. His cultivation was far inferior to Gu Chang'e's, but in terms of methods and calculations, he was actually beaten to the ground. If it was not for his uncle's reminder, he would not have realized this. Thanks to Gu Chang'e, our Yi clan can also get a share of this, Yi Miao said with a cold expression. He looked at the depths of the immortal ancient continent. That was where all the powerful clans gathered. Soon the most terrifying battle would erupt there. The waters of the immortal ancient continent were already muddied. Similar scenes were playing out in other places. The Golden Wing Great Rock Clan, the Undying Lake, the Longevity Wang Clan, and many other supreme sects and orthodoxies were discussing this matter. Outside the immortal ancient continent, ancient purple bronze warships and ancient flying boats were rumbling and descending from the Demon Mountain. Among them, many figures with dense demonic qi stood tall. Powerful divine consciousness swept down like a vast Wang Yang, covering thousands of miles. The demonic primordium sect. Why is this ruthless guy here to join in the fun? Many cultivators were shocked. Their faces were a little pale. They were very frightened and quickly retreated. The demonic primordium sect was what many cultivators and orthodoxies called them. Even though the demonic primordium sect called themselves the divine primordium sect, they were always ruthless and domineering in their actions. Most importantly, they were very protective of their own. They always adhered to the principle that if someone killed them, they would destroy their entire family. This also made it so that no one dared to rashly provoke the demonic primordium sect. This was a group of ruthless people as well as powerful lunatics. The maternal power behind the Gu clan young master seems to be the demonic primordium sect. Outside the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace, someone said with a trembling voice. They reacted. Actually, everyone in the outside world had always known about what happened in the immortal ancient continent. It was because there was a special way to spread the news. During this period of time, the various clans of the immortal ancient continent went too far, naturally causing an uproar. Now that I think about it, the various clans of the immortal ancient continent are so pitiful. Of all the people to offend, they had to offend the Gu clan young master. For a moment, many cultivators shivered, suddenly feeling some sympathy for the various clans of the immortal ancient continent. According to the demonic primordium sect's usual style of doing things, this time, the immortal ancient continent would definitely be turned upside down. Chapter 174. The 100 horizontal mountain range was vast and boundless, with all kinds of ancient trees and vines growing there. The mountain peaks here were continuous, and the spiritual chi was like a tide. It was extremely lush. At this moment, in the depths of the hidden ruins, in front of an ancient stone door, a graceful and noble figure was sitting cross-legged. Immortal rain sprinkled down, passing through the stone door, faintly revealing a brilliance. This figure was dressed in a wide white jade robe decorated with an ancient sea of stars. She looked extremely ethereal, and her aura was deep and calm, otherworldly. Her fine black hair fluttered in the wind, and her face was like a fairy. Immortal Tao runes flickered in her sparkling eyes. It was Yu Mingkong. She had been cultivating here for almost a month. With her current means, it was difficult for her to open this door. However, if she went to Guchanga for help, she was afraid that Guchanga had bad intentions and would secretly trick her. Therefore, in the end, Yu Mingkong chose to break through this path here. Perhaps it was due to a freak combination of factors that she was able to obtain a mysterious immortal Tao scripture from this door. This immortal Tao scripture can help me achieve the postnatal flawless true immortal body. As Yu Mingkong muttered to herself, a hazy light rain filled with immortal intent spread out from the crack of the door. This immortal rain contained immortal Tao runes, which were being refined into her body. Her immortal bones and divine appearance were nothing more than this. Her entire temperament became otherworldly, and everything in the mortal world would pale in front of her. But soon Yu Mingkong sensed something. She frowned. Then she stood up and recovered her previous temperament, like a high and mighty emperor, powerful and confident, cold and indifferent, but in control of everything. Someone has touched the formation runes and restrictions I set up here. With that, she turned into a divine rainbow and rushed into the sky, leaving this place and arriving high in the sky. At the same time, many of her subordinates and followers hidden in the surroundings also appeared. During this period of time, she had used her powerful strength to control the life and death of many people, making them submit to her. There were even many immortal ancient creatures among them. Yu Mingkong also had a secret method to control others. In order to deal with Guchanga's immortal devouring demonic art, she had searched through many ancient books. From those ancient books, she had obtained a mind-controlling art. Now, most of the people around her were her confidants. She could control their life and death with a thought, so she was not afraid of them betrayal. I have set up every inch of the void within 3,000 miles of the 100 horizontal mountain range. There's no mistaking the fluctuation from earlier. There are several powerful auras rushing over. Yu Mingkong appeared on the peak of the mountain. Her eyes were cold, and a terrifying wave appeared in her palm. She stared in the direction of the wave. Faintly, Yu Mingkong felt that something was wrong. In fact, the person was Guchanga Immortal. Apart from Guchanga, no one knew that the immortal spirit was about to be born. She did not know where Guchanga had gotten the news. In her heart, Guchanga was almost omnipotent. He had countless methods. There was always something that she could not think of. There was nothing that Guchanga could not do. Including this time he had schemed against the entire immortal ancient race, and dragged them into the water. In any case, she couldn't think of such a method. Poor Yiling. He was already dead, but he was still a scapegoat for Guchanga. There was no need to say more about all these. Therefore, Yu Mingkong was very worried that Guchanga knew that the immortal would be born in the 100 horizontal mountain range. When Guchanga rushed here, how would she explain her actions? Perhaps Guchanga would start to suspect her again because of the fairy. The relationship between the two of them, which had finally eased and improved, might very well fall to the freezing point again. At this time, as all kinds of thoughts flashed through Yu Mingkong's mind. Rumble! In the distant sky, many divine rainbows suddenly flew in this direction. The young man in the lead was dressed in feathered robes with wide sleeves. He was as handsome as jade and looked extraordinary. He was like a young immortal walking in the world. Who else could it be but Guchanga, whom she did not want to see the most? He's really here. At this moment the cold expression on Yu Mingkong's face froze. The worst-case scenario that she had envisioned had actually become a reality at this moment. Not only had Guchanga come, but he had also brought a large group of followers, including that vixen Yin Mei. This made Yu Mingkong feel even worse. In her clear eyes her expression was as cold as an ancient iceberg. There was a threatening chill and murderous aura. This chill was not targeted at Guchanga, but at the red-dressed Yin Mei behind Guchanga. Her 9 foxtails swayed unsteadily in the air. The Crown Prince. At this time Yu Mingkong's followers and servants looked at Yu Mingkong with troubled expressions. After all, the person who had come was Guchanga. For Yu Mingkong, wasn't this the equivalent of a flood dashing against the Dragon King's temple? The two of them were engaged. Stop him, Yu Mingkong ordered coldly. A dazzling light appeared beside her, and a palm-sized silver moon floated up and down, exuding an astonishing aura. She had been thinking about how to face Guchanga, but now, she could no longer bear it. Yin Mei had put on a show with Guchanga. This was enough to show the relationship between Yin Mei and Guchanga. When they heard this order, the followers looked at each other helplessly. But they could not disobey Yu Mingkong's order. Immediately, he rushed towards Guchanga, who was flying towards this place, intending to stop them. Oh, Mingkong is here too? What a coincidence. At this time, Guchanga looked like he had just noticed Yu Mingkong and was slightly surprised. He gestured with his hand, and the people behind him stopped. Young Master Changa, this is the Crown Prince's order. Yu Mingkong's followers could not help but muster up their courage to speak. Attack Guchanga? Only if they wanted to die. During this time, everyone knew how powerful Guchanga was. No one in the younger generation was a match for him. And speaking of which, they were on the same side. Yu Mingkong probably did not know what was going on and was throwing a small tantrum. It was really difficult for them to be caught in the middle of the two's private affairs. It's fine, I guess I made Mingkong angry again. Guchanga waved his hand carelessly, asking the obvious. Yu Mingkong looked coldly at Guchanga. She did not speak even after hearing his words. He knew that he made her angry? Guchanga did not seem to know why she was angry. He smiled faintly and asked Mingkong, "What's the matter? Are you not happy to see your husband?" Yu Mingkong glanced at Yin Mei and asked, "Why are you here?" Yin Mei noticed Yu Mingkong's expression and trembled slightly. She had always heard about this future empress's favored daughter. The power she saw today was indeed shocking. Ordinary cultivators would probably subconsciously lower their heads in front of her. But Yin Mei did not care about this. She could feel Yu Mingkong's hostility and killing intent towards her. This future empress wanted to kill her the moment she saw her? It seemed that Yu Mingkong already knew about her relationship with Guchanga. Moreover, Yu Mingkong probably knew that Guchanga had the immortal devouring devil technique. It seemed that the relationship between Yu Mingkong and Guchanga was very complicated. Yin Mei was a little envious. Anyway, she would never dare to treat Guchanga with the same attitude as Yu Mingkong. From Guchanga's words she could even hear a hint of doting. Guchanga, who was always cold and heartless, actually showed such emotions. This made her wonder if she was mistaken. Just how lucky was this girl? However, She also suspected that Gu Chang'e was deliberately pretending to be like this. But no matter which possibility it was, Yin Mei believed that Gu Chang'e would not let Yu Mingkong kill her. I'm also curious. Why are you here? You seem to have set it up not long ago. Hearing Yu Mingkong's question, Gu Chang'e could not help but ask with a smile. But as he spoke, his eyes suddenly narrowed, as if he was interested. Towards this question he looked like he wanted to find out more. Seeing this, Yu Mingkong's heart trembled. She had already guessed that Gu Chang'e might have already known about the appearance of the Immortal Spirit Association here. That was why he was surprised and curious about her appearance here. According to Gu Chang'e's character, this would definitely arouse his suspicion. Yu Mingkong also knew that this was not the time to be overly concerned about Yin Mei. My purpose is the same as yours, she said coldly, bluntly pointing out Gu Chang'e's intention. Oh, is that so? That's good. Gu Chang'e smiled as if he did not care. He did not doubt Yu Mingkong's words. Then he stepped forward, and in a blur of the void, he appeared in front of Yu Mingkong in an instant. Gu Chang'e, you? Yu Mingkong was slightly stunned, but she did not believe that Gu Chang'e would attack her because of this at this time. That pair of sparkling gem-like eyes stared at him quietly, calm and moving. I was injured some time ago, but you did not come to visit me. It made me a little sad, Gu Chang'e said, and then with a natural expression he grabbed her soft hands. Slender and flawless, like the best celestial jade, emitting a warmth. But there was a hint of regret in his tone. This scene caused the group of followers to tactfully retreat, leaving this place for the two of them. Yin Mei was very envious of this, and then also retreated to other places. Yu Mingkong did not expect Gu Chang'e to suddenly do this in front of everyone. Her head buzzed and she did not react for a long time. But very quickly, she remembered that he had done this in front of the two families in the Gu family's main hall. Yu Mingkong quickly calmed down. This was Gu Chang'e's usual method. How could she be disturbed by this? With your strength, how could you be injured? You can fool others, but you can't fool me. Yu Mingkong replied. She was not lying. These were her true thoughts. Gu Chang'e shook his head and sighed. Hearing you praise me like this should be something to be happy about, but why can't I feel happy? Yu Mingkong wasn't going to be moved by his bullshit. If I speak against my conscience, will you be happy? She asked in return, feeling jealous. When exactly did Gu Chang'e get involved with Yin Mei? She did not know about this in her previous life, but she did not know how to ask Gu Chang'e. Happy? Why wouldn't I be happy? After all, you are my lucky star. Gu Chang'e smiled and said something meaningful. Yu Mingkong's cold eyes were filled with doubt, and she glanced at him. Why did she feel that his smile was somewhat malicious? Yiling has been killed by you, right? She suddenly asked. I'll help you kill him, this shouldn't be a problem, right? Gu Chang'e did not deny it, and as he spoke his gaze fell on the hidden ruins below. What do you mean by help me kill him? You were the one who wanted Yiling's inheritance. Yu Mingkong had long experienced Gu Chang'e's shamelessness, but this time, she was so angry that her teeth itched. Did he mean that he had snatched her prey, and she had to thank him properly? You can't say that. If not for you, how could I have attacked Yiling? Speaking of which, you are the main culprit. Don't blame me for everything, Gu Chang'e said casually, and with a turn of his hand, he put the hat on her head. Yu Mingkong had always been cold and gentle, but at this time, she was so angry that her teeth itched. If not for the fact that she could not defeat Gu Chang'e, she would have smashed her delicate fists into his face. All right, I won't tease you anymore. How could your husband forget the benefits you gave him? This is part of the reincarnation Heavenly Venerable's inheritance that Yiling obtained. The rest is gone. Gu Chang'e smiled, and as he spoke, the Enlightenment futon made of black and white vines appeared in his hand, intertwined with rich Dao runes. Shocking reincarnation runes flashed on it, faintly and blurry. In a trance, the principle of Dao enlightenment filled the air. It was tasteless, but a pity to throw it away. To Gu Chang'e, it was useless to keep this thing after all. He did not need to go into seclusion to comprehend the Dao. It was just right to use it on Yu Mingkong. She should be able to use it too. It could be considered as a small compensation for bullying her for so long. After all, Gu Xian had given her 10 divine weapons. Enlightenment futon? Yu Mingkong was naturally knowledgeable, And when she recognized this futon, her crystal-clear eyes became even more confused. Such a good thing, even saints would covet it. It was even mixed with the aura of reincarnation, which made it even more precious. Guchanga was really willing to give it to her? But on second thought, she had already refined the drop of 5-colored true dragon blood in Long Tongue's corpse last time. At that time, Guchanga not only gave that drop of 5-colored true dragon blood to her, he was also worried that she would be hunted down by the Dragon Clan for revenge, so he deliberately got rid of the witnesses and took the blame for her. Yumingkong was actually aware of this matter. Now he even gave such a precious thing like the Enlightenment Futon to her without hesitation. What was Guchanga's intention? She suddenly felt that she seemed to have really misunderstood Guchanga all this time. He was not as bad to her as she thought. Guchanga, why are you so good to me now? Yumingkong looked into Guchanga's eyes and asked aloud. Her voice trembled slightly, but it was much softer than before. At this time, the system notification sounded in Guchanga's mind again. Ding, the daughter of destiny Yumingkong has reflected on herself and changed her attitude. Luck points plus 2,000, fate value plus 10,000. Chapter 175. Guchanga didn't care about the system's notification. In his opinion, this was a logical thing to do. Until now, Yumingkong still suspected that he would kill her. This was too wrong. When she was very young, she was just an emotional person who seemed to be rational. But that was when she didn't face Guchanga. Why am I so nice to you? Guchanga smiled faintly and then asked, what did I do before? Why do you think that I'm being nice to you now? After all, this kind of thing has to have a premise before it can be compared. Speaking of this, he showed a somewhat interested look. Yumingkong was slightly stunned and then realized that she had let it slip. With Guchanga's meticulous mind, it was very likely that he could infer something from her words. You were so cold to me before. It's impossible for you to give me so many good things for no reason like this. It's good enough that you're not cold to me. Yumingkong was silent for a moment and found a plausible explanation to answer. This explanation was very reasonable. Before this, Guchanga was cold to her and unwilling to talk to her. All these changes were after her rebirth and after she directly laid her cards on the table with Guchanga and shed all pretense of cordiality. Then he became like this. Yumingkong had always believed in one thing. That was if she was still as pure and kind as she was in her previous life. She reckoned that it would never be like now, where she could talk about these things face to face with Guchanga. She even held his hand and saw such a gentle smile on his face. So Yumingkong was very clear in her heart. The reason for Guchanga's change was not because of her. It was because everything she did had an effect, so that she didn't seem as lowly as she was in her previous life in front of Guchanga. She didn't know whether this was good or bad. Guchanga's temperament was unpredictable. But at least now, in Guchanga's eyes, she was no longer as insignificant as she was in her previous life. Guchanga smiled non-committally at Yumingkong's reply. Apparently, he had already guessed it. Originally, 623 was like this. It seems that my Mingkong is also a little emotional. Then I'll be more straightforward. I didn't realize how charming you were before, but now I understand. It's not too late, right? Guchanga smiled when he heard this. He had a way to deal with this. Guchanga, Yumingkong was stunned. She did not expect him to be so honest. He even mentioned his family's Mingkong. What she meant was that Guchanga didn't care about her in the past, but he cared about her now. It was very straightforward and simple, not beating around the bush. This was Guchanga's style, saying such a matter-of-fact thing. These extremely corny words caused her heart to be in chaos again. She knew that most of what Guchanga said was fake, but she liked to hear it. But she couldn't help but like it. Yumingkong's eyes were sparkling. At this moment, she almost couldn't help but scold herself in her heart. Why was she so stupid, so cheap? She knew that Guchanga was not a good person. He was evil from head to toe and his heart was probably black. He was not a good person at all. After 2 lifetimes, she had already seen through Guchanga's nature. But she still felt happy for half a day because of his words. If you suspect that I have ulterior motives, you don't have to. The Enlightenment Futon is not of much use to me, so it's fine to give it to you. Then, Guchanga was honest mainly because he felt that this sentence was more effective now. It was a tragic drama, and he had always been the one to take the initiative. Hearing this, Yu Mingkong's beautiful eyes were cold. She stared at him and snorted softly. It was rare to see such an honest Guchanga, but she could see that this was his real intention. Would he be willing to give something that was really useful to him to her? The fact that Guchanga was honest with her meant that Guchanga still had her in his heart. This was what Yu Mingkong cared about. After accepting the Enlightenment futon, just as Yu Mingkong was about to ask about Yin Mei, a voice suddenly rang out. Buzz! Guchanga had already wrapped his arms around her slender waist. The two of them descended to the ruins below. Yu Mingkong was puzzled and confused. Guchanga tilted his head and looked at her flawless face. He smiled faintly. Mingkong, you're quite capable. It seems that you've been preparing for this for a long time. After all, he couldn't show that he had known all this for a long time. He had to pretend to be surprised that he had encountered this by chance. Not long, just a little more than a month, said Yu Mingkong. A little more than a month? Then it seems that the time I predicted is almost up. Guchanga smiled. Predicted the time? Yu Mingkong felt that Guchanga should be talking about the time of the immortal essence's birth. But she didn't know that Guchanga had casually said this sentence. No matter how powerful he was, it was impossible for him to predict the time of the immortal essence's birth. He didn't even know where the fairy was because he had planted people around Yu Mingkong to find out. The purpose of this sentence was to give Yu Mingkong the feeling that everything was under his control. This was so that Yu Mingkong wouldn't interfere and disturb him at this time. Of course, when Guchanga scanned the surrounding void, he could sense that there were vast and turbulent waves coming from it. Many ancient and powerful runes were imprinted in it. Not only could it be used for concealment, but it could also be used to attack. When the immortal essence's birth came, it could be delayed for a while, so that other cultivators wouldn't be able to detect it at the first moment. Guchanga was very satisfied with Yu Mingkong's methods. It had indeed saved him a lot of time and effort. These arrangements, it seems that you've been prepared for this for a long time. Guchanga smiled casually and asked. Yu Mingkong didn't know that Guchanga was asking a question that he already knew the answer to. Hearing this, she thought for a while. Her eyes moved slightly as she replied. The birth of the immortal essence is a matter of great importance. I can't help but be cautious. Speaking of this, she was actually still worried that Guchanga would forcibly interfere and cause her preparations to be in vain. How important was the immortal essence? It was no longer something that Long Tong's five-colored true dragon blood and the Enlightenment meditation cushion could compare to. At this time, although Guchanga wouldn't be so cruel as to make a move on her, but the possibility of him leaving her behind and running off to eat alone was still very high. Guchanga would definitely do such a thing. Moreover, her identity as a reborn person didn't have the slightest advantage in front of Guchanga. It seems that Mingkong also knows about the immortal essence. No wonder. Guchanga smiled as if he didn't care about this. Yu Mingkong heard this and heaved a sigh of relief. She was afraid that Guchanga would get to the bottom of this matter. When the time came, it would be difficult for her to answer. Perhaps if she let slip, the secret of her reborn person could be discovered by Guchanga. With Guchanga's personality, who knew what he would do at that time? Guchanga could guess Yu Mingkong's thoughts. After all, Yu Mingkong had only slightly lowered her guard against him now, and hadn't reached the point where she completely trusted him. He wasn't in a hurry. After all, a long-term plan had already been laid out. Under layers of preparation, he was just waiting for Yu Mingkong and Gu Xian to be caught. The long journey of cultivation was so boring. How could it be boring without something interesting to relieve boredom? The smile at the corner of Guchanga's mouth was even more thought-provoking. Soon Yu Mingkong led him. The two came to the ruins that had been abandoned for a long time. Many ancient temples and shrines had already collapsed and decayed, and were covered with moss and vines, exuding a sense of tranquility. Outside the ruins, the two's followers were guarding, strictly preventing cultivators and creatures from coming over at this time to disturb them. It could be seen that Yu Mingkong and Guchanga were very cautious about this matter, and had even laid out many terrifying methods. In the nearby void, the formations were hidden. If one took half a step wrong, it would lead to a terrifying thunderous attack that could turn one into ashes. Guchanga, in a while, are you planning to leave me alone and run off to eat alone? In front of a stone wall that flickered with the brilliance of formations, Yu Mingkong didn't continue to lead the way. She turned her head, and her cold gaze landed on Guchanga's face. She asked very directly. When these words came out of her mouth, there was a hidden bitterness of a wronged wife. She was prepared to talk to Guchanga first, and hear his promise. Although Guchanga's promise wasn't very convincing, it was better than nothing. Guchanga looked at the flawless face that was close by. Hearing this, he was silent for a moment, and then couldn't help but laugh. In your heart, have I always been such a person? From his smile, Yu Mingkong suddenly felt a faint self-deprecation. Not? Yu Mingkong asked back. Hearing this, the smile on Guchanga's face disappeared, and he even looked a little dispirited. Did I do anything to hurt you? Why are you so wary of me? Then, he asked with an incomparably calm expression. Although he did have such a plan, but Yu Mingkong actually said it in front of him. Didn't he want to lose face? Guchanga really wanted to teach her a lesson. But on second thought, perhaps he should let her understand a principle. What is called abusing the husband for a moment, but chasing after the husband will lead to a crematorium. Yu Mingkong rarely saw such an expression on Guchanga's face. It was so calm that it made people feel scared. I don't think so. Her words suddenly didn't have much confidence. Logically speaking, with Guchanga's personality of prioritizing benefits above all else, doing what she said was completely reasonable. But combined with the recent series of events, why did Yu Mingkong always feel that something was not right? She always prejudiced that he had other motives. She had a preconceived notion that he treated everyone, including herself, with the intention of making use of her. But since her rebirth in this life, Guchanga really had never done anything to hurt her. Even after knowing the secret of Guchanga being the inheritor of the demonic arts, he didn't have the intention to kill. Instead, it was her who had been speculating about Guchanga's thoughts and motives. In the previous life, Guchanga did kill her, and was her most hated enemy. But the Guchanga in this life was obviously very different from the one in the previous life. She was looking at the Guchanga in this life from the perspective of the previous life. Thinking of this, Yu Mingkong's emotions became incomparably complicated. This was indeed a bit unfair to Guchanga, who had never hurt her in this life. Guchanga was indeed an out-and-out bad guy, but he was also a human being. Her words just now, Guchanga probably didn't feel good when he heard it, right? The reason why she wanted to take revenge on him in her previous life was mostly because she was worried that she would be killed by Guchanga in the future, and wanted to protect herself. Were the things in the future really real? Yu Mingkong didn't know the reason for Guchanga's change, but she was sure of one thing. Because of her rebirth, Guchanga's body had indeed changed. Yu Mingkong thought of this and was about to say something, but she saw that Guchanga had already let go of her waist. Taking the lead, he moved his legs and walked towards the stone wall in front of him. His handsome face had a calm expression. At this moment, he was like a high and mighty immortal without a trace of emotion. For a moment, Yu Mingkong was stunned in place, and felt a little disappointed. Soon she also caught up. She was still a little unaccustomed to Guchanga's sudden indifference towards her. Because Yu Mingkong had always thought that Guchanga's previous good attitude towards her was all an act. She didn't care about it at all. But now that she thought about it, it was very likely that she was just overthinking it, and that Guchanga wasn't acting. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such an attitude and expression today. Chapter 176. The stone wall was obviously a smokescreen. Guchanga saw through it at a glance. Layers of ripples spread out in front of him, and he walked in. In front of him was a stone chamber that was not very big. There were many ancient lines carved on the walls. It was a scene of ancient beings worshipping the heavens. In a trance, an ancient and vast scene appeared. In the grand celestial country, countless subjects and living beings were worshipping. They knelt down piously and kowtowed to that place. The sound of the world reverberated throughout the world. In front of the stone wall in the center, there was an ancient door standing tall. Inside the door, a crack could be vaguely seen, and an ancient and vast world was reflected inside. In the midst of the falling celestial rain, wisps of celestial mist leaked out from the gap in the door. This is the Celestial Gate. It seems that Yu Mingkong has found it long ago. Unfortunately, she has no way of entering. Gu Chang'e looked at this door, and the corner of his mouth could not help but reveal a strange smile. Soon he noticed that Yu Mingkong followed behind him. The smile on his face disappeared, and he became calm. Since you don't believe me, you can go in first after the Celestial Gate is opened. After that, Gu Chang'e glanced at Yu Mingkong and said casually, "Of course, if you are worried that I will scheme against you, you can choose to stay outside." His words seemed to indicate that he did not care about what happened just now. However, Yu Mingkong had already sensed many changes from the changes in Gu Chang'e's expression. Previously, Gu Chang'e would speak to her with a smile. But now the emotions in his eyes were as light as ice water. This attitude made Yu Mingkong feel even worse than ignoring her. "I believe you." Her voice was much softer. Gu Chang'e glanced at her again. He did not say much and only smiled. That would be the best. Yu Mingkong's eyes were still cold, and there seemed to be no change. But at this moment, she suddenly felt a little bitter in her mouth. Obviously, Gu Chang'e didn't take her words of trust him to heart. It could be seen from his attitude. She regretted that she had said those words. Gu Chang'e's temperament had always been cold, heartless, and incomparably arrogant. It was not easy for him to be slightly influenced by her. But now, with just one sentence, the relationship between the two of them was pulled back to how it was at the very beginning. In fact, the distance between them was even greater than before. This made Yu Mingkong feel regretful and even a sense of loss. There must be a reason for Gu Chang'e's reaction. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so sensitive to that sentence. The immortal gate in front of her seemed to have lost its allure. All the preparations they had made over the past month had become meaningless. At this time, Yu Mingkong also understood. In fact, her biggest goal after her rebirth was not to take revenge on Gu Chang'e, but to win his heart. Gu Chang'e didn't seem to know what Yu Mingkong was thinking. He put his hands behind his back. He walked a few rounds in front of the immortal gate and began to recall the information he knew. There are only two ways to open the immortal gate now. Either wait for it to appear on its own, or use the immortal record to activate it. I don't know when it will open on its own. By then, the immortal ancient continent will be in chaos, and it will easily attract the attention of many super experts. Gu Chang'e's mind flashed and he already had a plan. The immortal record was actually an immortal text from the immortal ancient era. It was used during sacrificial ceremonies. It was specially used to pray to the immortals and to report on mortal matters. The immortal record is for sale in the system store. 18,000 life points. It's quite a high price. Gu Chang'e did not hesitate and quickly exchanged for the immortal record. Buzz! Ancient immortal texts appeared in his mind like bright little stars. They were dazzling and emitted a dazzling golden light. In the end, these ancient immortal texts became clear and vast, transforming into blurry immortal shadows. Gu Chang'e had an immortal scripture in his mind. "I've got the key." He smiled strangely. However, Yu Mingkong didn't notice this slight difference. She was still in a dilemma. She was thinking about how to apologize to Gu Chang'e and make up for what happened just now. She really didn't want their relationship, which had finally improved, to fall to the freezing point again because of this matter. "I'm going to open this immortal gate soon. Do you want to go in first or after me? We'll use our own methods to get the immortal essences. What do you think?" Soon, Gu Chang'e spoke again and said casually. Yu Mingkong snapped out of her thoughts after hearing this. She was a little surprised. It seemed that Gu Chang'e could really open this immortal gate in advance. She had waited here for a month, but it was all in vain. However, when she heard the meaning in Gu Chang'e's words, she was even more conflicted. There was no difference whether she went in first or after him. How long had she been preparing for the immortal essences? More than a month. She even used the immortal essence chi here to cultivate and improve her cultivation. To be honest, she was not willing to give up just like that. However, Yu Mingkong looked at Gu Chang'e in front of her and finally decided. She said, "I won't go in. I'll stay outside to protect you. Don't think too much. I just want to apologize to you for what I said just now. I misunderstood you. I won't fight with you for the immortal essences. If this doesn't prove my sincerity, you can kill me. I can guarantee that I won't fight back. After all, even if I fight back, I won't be a match for you, Yu Mingkong said calmly. She chose to give up. As she said, this was the only way she could think of to prove her sincerity to Guchanga. If Guchanga did not believe her and wanted to kill her, then she could do nothing. After all, she knew too many of Guchanga's secrets. However, Yu Mingkong was not as calm as she looked on the surface. After thinking through what happened before, she was really afraid now. Afraid that Guchanga would leave her forever. She would rather Guchanga kill her like he did in her previous life than become a pair of strangers with Guchanga. This was more torturous than killing her. It was a torture worse than death. Are you so determined? At this time, Guchanga was slightly stunned when he heard this. To be honest, he did not expect Yu Mingkong to make such a choice. She wanted him to kill her? He thought of many possibilities. He even thought that Yu Mingkong would grit her teeth and show a rare look of grievance. She would act coquettishly to him with teary eyes and say that she was wrong. But he did not think of such a possibility. If he did not believe her, then she should die. Was this woman so stupid? To be honest, he did not take Yu Mingkong's suspicion of Guchanga to heart at all. After all, her suspicion was not wrong and was also right. He had always had an ulterior motive for Yu Mingkong. For an absolutely rational person like him, it was very difficult to be moved by someone. The so-called move was just a desire for the body. For a woman, it was even more difficult to walk into his heart. It was almost impossible. Why are you so stupid? Guchanga sighed slightly and said, why would I kill you? This woman was really too stupid. It made him feel a little bored. She was so stupid that he could not bear to bully her anymore. Today's matter may be a trivial joke to him, but to Yu Mingkong, it was a matter of life and death. This woman loved him deeply more than her life. This kind of plot that Guchanga only saw in romance novels in his previous life. He really did not expect that one day it would happen to him. At this time, should he still go forward and gently hold her in his arms? A burst of gentle words. But Guchanga did not do so. That would be too hypocritical. Even if Yu Mingkong was stupid, she could see and distinguish. By doing so, he had messed up a good game of chess that he had played. Guchanga, why won't you kill me? Yu Mingkong was stunned. She did not understand the meaning of Guchanga's words. So, did Guchanga accept her apology? Or did he not? She was confused. Why would I kill you? You are much more useful alive than dead. Guchanga understated with a smile. Then you are really heartless. Yu Mingkong also said with tacit understanding. The only thing she wanted to do now was to determine what Guchanga's feelings for her were. Everything else was not important. Yu Mingkong believed that everything happened for a reason. She wanted to find the reason that Guchanga was deeply hiding. Guchanga did not care about her anymore. He raised his hand. Millions of rays of light bloomed in his palm. They were blurry and dazzling like celestial flowers, drooping dark light and taking root in all directions. Buzz. Ancient and mysterious characters appeared in the void space. Guchanga began to recite these immortal characters. In a trance, there were vague figures everywhere. They were ancient sages, kneeling on the ground, praying and kowtowing to the immortals. Is the immortal gate really going to open? Yu Mingkong also looked over with a serious gaze. These ancient and mysterious characters seemed to be attracted by a mysterious force, and were heading toward the stone gate in front. Gotcha! In her somewhat shocked gaze, there was a large patch of dazzling light rain rushing out. The stone gate opened. A path appeared. Here immortal clouds pierced the sky. Millions of strands of immortal chi lingered, containing unbelievably dense essence. It was as thick as a mountain range. It was as if it was about to become an immortal. If Yu Mingkong had not set up array patterns and runes in advance to seal every inch of the void space, the aura here would definitely pierce through the sky and shake all directions, attracting countless people. Even so, this place was still filled with dense immortal chi in an instant. The immortal gate opened, and the path to immortality appeared. In front of Guchanga, a blurry and hazy path ran through the immortal gate, as if connecting to another vast and boundless world. There, the immortal trees were tall, the immortal flowers were resplendent, and the sacred herbs were fragrant. The immortal gate was opened by Guchanga just like that. How did he do it? Is it this scripture? Or did he do it like this in his previous life? Yumingkong's eyes were very deep. Her dress fluttered, and her entire body was enveloped by the immortal rain. She felt that her body was filled with dazzling immortal light. Every inch of her skin seemed to be full of immortal aura, crystal clear. Just standing here was already a great opportunity for him. But at the same time there was a terrifying aura that was enough to crush all living beings. The path to immortality was not something that ordinary living beings and cultivators could step on. Yumingkong tried. If she wanted to walk in, she would have to pay a huge price. However, since she said that she would protect Guchanga outside, she would not move. If there were cultivators here in a while, she could also buy time for Guchanga. And just as she was thinking, Guchanga, who was in front of the immortal gate, had already taken the lead and rushed in. Above his head, there was a flowing black bottle of the great Tao floating up and down. Withstanding the terrifying pressure, it turned into a beam of divine light and rushed straight into the path to immortality. According to the memory of my previous life, the path to immortality will open for half a month. After that, it will automatically close. Only those who have reached the peak of the human Tao can walk on this path and find out the secret of becoming an immortal. Yumingkong frowned. Fortunately, she found that the aura here was covered by the array pattern that she had set up. It covered a radius of 1,000 miles. Unless a supreme expert came here, it would be impossible to detect it. Guchanga will be fine for a while. With his meticulous mind, I don't have to worry about him. Yumingkong also understood that the two of them were in the dark now. Once a supreme expert detected them, the entire immortal ancient continent would be in a state of shock. Many patriarchs would be alarmed and come here. Soon, through the blurry immortal path in front of them, Yumingkong saw some of the scenes clearly. Inside the immortal gate in that vast world. Below the sky there was a large lake surrounded by immortal aura. It covered a radius of more than 10 million miles. The large lake was full of auspicious clouds. Thousands of divine lights and 7-colored Taoist rhymes were extremely magical. Inside there were sparkling waves, as if time had stopped at the beginning of ancient times. There was fog inside and ancient towering green lotuses grew. Guchanga's figure appeared there. He was staring at some light sources in the lake water. His eyes were strange. Deep in the lake, asking for fresh flowers, there were specks of green light, as if they were formed by ancient and heavy stars. Those green lights sometimes sank into the lake and sometimes floated into the air. They were mysterious, extraordinary, and very strange. But Guchanga and Yumingkong knew very well that they were immortal spirits. They were called immortal spirits. For quasi-supreme cultivators they were extremely rare things. Any small piece was enough to make them fight crazily, and they would not hesitate to start a war between quasi-supreme cultivators. At this moment, Guchanga was sitting there with his legs crossed. Above his head, a terrifying great Tao treasure bottle was floating. Black light fell like a waterfall, resisting the majestic and heavy pressure of that world for him. At the same time there was a black hole-like aura coming out. At this moment, his peak divine king cultivation was revealed without a doubt. Those green lights seemed to have spirituality, and were born from that immortal lake. But now they were being crazily devoured by Guchanga's great Tao treasure bottle. As a result, the inner world in his body was exposed, and the immortal aura was crazily surging into it. A vast and ancient sacred aura appeared in the inner world. Palaces and buildings like heavenly gates were sitting on it. It was like the southern heavenly gate in the legends. Guchanga's cultivation also seemed to have found a vent, and crazily increased. Although these immortal spirits seemed to be very rare, each of them was extremely rare, and contained the most authentic immortal aura. Peak Divine King Breakthrough. Quasi-Saint. Early Stage Quasi-Saint. Mid-Stage. You said you are my ancestor? You are called Gu Nanshan? At the same time, under a tall ancient tree, Gu Xian'er, who had just finished off a few immortal ancient beings, stared suspiciously at the old man who suddenly appeared in front of her. Although he was called an old man, he was actually an old farmer. He was stooped, unkempt, and had a dark face. His yellow teeth were stained with vegetable leaves, and even the rusty kitchen knife was chipped. With this appearance, no one would be willing to buy him even if he sold vegetables on the street. He found it dirty. But then he suddenly appeared out of nowhere and claimed to be her ancestor. She was almost frightened. Because Gu Xian had been in contact with the old antiques of her master since she was young, she had a strong ability to accept this kind of expert who did not care about his appearance. But it was hard to associate her ancestor with the old farmer in front of her. Xian, this is one of the ancestors of your branch. At this time, the first elder walked out from the void with a kind smile on his face. Master. Gu Xian hurriedly bowed. She was still very respectful to the grand elder who taught her carefully. Now you should believe me, right? Gu Nanshan picked his ears, looking a little embarrassed. This girl actually did not believe him when they first met. Instead, she secretly held onto a forbidden tool. This vigilance made him feel gratified, but also sad and distressed. These years this girl had been wronged. Without the protection of the family, she must have suffered a lot outside. After all, she was born to be the little princess of the Gu family, to be doted on and dazzled. However, that guy Gu Chang'e dug out the great Dao bone that belonged to her, causing her to wander outside and suffer all kinds of hardships. It was not easy to get to where she was today. This made Gu Nanshan feel complicated, and a sense of guilt towards her. He was not qualified to be her ancestor. If he had not been buried for so long and came out to take a breather, he would not have known that a wolf cub like Gu Chang'e had appeared in the younger generation of the family, doing such a thing. This made him very angry, but he found that Gu Chang'e had a sense of propriety and did not do anything he should not have done, which made him feel a little better. Now, the person he felt most guilty towards was actually Gu Xian, the younger generation. Xian greets the ancestor. Seeing the grand elder appear, Gu Xian also believed the identity of the old farmer in front of her, and then she greeted him obediently. What a smart and sensible little girl. Gu Nanshan nodded and chuckled. The more he looked at her, the more he liked her. Smart, clever and lovely. Although she was a Nirvana realm young supreme martial artist, her cultivation was not weaker than her peers. There were many marks left by strong cultivators on her body. This girl was a person with great luck. Xian, don't worry. Now that you have the ancestors' support, no one can kill you, and that Gu Chang'e is no exception. Although he is the young master with the ancestor here, he can't do anything. Then Gu Nanshan opened his mouth and said. He felt that as the ancestor, he should solve some problems for Gu Xian. The reason why he came to the immortal ancient continent was to support Gu Xian. He was afraid that she would be secretly harmed by Gu Chang'e here. Ancestor, is what you said true? Hearing this, Gu Xian was stunned. Her bright eyes blinked, and then she asked with a little expectation, Gu Chang'e can do it too? Don't worry. With the ancestor here, Gu Chang'e won't dare to kill you, Gu Nanshan promised. That's it? At this moment Gu Xian suddenly felt that this ancestor was not very reliable. The obedient look on her face was gone, and she looked very disappointed. This time Gu Nanshan was stunned. Xian, are you going to ask the ancestor to help you kill Gu Chang'e? This matter, as he spoke, he was a little troubled. As an ancestor, to be honest, he really couldn't bring himself to kill a junior ancestor who asked you to kill him. Hearing this, Gu Xian was a little anxious. Then she said with a little expectation on her face, Ancestor, how about this, you help me suppress Gu Chang'e's cultivation. It's best to suppress it to the same level as me. No, suppress it to a level lower than me. She thought about it carefully. If they were at the same level, she might not be able to defeat Gu Chang'e. That guy was ridiculously strong. However, when he heard these words, Gu Nanshan was stunned and his eyes widened. What is this? Shouldn't Gu Xian hate Gu Chang'e to the core? Could it be that the information he got was wrong? Seeing this, the great elder smiled but did not say anything. Apparently he had expected this. After all, he had been paying attention to the news in the immortal ancient continent. It would be strange if Gu Nanshan understood the grudges between Gu Xian and Gu Chang'e. Chin. Chapter 177. The mountain breeze blew and the clouds surged. It was a scene of tranquility and loftiness. Gu Xian stood charmingly under a tall ancient tree. She was peerlessly beautiful. Her skirt swayed gently in the wind. There was a crystalline luster in her eyes. She appeared bright and beautiful. Ancestor, if you want to help me, then help me suppress his cultivation. It's enough to suppress him to the marquee level. I want to defeat Guchanga fair and square. She repeated what she said to the ancestor. The expression on her small face was somewhat cold and aloof. Head elder at the side had a strange expression on his face. This girl usually looked very obedient. But why did her words carry a hint of Guchanga's black-bellied and thick-skinned tone? Suppress Guchanga's cultivation to be one level lower than hers. Then she can defeat Guchanga fair and square? How could she say such words so naturally? It seemed that she had learned the bad things from Guchanga. If Guchanga heard this, she was afraid that she would be in for a bad time. Of course, if Guchanga was here and saw this scene, he would definitely not be able to restrain himself from beating Guciener. Wasn't it better to cultivate properly and raise her cultivation level? Why did she like to provoke him for no reason? It seemed that this girl Guciener had not suffered enough. Suppress her cultivation level. Why not just kill him for revenge? Siener, if that bastard Guchanga is threatening you with something, then tell me. No matter how savage he is, he won't dare to be impudent in front of me. Hearing Guciener's words so naturally, Gu Nanshan was silent for a long time. Then he smacked his lips and said. He still thought that Guciener was very afraid of Guchanga because she had been forced and hurt by him during the time she was cultivating in the Palace of Heavenly Immortals. That was why Guciener said such words. After all, there was something wrong with these words. This little girl looked so well-behaved and clever. How could she be so frightened by Guchanga? He didn't seem to want to take revenge for having his bones dug out. Did he mishear something? Ancestor, you're thinking too much. You didn't understand the situation clearly before you came, right? Hearing this, Guciener rolled her eyes slightly. Now, he felt that this old ancestor was very unreliable. The great elder shook his head inwardly. Although the Gu clan's patriarch was very strong, facing Guchanga, he probably wouldn't have an easy time. After all, even with his state of mind, he was so infuriated by Guchanga that he almost stomped his feet. When this yellow-toothed old farmer met Guchanga, he probably wanted to slap that unfilial descendant to death. Oh, is there anything I don't know about this? Gu Nanshan asked. He was puzzled. Judging from Guciener's behavior, she shouldn't be a fool. How could she say something like that? Could it be that the unfilial descendants of the Gu clan were hiding something from him? Ancestor, didn't you notice the secret of what happened back then? Guciener asked with a slightly helpless tone. Huh. Gu Nanshan was really stunned at this time. It seems like there really was a little bit of it. Guciener's confident look made him suspicious. This kind of thing of digging out bones and self-mutilating fellow clansmen didn't seem like something the Gu clan would do. That was why he was so angry when he found out. He began to recall the scene when he walked out of the ancestral land. Except for the strange expressions of many clansmen, the others seemed normal. The current head of the Gu clan, Guchanga's father, was indeed a little embarrassed and guilty about this matter. At that time, Gu Nanshan was only angry and didn't ask in detail. Now that Guciener pointed it out, he suddenly understood a little. Guchanga obviously had a motive for digging out Guciener's bone of great Tao. All these years, Guchanga was praised as having the disposition of a true immortal, but it wasn't because of Guciener's bone of great Tao. Guchanga's hidden talent seems to be the spatial talent. Although the bone of great Tao is powerful, compared to the spatial talent, it's not necessary to dig it out. Gu Nanshan narrowed his eyes. After being reminded by Guciener, he instantly felt that this matter was very suspicious. But in front of Guciener, how could he, the ancestor, act like he didn't know anything? So, he coughed slightly and said with a serious expression, I didn't expect Siener to realize this too. At first I didn't know how to explain this to you, but now that you've thought it through, that's the best. Although he was also confused about this matter, his heart was dumbfounded. But this didn't stop him from maintaining the dignified appearance of the ancestor in front of Guciener. When Guciener heard this, she couldn't help but reveal an expression of as expected. This was exactly what she had expected. She didn't doubt Gu Nanshan's words. Then ancestor, why did you say such things just now? She frowned and asked. Even if no one told her the truth about this matter, she would investigate it on her own. Apart from this, she had other things to do. She wanted to find her parents and grandfather who had gone missing in a certain plane of existence. Ahem, I was afraid that you wouldn't be able to accept it, so I said this. I'm sure you now understand Gu Chang'e's good intentions, right? When he heard this, Gu Nanshan's expression turned serious and he coughed slightly again. As for what good intentions Gu Chang'e had, he didn't know. These words were just said casually, but thinking about it, Gu Chang'e had resolved much of Gu Xiener's hatred towards him. This was a good starting point. He also didn't want to cause a division in the clan and the clan to kill each other. This could be considered an excuse for Gu Chang'e. Since Gu Xiener was fine and didn't have much killing intent towards Gu Chang'e, it was best that this hatred could be resolved. But this way, Gu Xiener would feel a little wronged. Gu Chang'e's good intentions? Gu Xiener was stunned. Her expression suddenly became complicated. During this period of time she had also thought things through. Many simple things were actually easy to understand. Gu Chang'e's goal all along was to make her hate him, make him her target, and then become strong enough to defeat or even kill him. What exactly was the purpose of him honing himself? This was something that couldn't be explained by guilt. Gu Xiener felt that this was the biggest secret that Gu Chang'e had been hiding all this time. If Gu Chang'e was here, and heard the conversation between Gu Nanshan and Gu Xiener, he definitely wouldn't be able to hold back his laughter. This elder ancestor was a living ally. His words had accidentally fallen into Gu Chang'e's trap. To put it bluntly, it had even saved Gu Chang'e a lot of effort. Yes, Gu Chang'e's good intentions. At this moment, Gu Nanshan couldn't help but reveal a somewhat meaningful smile. This scene made Great Elder a little stunned. He wondered if he had misjudged Gu Chang'e. Was he really a good person? But he thought about it from left to right, but he really couldn't understand how the word good person had anything to do with Gu Chang'e. This was a completely different story between a person and a word. But on the other hand, although Gu Chang'e's demonic nature is innate, except for certain situations, his behavior is actually quite normal. He's not really a demon. Great Elder couldn't help but start to doubt his previous opinion. Then Gu Xiener was carried by the two of them, turned into a divine rainbow, and shot into the sky, leaving this place. Immortal ancient continent was soon in chaos. Various orthodoxies were about to descend here. Gu Xiener was alone with no one to protect him. It was still very dangerous. This training had already ended, so there was no need to continue. Moreover, no matter what, Gu Xiener had the blood of the longevity Gu family flowing in his veins. He was also the personal disciple of Tao Heaven Immortal Palace's Great Elder. At this time, how could they not care about him? Immortal Ancient Continent was not peaceful at all during this period of time. Various orthodoxies and great sects sent powerhouses over to suppress Immortal Ancient Continent's various clans and restore their dignity. Immortal Ancient Continent's various clans were naturally anxious and angry. They hated the culprit of all this, the Feathermen clan, to the bone. If the Feathermen clan hadn't crossed the line, how could this have happened? Of course, many clans also hated Gu Chang'e to the bone, believing that he was the root of all this. In their hearts, Gu Chang'e was the incarnation of evil. In order to eat away at Immortal Ancient Continent's benefits, he didn't hesitate to use all kinds of despicable methods. First, he killed the leader of Immortal Ancient's various clans' younger generation, Long Tung. Then he provoked the anger and hatred of both sides, resulting in a massacre. He himself was the fisherman who reaped the benefits from this. Later on, he even schemed against the entire Immortal Ancient Continent's clans, attracting the orthodoxies of the outside world to purge everything. The cause and effect of this matter was already very clear. If it wasn't for Gu Chang'e, none of this would have happened. Many creatures were extremely fearful of this young man, who was so terrifying that it made them tremble in fear. However, many creatures also hated him to the bone. They wanted nothing more than to cut Gu Chang'e into 1,000 pieces and smash his body into pieces. Of course, to the older generation of Immortal Ancients' various clans, this was the so-called if you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. The orthodoxies of the outside world only wanted an excuse and reason. Coincidentally, Gu Chang'e created this opportunity for them. Rumble. At the same time, in the sky above Immortal Ancient Continent, ancient purple bronze warships appeared one after another, crushing everything as they passed. They were incomparably huge. as if continents were rising and falling between heaven and earth, casting terrifying demonic shadows. A group of experts from the Absolute Beginning Divine sect had already arrived. A middle-aged man covered in golden armor stood with his hands behind his back. Radiance shrouded him, dazzling and resplendent. Young Master Chang'e was attacked by the Featherman race's sacred weapon. How can this hatred be resolved? He stood on an ancient purple-bronze warship, his clothes fluttering in the wind. He looked at the city not far away and said with a cold expression, the ancient city in front of him was like a giant featherman lying dormant on the ground. It looked majestic and majestic. From afar, the city walls weren't that tall, however, they occupied a large area. Countless wisps of blood chi filled the city. That was the embodiment of the gathering of many experts of the Featherman race. Hearing the middle-aged man in golden armor's words, murderous voices rang out from the ancient purple-bronze warships behind him. We won't rest until we're dead. Exterminate the entire race. We won't rest until we're dead. Exterminate the entire race. Such a shocking voice seemed to contain a monstrous rain of blood. It reverberated under the sky, causing the expressions of many nearby cultivators and creatures to change drastically. They were all shocked, especially the many cultivators from the outside world. Their souls trembled. The Absolute Beginning Divine sect's domineering strength and shielding of their own wasn't something that happened in a day or two. Now this group of experts had rushed over from the outside world and stopped outside the Featherman race's territory. Their purpose was already very obvious. The Featherman race is simply too unlucky to have been targeted by the Absolute Beginning Divine sect. Even if they don't die, they'll probably lose a layer of skin. This is a group of crazy devils. After beating up the young, a group of old people came. Seeing this scene, many cultivators' faces turned pale as they distanced themselves from them. Not to mention that the Featherman race was completely in the wrong. Even if they were in the right, it was useless in front of the Absolute Beginning Divine sect. Chang'e's background was definitely the kind that no one in the entire upper realm dared to provoke. Even if they said something bad behind his back, they had to be careful not to be heard by him. That's a good sentence. We've always been the ones bullying others. No one has ever dared to bully us. The Featherman race should be killed. On the ancient purple copper warship. As he spoke, the middle-aged man in golden armor smiled coldly. He kicked the pale and handsome man from the Feather clan beside him, whose cultivation was restrained. This man was the current successor of the Featherman race, Wuxia. At the same time, he was also Yu Jing's childhood sweetheart. The two of them grew up together and had a close relationship. However, Yu Jing was killed by Chang'e. This made him angry and resentful. He was simply furious. However, there was no solution. Now, after hearing the words of the middle-aged man in golden armor, his face was incomparably ashen and filled with unwillingness. At the same time, he was filled with monstrous anger. How dare you? Do you know who I am? You're provoking a war with the Featherman race. Wuxia roared, feeling incomparably humiliated. He had been training outside, looking for an opportunity to break through. He planned to seek revenge on Chang'e. Then, on the way back to his race, he was attacked by the powerhouses of the Taichu Divine sect. His sage-to-be protector was besieged and instantly died on the spot. Then, he was suppressed and abandoned on the ancient purple copper warship. He followed the powerhouses of the Taichu Divine sect to the outside of the race's territory. Don't be anxious. The young master hasn't arrived yet. The show hasn't started yet. Don't be anxious. Soon, you will be sent by the young master to accompany your childhood sweetheart. None of your clansmen will be left behind. The middle-aged man in golden armor smiled coldly. You've gone too far. You'll suffer retribution. Wuxia roared. His face was pale with anger and fear. From what the middle-aged man said, he had already predicted that the Featherman race would face a situation of 4-2. In the 100 horizontal mountain range, a dense immortal light filled the air. If a cultivator suddenly came here at this moment, they would be shocked to find that this place had become an immortal paradise. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it an immortal paradise. Wisps of immortal aura were floating between heaven and earth. They were crystal clear and pure, giving people the feeling that they were about to ascend. In the stone chamber, Yu Mingkong's body was crystal clear. Her bright eyes were deep and calm, looking more and more extraordinary. At the same time, she was also refining the immortal Dao runes here. It was as if he had obtained a great fortune. Previously, she had only obtained a little benefit from the crack of the door. But now Guchanga had opened the entire door. Incomparably dense immortal Dao runes fell like rain. Although she was guarding him outside, she had also gained a lot of benefits. Rumble. At this moment, the light rain inside the stone door became more and more hazy and vast. In that vast and mysterious world, the sound of a riot resounded, and it was like a chaotic thunderbolt was crashing down with a crackling sound. Dong dong dong. Yu Mingkong looked over in confusion. She saw a figure with a great Dao treasure bottle on his head. His body was charred black, and he looked a little wretched. He was rushing out quickly. Vast and mighty thunderbolts followed behind him. It was a vast sea of lightning. There were even all kinds of strange and terrifying creatures that appeared. They raised their hands and struck out thunderbolts of different colors. Some of them were big and small. They pressed down like mountains, and their majesty made people's hearts palpitate. There was even a terrifying sage aura mixed in. This made Yu Mingkong's heart tremble. Guchanga had broken through to the sage realm. This made her extremely shocked and even frightened. Was this his true cultivation? Not to mention those of the same generation, even those of the older generation would not be able to find many opponents. He was so powerful that it made people despair. Chapter 178. Even though Yu Mingkong had lived 2 lives, she could not calm down at this moment. A huge wave of emotions surged within her. The tip of Guchanga's hidden strength was finally showing signs. Silently, his cultivation had already broken through to the Saint realm. This speed was simply beyond common sense, and it was enough to make people despair and even panic. She finally understood the true terror of the immortal devouring demonic art. Why was it that every time the successor of the immortal devouring demonic art appeared, the world would fall into chaos and countless orthodoxies and factions would hunt them down, determined to kill them? This kind of cultivation speed was simply shocking. One had to know that Guchanga was only in his early 20s, but he had already reached a height that countless cultivators could not reach in their entire lives. Being targeted by Guchanga, that's the real nightmare. Yu Mingkong recalled how she had thought that she had a chance of avenging Guchanga, but now she understood how foolish and laughable that thought was. Boom! At this moment, the immortal path in front of her suddenly shook violently, as if a terrible earthquake had occurred. The mountains shook and the earth quaked. Dense divine lights of laws rushed out from within. Guchanga. Yu Mingkong's cold eyes widened slightly. In the next moment, she saw a charred figure rush out from within, the great Dao treasure bottle above his head. Hundreds of millions of lightning bolts seemed to be enraged. They let out a shocking roar and crashed down behind him. Rumble! The entire immortal path crumbled again, and cracks appeared on it. However, the moment it came into contact with the outside world, the sea of lightning that was about to rush out seemed to have come into contact with a ripple of laws. In an instant it dissipated in the void, like snow melting under the sun. In the end, the mighty lightning tribulation did not strike Guchanga at this moment. To be honest, this was the first time he had been in such a sorry state. He was devouring the immortal essences to break through his cultivation when dark clouds gathered in the sky. Then the mighty thunder tribulation struck down directly. Each bolt of lightning was enough to injure an ordinary Saint Realm cultivator. If they were not careful, it was possible that their body and soul would be destroyed. Guchanga knew that this was caused by the laws of heaven and earth in the immortal path. Now that he had made a breakthrough in his cultivation in the outside world, it would no longer cause the heavenly tribulation to descend. Only in the most ancient times would those monstrous talents be baptized by the heavenly tribulation when they broke through. However, this heavenly tribulation looked as if it wanted to strike him to death. After Guchanga withstood a few waves, he felt that something was wrong, so he left directly. The subsequent heavenly tribulations would get stronger and stronger, and would even approach the level of the great sage realm, with a trace of the aura of a quasi-supreme. He knew that he was very strong, but there was no need to get half dead in such a place. Now that his cultivation had broken through to the late stage of the quasi-sage realm, it was very comfortable. Moreover, Guchanga had scooped up all 21 immortal spirits in one fell swoop. Since he couldn't finish devouring and refining them now, he could save them for future use. At this point he had successfully achieved his final goal. This made Guchanga very satisfied. Next it was time to stir up trouble. Puffed. At this time, looking at the charred Guchanga in front of her, Yu Mingkong finally couldn't hold back and let out a burst of pleasant laughter. It was the first time she had seen Guchanga in such a sorry state. Being chased by the heavenly tribulation, it was as if he wanted to get rid of evil for the people. Guchanga glanced at Yu Mingkong, his expression calm and unperturbed. Then his body shook slightly. His charred body broke inch by inch. A layer of fragrance emerged. The new skin was crystal clear, revealing the luster of immortal jade. But there was also a kind of aura that he wouldn't be destroyed if the world was destroyed, and he wouldn't be destroyed if the universe collapsed. Yu Mingkong's eyes narrowed. On her snow-white pretty face, the pair of eyes emitted a blazing divine brilliance, and she looked at Guchanga without blinking. After looking at me for so long, shouldn't you let me look at you? Courtesy demands reciprocity, Guchanga said casually, with a hint of interest at the corner of his mouth. Courtesy demands reciprocity? Hearing this, Yu Mingkong directly froze. At this time she also turned her head and said lightly, "Then why don't you hurry up and put on your clothes?" Guchanga laughed. "Didn't I see you in a trance? So that you can take advantage of me." These words made Yu Mingkong gnash her teeth in hatred. She didn't want to admit that she was indeed a little dazed just now. Soon, Guchanga casually found a robe and put it on. He walked outside. At the same time he said, "The immortal gate is going to close soon, but after opening in advance it won't be so easy the next time," he said casually. The next time the immortal gate opened, it would probably attract a group of old antiques, and cause a terrible storm of blood. Guchanga was now equivalent to plucking the peach in advance. When the time came, even if those old antiques rushed in, they wouldn't be able to get anything good. Apart from Yu Mingkong, no one else knew about this. "This is no longer important. No one knows that you broke in," Yu Mingkong replied. Although her gains were far less than Guchanga's, in terms of cultivation, she had a great breakthrough. She even faintly touched the peak of the virtual god level. "Yes, apart from you, no one else knows about this," Guchanga said with a smile. Yu Mingkong was slightly stunned by his words. What did he mean? She reminded herself that this matter was only known to the heavens, the earth, him and herself. "Don't worry, I won't leak this matter," Yu Mingkong said. "I didn't suspect you. Why are you so nervous?" Guchanga shook his head and said bluntly. In fact, he was a little troubled in his heart. Yu Mingkong's character was really a deep example of what it meant by once bitten, twice shy. She had indeed lowered her guard against him a lot, but she had not reached the point where she completely trusted him. Guchanga's current need for luck points and destiny points was actually not very high. Apart from exchanging for the Transcendence Bone, he used them to expand his inner world. Now he had tens of thousands of luck points and destiny points left. If Guchanga wanted to complete this system mission, he was afraid that he would have to rely on the next step. His plan was also very simple. This was because to a large extent, for women, the proportion of emotional proportion was much larger than the proportion of rational proportion. He had laid the groundwork enough. Next, he just had to wait for a tragic scene to play out. On the other hand, Yiling was already dead. Now, the name of the inheritor of the demonic arts was still above his head. It was time for Guchanga to consider finding another scapegoat. Where would the next child of destiny be? By the way, take these things as a reward for your hard work. Don't suspect me. Just take it as me giving away money, Guchanga said after that. His tone was natural. There was no intimacy, but there was also no alienation. As he raised his hand, a vague immortal aura appeared. Strands and strands of it seemed like immortal chains were floating in it. It was filled with immortal charm and Tao will, like multicolored light. Seeing this scene, Yu Mingkong was slightly stunned. She found it a little hard to believe. This is immortal essence. As Guchanga spoke, he sealed it with a jade bottle. There was quite a lot of it. However, for the current Yu Mingkong, it was obviously enough. There would even be a lot left. With that, the jade bottle landed lightly in Yu Mingkong's hand. Guchanga took a step forward. As his robes fluttered, he had already appeared in the sky. Whoosh! In the next moment, many of the followers nearby, including Yin Mei, appeared together. Gu Chang'e led them, turned into a divine rainbow, and quickly left this place. Gu Chang'e, Yu Mingkong stood rooted to the ground, looking at the jade bottle in her hand. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. She really didn't expect that Gu Chang'e would actually give her immortal essence. After all, he had risked his life to go to the immortal path to collect it. Every strand was incomparably precious and priceless. Even a quasi-supreme martial artist would be tempted. Most importantly, she was now very disappointed in her heart. Previously, Gu Chang'e would still tease her and call himself her husband, but now he was obviously keeping a distance from her. This kind of natural and polite interaction stunned Yu Mingkong and made her feel a little bitter. After all, it was very difficult for the two of them to be like before. She understood and pretended to be confused, and Gu Chang'e was also happy to tease her. How good would it be if I didn't say those words at that time? Yu Mingkong shook her head and sighed slightly. She quickly restrained this emotion. After putting away the many talisman arrangements here, she left with the followers. After leaving the 100 horizontal mountain range, Gu Chang'e immediately rushed to the encampment where he was previously. He had already sent news back to the clan. He believed that the clan's powerhouses were already rushing to immortal ancient continent. This kind of annexation of immortal ancient continent's various clans, while at the same time occupying the righteous position, the Gu clan was naturally very happy. Gu Chang'e had already stirred up so much trouble. He didn't believe that the other orthodoxies would sit still and choose to be bystanders at this time. The resources and benefits involved in immortal ancient continent were enough to alarm all orthodoxies. Greetings, young master. In the ruins, immortal armors and divine soldiers rode on ancient pure-blooded vicious beasts. Killing intent overflowed into the heavens, shaking the heavens. Their auras were cold. They were currently waiting here. Their killing intent was terrifying and incomparably shocking. Every one of them was wearing armor that shone with immortal light, as if they had experienced countless battles. Their eyes were like heavenly blades, causing the void to become uneasy. Longevity Gu clan's immortal armor guards. Every time there was a great disturbance, or a great battle that involved the Longevity Gu family, many secret matters were resolved by this team. Their hands were stained with countless amounts of blood. They were one of the Longevity Gu clan's sharpest blades. With Gu Chang'e's current status, it was difficult for him to mobilize many immortal armor guards. This training in immortal ancient continent could be considered an exception. These immortal armor guards had already received his orders and were waiting here for his return. This force, in addition to my puppets, is enough to sweep through many clans. Gu Chang'e glanced at this group of immortal armor guards and nodded slightly. Of course, he knew that there was actually an old ancestor following them. That old ancestor came from Gu Xian'er's lineage, but he didn't know who he was or what his seniority was. After all, as long as it was an old ancestor who walked out of the clan, it wouldn't be a problem for him to sweep through those supreme experts of immortal ancient continent. As for whether that old ancestor would agree, it didn't matter. Gu Chang'e had plenty of ways to make him agree. Also, the Great Elder still owes me a favor. I think even he couldn't hold back this time and came to immortal ancient continent. When the time comes, if it really doesn't work, I still have a backup plan. Gu Chang'e narrowed his eyes. He had already planned everything. He would start with the Winged Man clan, the clan that wanted to kill him from the very beginning. Naturally, he would make an example out of them and use them as a warning to others. If the other clans were smart, they wouldn't want to repeat the same mistake. They would know what to do. At the same time, this chaotic time was also the best time for the Black Sky Eagle clan to work for him in secret. To the Winged Man clan's land, Gu Chang'e faintly spoke as he landed on an ancient warship. A vast number of immortal armored soldiers instantly filled the skies, their auras shocking to the extreme. At the same time in the sky, 3 figures were watching everything. They were Gu Xian'er, the Great Elder, and the old ancestor of the Gu clan who looked like a yellow-toothed old farmer. Gu Chang'e should be planning to go to the Winged Man clan. Gu Xian'er noticed Gu Chang'e's departure route and couldn't help but guess. Such a strong desire to kill and revenge for the smallest grievance. I really don't know how he became the young master. Gu Nanshan shook his head in his heart, but he couldn't help but show a look of admiration on his face. Old ancestor, The Winged Man clan is a clan that has been passed down since the immortal ancient era. Their foundation can't be underestimated. Don't you care about Guchanga? Gu Xian'er felt that Guchanga, who only had the immortal armor guards, wanted to crush the Winged Man clan and intimidate the other clans. It was really a little difficult. Don't worry, when the time comes I will make a move. Hearing this, Gu Nanshan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Then, he quickly returned to normal and forced a smile. He actually wanted to see Guchanga suffer a big loss. Although he had put in good words for Guchanga in front of Gu Xian'er many times. But that was also because he had no choice. He wanted to consider the future of the clan and resolve the grudge between the two. Personally, he naturally didn't have any good feelings for Guchanga. He even wanted to teach him a lesson because he bullied Gu Xian'er. But now Gu Xian'er had said so. What else could he do? When the time came, he couldn't just watch the old ancestor of the Winged Man clan bully the younger generation of the Gu clan while he, the old ancestor of the Gu clan, hid in the dark and watched the show, right? At this moment, Gu Nanshan felt a little troubled. He kept feeling that he had been tricked by himself. As he spoke, the void in front of the three of them blurred, and they quickly followed. At this moment, not only them, but also the other orthodoxies in the immortal ancient continent and even the clans of the immortal ancient continent were alarmed. Outside the Winged Man clan's territory, many divine consciousnesses had been sweeping over these days. Many powerhouses were inquiring about this place. Rumble. However, just the several incomparably huge purple bronze ancient warships parked in the sky made countless living beings and cultivators tremble in fear. The Taichu divine sect had been guarding this place for several days. In the Winged Man clan's territory, it was solemn and solemn. They were vigilant against the invasion of the Taichu divine sect. This kind of attitude of coming to the other party's territory but not killing their way in and only threatening them shocked many cultivators and living beings. Then they were overwhelmed with shock. This was indeed the incomparably powerful Taichu divine sect. They were extremely protective of their own. It was as if they had shown their weapons early on. Their killing intent was boiling, and they wanted the other party to wash their necks clean. Demonic nature overflowed into the sky, causing one's soul to tremble. Rumor has it that they are waiting for the arrival of young Master Chang'e. Some time ago, the Winged Man clan used a sacred artifact to attack young Master Chang'e. This incident angered the Taichu divine sect, and they directly sent a large number of powerhouses to kill their way in. Also, I heard that the Longevity Gu clan is also furious. A very terrifying group of immortal armored soldiers broke through the void passage and descended here to kill the Winged Man clan. The Winged Man clan is probably scared silly. They didn't expect the Taichu divine sect to come so aggressively, blocking their territory without a word. That's right. If it were me, I would also be a fool. I wouldn't even dare to think of resisting. The Longevity Gu clan is the most mysterious clan in the upper realm. It is said that they have existed for a long time, far longer than any other faction. Their foundation is definitely unfathomable. If this battle erupts, even if it can't compare to the Battle of Longevity, it can't be that weak. Many cultivators and living beings appeared on the many mountain peaks and ridges in the distance. They looked at everything in the sky in disgust. Among them, there were also many young supreme beings, such as the successor of the Dead Man Lake. They were following the faction behind him, watching from a mountain peak. In the other direction, the successor of the Longevity Wang clan, Wang Wushuang. He was also frowning and thinking. In another place, the archaic Yi clan, Yi Langtian, Yi Lioli, and the others. Their expressions were filled with deep shock. This battle had an unusual meaning. The Winged Man clan could be ranked in the top 15 among the clans of the immortal ancient clan. Although the clan had never produced an immortal Dao existence, their former ancestor also stood at the peak of the human Dao. He was a true immortal emperor. Boom! At this moment, under the shocked gazes of all the cultivators and living beings, a resplendent spatial passage appeared in the sky. Then immortal sounds rang out, and 623 immortal lights filled the air. A group of immortal armored soldiers with shocking killing intent rode ferocious beasts, as if they had rushed over from the primordial ancient world. Kill! The shocking word kill reverberated between heaven and earth. Young Master! At this moment, the powerful figures on the purple bronze ancient warship in front also shouted respectfully in the direction of the passageway. In the blurry passageway, Gu Chang'e's figure appeared. He stood on a warship with his hands behind his back. His black robes fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were calm as he looked down at the Winged Man clan's territory. Behind him was a large group of followers with surging vitality. They were also surging with killing intent that seemed to be able to reach the heavens. No need to be so polite. Gu Chang'e nodded slightly to the group of powerful figures of the Taichu divine sect. This was from the imperishable force behind his mother. The current sect master of the Taichu divine sect was his uncle. The previous sect master of the Taichu divine sect was his grandfather. His uncle, on the other hand, was focused on cultivation. He had never married and had no children. Naturally, he became the young master of the Taichu divine sect. This relationship was not complicated at all. Otherwise, why did the other young supremes not dare to provoke him? Not only in terms of strength but also in terms of background, they were far inferior to Gu Chang'e. As Gu Chang'e appeared, the aura within a radius of tens of thousands of miles became solemn. Gu Chang'e, let go of our young master. In the Winged Man clan's territory, several figures suddenly rushed out and appeared in the sky. The wings on their backs spread out, and they were extremely angry. They roared with hatred and killing intent. From the looks of it, they were about the same age as Gu Chang'e and belonged to the more impulsive younger generation. Ignoring the elders who stopped them, they rushed out. Let go of their young master? Gu Chang'e smiled with interest and asked. The middle-aged man in golden armor beside him replied respectfully. Young master, this is the descendant of the Winged Man clan. His name is Wuxia. As he spoke, he grabbed Wuxia, whose cultivation had been sealed. Gu Chang'e, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to avenge you, Jing. Wuxia's face was full of unyielding anger and killing intent. He stared at Gu Chang'e with scarlet eyes and roared. If his cultivation hadn't been sealed, he would have definitely fought with Gu Chang'e hundreds of times. What's his relationship with you, Jing? Gu Chang'e asked with a faint smile. Young master, they are childhood sweethearts and are very close. The middle-aged man in golden armor replied with a teasing smile. Oh, that's good. I have the beauty to help them. Then I'll send them to become a pair of ill-fated mandarin ducks. Gu Chang'e said with a faint smile. Gu Chang'e, let go of our descendant now. At that moment, the few young beings in front of him rushed toward Gu Chang'e with anger and killing intent. They were holding a forbidden weapon in their hands. It shone brightly and there was a terrifying aura intertwining. You dare to stop me with just a single forbidden weapon? Gu Chang'e said with a faint smile. Taking a step forward in the air, his expression remained unchanged as he raised his hand and brought it down. Buzz! Divine talismans intertwined in black and white chi swirled around. The talismans were destroyed like a divine wheel that crushed the sky and pressed down with his palm. Poof! The forbidden weapon exploded and blood splattered everywhere. The few empty God Realm elites and the forbidden weapon collapsed on the spot and their bodies and souls were destroyed. Stupid! Gu Chang'e didn't expect that there would be brainless people who would come to die at this time. The Winged Man clan was so cowardly that none of the older generation dared to show themselves. This made him slightly disappointed. Gu Chang'e raised his hand again and sent Wuxia to accompany his childhood sweetheart. After all, he had to fulfill what he had promised. Bitter-fated mandarin ducks, let them be. Chapter 179. Poof! Blood splattered in the air, and a strong stench of blood filled the air. No matter how angry Wuxia was, his body and soul were destroyed on the spot. Gu Chang'e made a move, and sent him down to accompany his childhood sweetheart. Don't worry, your clansmen will come to accompany you in a while. He smiled faintly, but his words sent chills down everyone's spines. From his appearance, he was obviously an extraordinary person, but his methods were so strong and cold. Cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots, not bad, not bad. Gu Nanshan, the great elder, and Gu Xian'er, who had rushed over from the sky, naturally witnessed this scene. Gu Nanshan couldn't help but reveal a gratified smile on his face, and said, "This is how the young master of the Gu clan should be. Whoever dares to offend the Gu clan will have their entire clan wiped out." Although that was what he said on the surface, his brows were furrowed so tightly that the character Chuan was about to form. The Gu clan's motto had always been to not take the initiative to provoke trouble. But if someone really dared to touch the tiger's whiskers, they would definitely be attacked like thunder. Gu Chang's methods today, in his opinion, were not problematic. But the Gu Changa in front of him was so cold, heartless, and decisive. It would be fine if he was a sharp blade, but letting him hold the power and rule over the Gu clan was not a good choice. But in front of Gu Xian'er, what else could he say? He could only pretend to praise Gu Changa and say these words against his heart. Gu Nanshan felt very awkward. Elder ancestor is right. The Winged Man clan did ask for it. If they didn't go to extremes, how could today's consequences have been brought about? But they were also stupid, falling into Gu Changa's trap. Otherwise, Gu Changa would not have found an excuse to attack them. Hearing this, Gu Xian'er nodded, and his eyes showed that he agreed. After all, the Winged Man clan's experts had attacked her at that time. Gu Changa had involved her in this matter and led the trouble to her. She would never forget this debt. The surroundings were deathly silent. Even the vast city up ahead was extremely quiet. Not a single living being dared to make a sound. Gu Changa stood in the air with his hands clasped behind his back. At this moment he resembled a young immortal emperor inspecting the world, exuding a sense of disdain. Not only did his domineering methods intimidate everyone in the feather human tribe, even the cultivators and living beings nearby felt a chill run down their spines. He had killed the successor of the winged human tribe in front of all of them. However, no one from the Feathermen tribe dared to show themselves. Many cultivators from other orthodoxies trembled in fear at the sight of such an intimidating figure. Their reverence for him deepened. This was the most powerful person in the younger generation. One person overlooking an entire tribe. Young master, since they are not coming out, why don't we blast them away? The golden-armored middle-aged man's name was Lu Yu. He came from the divine sect of Tai Chu and was a sage to be. He said respectfully. Today, the Featherman clan had to give an explanation. They could either submit or be exterminated. As for resisting, it would only make them die faster. Cowards can't be cowards. Gu Changa nodded and chuckled. Life and death were all under his control. Killing the chicken to warn the monkey. If the process of killing the chicken was too simple, it would be difficult to achieve a deterrent effect. Moreover, according to his speculation, the Feathermen tribe should be trying to contact the immortal ancient dragon tribe at this moment, hoping that the dragon tribe would support them. However, the immortal ancient dragon tribe was not a pushover either. They would not easily fall out with the orthodoxies of the outside world. Both sides were testing each other. Therefore, the immortal ancient dragon tribe could only drag this out instead of choosing to stand up for the Feathermen tribe. The Feathermen tribe was stuck in the middle and had no other choice. They could either submit or be trampled to the ground by Gu Changa and the divine sect of Tai Chu and the longevity Gu family, turning them into ruins. I'll give you a chance. Submit or die today. Gu Changa clasped his hands behind his back and stepped forward in the void, pressuring the vast divine mountain city below. He said slowly with an unquestionable coldness, making everyone's divine soul tremble and feel a chill. The group of young supreme beings only now realized that the gap between Gu Changa and them had unknowingly widened infinitely. They were all of the younger generation, but their power was far inferior. There was no comparison at all. This made Yilang Tian, Wang Wushuang, and the others fall silent. Gu Changa, don't go too far. Today, we won't let you succeed even if we have to destroy Jade and Stone together. In the Feathermen tribe's territory, waves of angry voices came out. Among them, there were several figures with overflowing hatred, staring at Gu Changa, wanting to cut him into pieces and tear him into pieces. In a palace, several Feathermen tribe experts gathered. The middle-aged man in the middle was wearing a golden robe. His face was dignified and gloomy, and he wore a purple gold crown. He was the current leader of the Feathermen tribe, Yu Wudi. From his name one could see his courage back then. Now, his cultivation was already at the Saint Realm. When his eyes opened and closed, strands of cold light flashed past. This brat of the Gu family is simply going too far. Does he think that our Feathermen tribe is easy to bully? Does he really think that he can sweep through our Feathermen tribe with just this little bit of manpower? He is too delusional. Yu Wudi's expression was incomparably gloomy. How can the foundation of our tribe be defeated with just this little bit of manpower? He is underestimating our tribe too much. Little Xian, an elder beside him, was incomparably sorrowful. He was an elder of the Yuxian bloodline. They watched as Yuxian died at the hands of Guchanga, but they were powerless to stop him. They didn't even dare to show themselves. This made them feel incomparably humiliated, and they couldn't vent their anger. This made them go crazy with hatred. However, the Dragon Clan still hadn't given them a reply. Before this, they didn't dare to clash head-on with Guchanga. They didn't even dare to directly declare war. How terrifying was the foundation of the everlasting families and the imperishable sects. This was simply unimaginable. What they had seen was always the tip of the iceberg, let alone an incomparably ancient behemoth like the everlasting Gu family. One had to know that the other imperishable sects and supreme Taoist orthodoxies were extremely fearful of them. The Dragon Clan still hasn't given us a reply. It seems that they want us to test Guchanga's methods. This is an open trap, an elder said with a cold expression. His face was filled with anger. The Taichu divine sect had been waiting outside their territory for more than a day or two, but the Dragon Clan hadn't reacted at all. This was already enough to see the Dragon Clan's attitude. Go and ask the Patriarch to come out of seclusion. Without the Patriarch, this matter might not be settled peacefully, someone said with a heavy expression. Those words were unanimously approved by everyone. Soon, figures rushed into the depths of the clan with solemn expressions. Normally, if there wasn't a major incident, who would dare to ask the Patriarch for help? For the various clans, the Patriarch was an existence that was like a foundation. Some existences would even find it difficult to seal themselves once they came out. They would slowly exhaust their life essence and die of old age in this life. Many of the Feathermen had heavy hearts. They never thought that there would be a day when they would face the greatest life and death crisis. And all of this was brought about by a young man. Burning both jade and stone? Haha. I only hope that you guys can persevere until the end. In the sky outside, Guchanga still had a faint smile on his face when he heard this. However, at the end of his words, he directly pressed his fingers together. At the same time, his figure stepped out of the void and moved forward. Buzz! Ripples appeared in the void, followed by crisp clanging sounds. The space trembled, and a terrifying momentum appeared. He pressed his fingers together like a sword. The sword slashed down. Boundless sword chi fell, as if there were a vast galaxy of stars. The sword light blotted out the sky and covered the earth, sweeping over. The immortal ancient divine mountains and cities in front of them began to tremble. Damn it! Seeing this scene, the faces of many of the Feathermen changed drastically, turning pale. No one expected that Guchanga would suddenly attack, and so powerfully. The terrifying divine power of this sword strike was probably enough to make even a true god, or even a heavenly god, disappear in an instant. This shocked them. Although Guchanga had been injured for a period of time, it was obvious that his injuries had been completely healed now. Moreover, his cultivation base had become even more powerful. This time, the injury of his origin was more like a good fortune to him. The expressions of many young supreme beings became complicated. They had long lost the will to compete with Guchanga. Such a monster, perhaps only the real emperor or an ancient freak who had been sealed for a long time could be a match for him, right? Kill. With Guchanga taking the lead, the immortal armor soldiers of the Longevity Gu family, and the many powerhouses of the Taichu divine sect also roared angrily. Their murderous voices shook the sky as they pounced toward the city in front of them. In an instant, a shocking battle broke out. Rumble. Many ancient warships descended, with runes flickering on them. A terrifying aura swept down, blasting some mountains and buildings into ashes. Even though they were very far away, everyone could still feel that kind of shocking wave of fluctuations. The battle has begun. Young Master Changa is ridiculously powerful. Does he really intend to slaughter the entire Feathermen tribe? This attitude is too arrogant. He doesn't put the Feathermen tribe in his eyes at all. Where does Guchanga get his confidence from? He can destroy the Feathermen tribe. After all, the Feathermen tribe is a tribe with at least a supreme artifact. Everyone in all directions was stunned, trembling in fear. Many people felt that Guchanga had a powerful trump card. Or rather, there was an expert behind him who had yet to appear. The sword chi in the air was boundless like a vast starry sky. A wisp of sword chi slashed out from the sword light with the intention of slaughtering the sun, moon and stars. The sharpness of the heptametal law was mixed with an extreme offensive power. Many of the Feathermen tribe members were suppressed by this vast sword chi. The terrifying energy beams interweaved into one, smashing down like a river of stars. Ancient warships filled the sky. Boom! The ancient runes and killing intent engraved on the ground erupted at the same time, intertwining and then bursting open. At this moment it was as if the river of stars had collapsed. The godly mountain shook violently. Cracks appeared on the ground and countless ancient trees collapsed. The mountains shook, and the mountain range turned into ashes. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Guchanga led a group of immortal armor soldiers. His eyes were cold as he killed his way in. At this moment he was like an unparalleled demon lord, looking down on the world. With a raise of his hand, he struck out many divine abilities. It was like a misty rain of light, turning a large number of Feathermen creatures into ashes. At this time it's best to drag that guy down. Although Guchanga seemed to be killing his way into the depths of the Feathermen tribe, he was still paying attention to the scene in the sky. Gu Xian'er's aura. Since she was hiding there, then the great elder and the ancestor of the Gu family must be there too. Guchanga did not doubt this at all. This kind of killing was meaningless to him. Guchanga's goal was to use the Feathermen tribe as a warning. He was thinking about how to involve the ancestor of the Gu family in this battle. This was Guchanga's ultimate goal. The appearance of the ancestor of the Gu family showed the strong attitude of the longevity Gu family. At the same time, it was the best deterrent for him to subdue the other tribes. Guchanga also knew that the ancestor's purpose in coming to the immortal ancient continent was not to support him. Instead, it was because of Gu Xian'er to blame him. He had seen through all of this. The moment the ancestor came to the immortal ancient continent, he had been tricked by Guchanga. The ancestor would not help Guchanga casually. He might even teach him a lesson. Guchanga naturally had a plan to deal with this. Hence, Guchanga's action was even more daring in everyone's eyes. With a rumbling sound, the void behind him shone with a hazy light. It was a vast space. Golden light surged, and sharp weapons appeared one after another. Axes, hooks, forks, cauldrons. Terrifying murderous aura was vast and mighty, about to rush out. Divine weapon scroll. Guchanga directly used this supernatural power. Divine weapons rushed out with surging light, about to pierce through everything and kill the experts of the Feathermen tribe in front of him. His destination was the Feathermen tribe's tribe hall. He was prepared to face the experts of the Feathermen tribe. This guy, is he planning to barge in alone? In the sky, Gu Nanshan frowned. He seemed to have noticed that when Guchanga looked up at the sky, there seemed to be a smile at the corner of his mouth. What did that mean? Could it be that this guy knew that he was hiding here? Gu Nanshan found it increasingly difficult to see through this junior. Moreover, he always felt that Guchanga's smile hid some evil intentions. What's going on? Did I see wrongly? Or am I thinking too much? Gu Nanshan was more and more confused. His cultivation was much higher than Guchanga's. Logically speaking, Guchanga should not know that he was hiding here. Of course he did not know. Because of the bone of Tao, Guchanga could vaguely sense Gu Xian'er's location. At this moment, Guchanga had already killed his way into the depths of the Feathermen tribe. In the void there were divine weapons everywhere. Their sharpness was shocking, and one would die if they touched them. Even the heavenly gods were no match for them. They instantly coughed up blood and retreated. Everyone's eyes widened. There were so many divine weapons, and each of them contained Taoist rhymes and were shockingly valuable. However, Guchanga took out all of them. Other than shocking them, they could only say that all of this was really rich and powerful. In front of Guchanga, all the young creatures blocking his way were casually killed by him. Their bodies and souls were directly destroyed. Puff, puff, puff. In the depths of the Feathermen tribe, the city was incomparably magnificent. Pieces of basin-sized jade crystals were built one after another. However, at this moment they were collapsing. They were shot down by the torrential divine light on the ancient warships and directly disintegrated. They could not resist for even a moment. Heavens, this damned Guchanga! Quickly, asked the patriarch to wake up. These winged creatures cried out in alarm, feeling incomparable despair. In front of Guchanga, they could not resist at all and instantly exploded. The magnificent city wall was like a mountain ridge, and the tall city tower was like a heavenly palace. It was majestic. In the sky, the powerhouses of the Taichu divine sect and the Gu family's immortal armored guards rushed down like a torrent. These city walls and heavenly palaces continued to shatter, crack and collapse, directly turning into ashes. In the depths of the tribe hall, there were many experts in the Feathermen tribe, so there were naturally many clansmen as well. However, right now they were in a state of panic. There were endless ancient symbols engraved on the city. They did not belong to this era and began to erupt. There is a path to the Yellow Springs, but you don't want to take it. You insist on having your souls scattered and not enter the cycle of reincarnation. Do you like this kind of result? Guchanga said casually. He had already arrived here alone. No one followed behind him. A great battle erupted elsewhere, extremely intense and shocking. However, the group of Feathermen in front of him were incomparably pale. They stared at him in fear, not daring to make a move. Even the few elders of the quasi-saint realm were the same. This was too abnormal. Guchanga was clearly only at the void god realm, but he dared to charge all the way here. Was Guchanga stupid? Not only was he not stupid, but he was also as quick-witted as a demon. He schemed against immortal ancients' clans, toying with everyone in the palm of his hand. Would such a person like Guchanga come here alone because she was not sure of her chances? That was why they were all cautious and careful. Their backs were covered in cold sweat, in case Guchanga had any powerful methods or trump cards. Now I will give you two choices. Either you submit or you die. Guchanga smiled casually, repeating his words. He also knew that there were currently many powers paying attention to this place. Guchanga, if you have any methods, then just use them. Today if a Featherman expert glared at Guchanga. However, before he finished speaking, a strand of sword energy pierced through the space between his brows, including his primordial spirit. He was instantly wiped out in body and spirit. Don't be unable to tell good from bad. Giving you a chance now is my benevolence. Who knows, I might not be so kind in the next moment. Guchanga's expression did not change. He slowly swept his gaze over the terrified Feathermen in front of him. Terrifying sword radiance pulsed from his finger bone, as if it could destroy the great universe with a single strike. Behind them was the clan hall of the Feathermen. There were many higher-ups of the Feathermen standing there, including the elders, the clan leader Uwudi, and the others. They all looked at Guchanga with gloomy and angry expressions, but still, no one dared to make a move. This made Guchanga sigh slightly. I've already bullied you to this extent, but you still don't dare to make a move against me? You're so cowardly. You're really hopeless. Guchanga, you've done all kinds of evil and scheming. In the end, you definitely won't have a good ending. A clan elder said angrily. A layer of terrifying light rose from his body, afraid that Guchanga would suddenly attack. Done all kinds of evil? I can't agree with that. It was clearly your clan who wanted to kill me and take credit from the immortal ancient dragon clan. It's just that I happened to break the trap. How can you frame me now? Guchanga said calmly in front of a group of quasi-sages and even saints. It was as if he didn't feel anything from their terrifying pressure. It was as if a cool breeze brushed past his face unperturbed. What's the use of saying something that everyone already knows? You're shameless. Immediately, a clan elder was enraged by Guchanga's attitude. He was so angry that he wanted to go crazy. There had never been a day like today when he wanted to kill a junior so badly. Stop. There's something strange about this guy. Uwudi's expression was gloomy as he pulled the clan elder next to him. Facing a group of Saint Realm experts, an ordinary young cultivator would have already collapsed to the ground. How could they still talk and laugh like Guchanga? This scene not only made their hearts skip a beat, but also shocked many cultivators outside. It seemed that Guchanga was really confident. You all look like you've cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years. How could you have the guts to live like dogs? Now you don't even dare to attack me? Why don't you just kill yourselves so that you don't waste my time? Chang'e smiled faintly and looked at the battlefield in other directions. Whether it was the Taichu divine sect or the immortal armor soldiers, they were all veterans with extremely powerful cultivation bases. This battle was completely one-sided, and it was as easy as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The Featherman clan had no strength to resist at all. Don't let him get away with it. Have you forgotten what happened to you, Jing? Chang'e's words made many clan elders angry. Their faces were filled with humiliation and anger. But their clan leader was very rational and stopped them. These words were like a basin of cold water poured over their heads. In an instant they reacted, and their anger disappeared. Instead they felt a chill run down their backs. How familiar was this strategy? Chang'e lured them to attack, and then he had an excuse to slaughter them. This fellow was indeed full of vicious means. They felt a chill down their backs. I really didn't expect you to be so cowardly. Chang'e had a strange smile on his face. However, no matter how he ridiculed them, the experts of the Featherman clan were furious and did not dare to attack him. To be honest, Chang'e was surprised. He did this because he wanted to drag the ancestor of the Gu clan into the water and force him to make a move. However, Chang'e really didn't expect the Featherman clan to be so afraid that they didn't even dare to attack him. Chang'e rubbed the space between his eyebrows, feeling a headache. Then, he directly looked at the sky with a helpless expression. Then, he said in a natural tone, "Ancestor, this matter has become boring. Why don't you do it yourself? I'll leave Chang'e to you." As he spoke, a meaningful smile flashed across his eyes. Then he quickly returned to normal. What? Chang'e's words were not loud, but at this moment they resounded in the sky. All the cultivators and living beings were shocked and couldn't help but widen their eyes. For a moment many people didn't react. What did Chang'e mean? Ancestor? Could it be that the ancestor of the Gu clan was really hiding in the dark, but he didn't show himself? Was this the reason why Chang'e was so fearless? Many cultivators followed Chang'e's gaze, but it was a blur and they couldn't see anyone. However, he was after all a figure of the ancestor of the Gu clan. How could ordinary people see him when he was hidden? Brother, ancestor, the great elder and Gu Xiener who were hiding in the sky were stunned. To be honest, the two of them didn't expect that Chang'e had made a deal with Gu Nanshan in advance. No wonder Gu Nanshan had such a friendly attitude towards Chang'e. Gu Xiener was a little enlightened, and he thought seriously in his heart. It seemed that the ancestor of their bloodline had a good relationship with Chang'e. Otherwise, Chang'e wouldn't have said such a thing. If there really was hatred, why would Chang'e suddenly say such a thing at this time? The two of them were actually in cahoots. This was something that the ancestor didn't tell him before. This made Gu Xiener even more certain of the idea in his heart. Chang'e definitely had a secret that no one knew about. This despicable guy. The cigarette in Gu Nanshan's mouth fell out, and his entire person was stunned at this moment. He didn't expect that Chang'e actually knew his exact location, and even said such easily misunderstood words. Heaven pitied him. Before this, he really hadn't seen Chang'e. He hadn't even spoken a word with Chang'e. He had no interaction with Chang'e. He was now completely stunned by Chang'e's actions. Who knew that Chang'e would suddenly say such a thing? I've been tricked by this guy. Gu Nanshan's face was as black as charcoal at this moment. He even had the thought of slapping Chang'e to death. But at this time he had to show himself.